You okay, man?
I'm okay. Just allergies.
Is something we should know about? Good morning. City of Lamarque City Council Budget Agenda of August 6th, 2024. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamarque, Texas will conduct a budget meeting on August 6th, 2024, beginning at 10 a.m. in council chambers at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas, as well as via video conference hosted through Zoom. In accordance with section 551.127B of the Texas Local Government Code, the presiding officer and the quorum of the Lamarque City Council intend to be and will physically be present at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas. This location will be open to the public, and this meeting will be broadcast at this location on Channel 16 and via YouTube. The council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. Kiera, would you give us a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Councilmember District A, present. Councilmember District B is not with us this morning. Councilmember District C,
Present.
Councilmember District D,
Present.
and Mayor.
Present. Thank you, Kiera. Let us stand. We will ask Councilmember Yancey to lead us in our pledge, our invocation, and Councilmember Lowry to lead us in our pledge.
Good morning, Father. We come to you thanking you for this day. We thank you, Father, for keeping us another night, for watching over our household. We thank you for the angels that are dispatched, Lord, that you send to keep us safe. We thank you for our town. We thank you for the leaders and the staff that work so hard to make sure that Lamarque is an excellent city. And while we're not perfect, we know that we serve a perfect God. So we ask that you give us the wisdom to strive for excellence, and we will to strive for perfection, and we will catch excellence. God, you are worthy, and you are worthy of all the praise. We ask you to bless our children, our school children, as they go back to school, keep them safe, and help them to learn. God, we pray for the teachers that you give them patience. And we pray for our mayor and the council that you will help us to be a team, Father, and that you will help us to do what's best for the city as we make money decisions. And you said in your word that money answereth all things in Ephesians. So we know that you have a way of dealing with money and knowing how to be a good steward. So help us to be a good steward of what you have blessed us with. We thank you for our citizens, and we thank you for the citizens that love us. We thank you for the citizens that love the community and work to serve you. And those of you that believe in you, Father, we ask you to help us to be good God citizens, to show love, to show your love to everyone. For you said in your word that they will know you are my disciples by the way you love others. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Again, good morning, everyone. We thank you all for being here today. Those of you that have come because you are interested residents and citizens of this great community. Those of you that are here serving this community in a staff capacity, and those that are here volunteering, including this council, we certainly want to express our appreciation for today. We have a busy schedule today, but before we get into our schedule, as promised, the chair recognizes a time of citizens' participation. We said last week that we would every day make sure that our community members had an opportunity to express whatever they choose about the budget that we are working through this week and next. And so we will allow for a time of citizens' participation. The chair recognizes any persons online wishing to speak to this council for 3 minutes. Kyle, are there any persons online wishing to speak?
No.
Very good. We're moving on to those that are here today. Again, welcome. Are there any persons here with us in the physical form wishing to speak to us today? I see two. And so what we'll do is, Mr. Pennington, I saw you stand before Mr. Osteen. So Mr. Pennington, you may approach. Age before beauty, however you both want to work it out. Mr. Osteen, I believe he's trying to defer to you. So as always, Mr. Osteen, name and address so that we can have it for the record.
James Osteen, 2012 Giordano. What I want to talk to y'all about is the meeting that went on yesterday. And I particularly want to hit on the animal control. I got up this morning at 2:30 and went through that all the way back to 2020 on the budgets. This 2023 or 2024-25 budget y'all have on your numbers, I found where they use 2022 numbers. That's where some of the problems coming in. I also found for year 23, two entrances right beside each other, both columns said four-year FY 23. One of them said 114,000, which is correct, and one said 60,000 and something dollars. That's the one that they used in your fund review, the 60,000, if y'all remember. So there's two FY 23s, and they used the lower number, which is the wrong number. That's some of the problem. Now, I don't know where they're digging these numbers up, but they do not correspond with anything I have in my budgets from the Animal Resource Center. I don't know where they're getting their numbers. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, it's simple. Here's 135,000. You need to put it in the budget, Mr. City Manager. And so when I get the budget, it's got 128,000 in there. What's hard about that?
When you
I
say,
mean, it's ridiculous. And I think some of the problems, it was back when Susie wasn't here and you had some other staff in there that really wasn't that experienced. I think that's where a lot of the problem come in. No doubt about it. And now Ms. Turner's trying to dig it out and figure it out. And I told Ms. Turner, all you got to do is ask me and I'll help you. I'm not going to beg anybody to help them. I'll offer it because I've got the knowledge and I've got the experience, especially animal control. I've done budgets for 8 or 9 years now with them. I could help her with it, but y'all don't want my help, that's fine. Yeah, I've helped every one of y'all up there, tried to help you. But, I'm not going to beg you to help you. But you've really got a problem with that, with your budget, on these numbers being right. Thank you.
yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Osteen. I believe, Mr. Pennington, you were next. Welcome, David. As always, name and address.
David Pennington, 924 Cypress. I've been up here before council many, many times to talk about cleaning out these drainage ditches. Now, y'all are doing budget, y'all are appropriating money. It's time to have a dedicated crew to clean out these drainage ditches. We are in climate change, let's face it. It's not going to get any better, it's only going to get worse. And we've got to get these ditches cleaned out. I don't know where you're going to get the money, but you need to come up with something. People's houses are getting flooded. And like I said, it's not going to get any better. And I know, council, you take a lot of complaints from stuff. How many complaints do you get on the finance department? How many complaints do you get on the water department? Everybody complains about the water bill. But how many of those complaints do you get? Anybody complain about the library? No. I'll bet 98, 99% of the complaints you get are infrastructure. Water and sewer lines, potholes in the street, and drainage ditches that don't drain. It is time to set aside and appropriate the money for a dedicated crew to do nothing but clean out these drainage ditches. And it's going to take at least a 3-man team. It's going to take a grade all operator, a qualified grade all operator. Not somebody said, yeah, I've seen one of them before. No, it's going to take somebody who knows how to operate one. It's going to take a truck driver, a dump truck driver, a qualified one. And it's going to take somebody on the ground to kind of monitor what's going on. Not just somebody to lean up against a shovel, but somebody that can shoot a grade with a laser or whatever you're using nowadays to where the water actually drains. Because if you just go to one house and dig out the ditch and skip one and go, it's not going to drain. It's just going to create a pond for mosquitoes. So you got to have some qualified people to do this job, which means you're going to have to come up with the money from somewhere. I don't know where, but that's y'all's job. That's not my job. Now, the other item is I have a question. Yesterday, when the police were giving their presentation, we have always had a 3 to 4 presence of police officers on the street at any given time. Sometimes it was down 2 to 3, but it's usually been about 3 to 4. Now, we've just recently hired 5 new police officers, getting ready to hire the 6th. So how come that ratio hasn't increased? How come we don't have more police presence on the street? Where are those other officers working? I'd like for council to answer that question if you can. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Anyone else? Ms. Jackie, while you were out, we called for the citizens' request for hearing. Did you have something that you wanted to? I'm just, I'm having fun with you. Welcome, welcome. That's right, that's right. I'm just having fun with you. Good morning to you. Former Councilmember Osteen, we hear you. I can say that because this is a budget workshop and not an official meeting, so we can respond in this setting. I hear you. I feel as though we need to really look at the numbers and make sure that we understand them. I'm with you on that. And I think that's what this budget workshop is about. And I hope that, and I believe that this council can get to what are fair numbers, accurate numbers. I will say that a lot of this is a learning process. We have a new finance director who I believe this is her first time, you said yesterday, being the person who is the chief respondent and interpreter of the numbers. And so there is an experience that has to be had in order for us to become more efficient in that way. And Mr. Garcia is in his 3rd year. And so there are some elements of experience that just happen through time. And so
Turner, if you get this man, give me a call. I'll come up and show what I got. Help.
Sure. I think the council will do its work, as you can see on yesterday. And so we're gonna continue to do our best to hold city staff accountable with the taxpayer dollar. And I believe that Mr. Garcia, along with Ms. Turner, has welcomed that in their responses on yesterday.
Doubt, I think citizens agree with me. Definitely one of the best budget meetings y'all ever had. I think citizens know y'all care about them.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that. Mr. Pennington, if you remember, since about 2019, I've been on that bandwagon with you about having this dedicated crew to clear and clean our easements and ditches. We've tried to do that a couple of ways. We've tried to do that through our utility department. We need to get an answer from our legal to see how that actually works or doesn't work. And so we've been trying to get that for a few years. And so I'm going to continue, certainly the council, they so choose to continue to create this work group that will do nothing but clean and clear our ditches and easements. So that's on my personal agenda. Perhaps it may be on my colleagues as well. So council, do we have anything that we would want to share in regards to those 2 statements?
No, I thought.
Did you have? Go, we'll let Ms. Yancey go and then Mr. Lowry.
I thought we put that in the budget before.
We did. We did.
Okay, that's what. I
That
know
we
my
we
first year.
we tried to put it in the budget in 2 ways. We tried with the enterprise fund, I believe is what it's referred to. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Turner. Because of the fact that it is a utility, the utility fund. because of the fact that it is a utility and it has to be maintained. It's part and parcel to that department. And so there is a belief that those funds can be utilized for the maintenance of those infrastructures. Some believe it can, some believe it can't. We just need to get an answer so that we know how to proceed. And secondly, that was put in the budget, I believe, in 21, was it, or 22? Would you speak to that, Mr. Garcia?
Yes, Mayor. It was originally in the budget that was presented 21 to 22. It was something that we needed to make additions or changes to when the rollback occurred. We progressed, came back the next year, try to put something together, resemblance of a compounded one. And this year, what we did is we took staff from Public Works to dedicate towards that. So there is a stormwater team. There is right now. I think we just had a vacancy. So it was a full team of 4. Now it's down to 3. But I believe we're just recycling. We're just taking from either streets or whatever other department to fill that team. And we have begun to clean out ditches and culverts to do so. To the note of it being an experienced crew, we do have a lot of young folks. There's been a lot of institutional knowledge that has walked out from Public Works over the years, from retirement. Some just have left for other opportunities. We are doing the best we can to train our staff to get them the training that they need in order to do a better job. But we do have a stormwater crew. Your leader is Mr. Lionel Turner of that crew. That is the crew leader. And Mr. Jonathan Mosley is your grade L operator. And then I believe it is I can't the 2 gentlemen's name it escaped me that are being added to that crew. One's already on it, and then the other one who will probably move from another team to go there. So there is a crew now. However, I want it to be clear for everybody, we put it in as a budgeted position. But to your point, Mayor, since we don't have any stormwater fees, it is something that we cover through other accounts, to other utility-based accounts. We have talked in the past about bringing you a stormwater fee, at least on the commercial side, to try to pay for that, whether we made it a per rate per home. Some cities have what they call impermeable versus permeable rates. So, for example, if it's a business and they have a bunch of concrete, well, they would contribute more towards stormwater than a business that is maybe just, I don't know, just to say example, a farm that has a lot more permeable land. We've discussed that in the past of how we could fund it so we could take this to the next level, because there's more work than just cleaning out culverts and digging ditches, right? There's more to it than that. There is eventual culvert replacement. There is eventual adding of culverts or just removing going from culvert to ditches or ditches to culvert, depending on need. So that's part of our hazard mitigation plan. We did apply for funding for a hazard mitigation plan. We did receive that. That was brought to you. We accepted that grant. The next step now is to formulate that plan and find out where we need those so that we can come to you with, here's what we need to do, and here's a plan of how we're going to pay for it. But as of right now, today, there is a stormwater crew. Unfortunately, the last couple of weeks, they've been doing a lot of cleaning out drains and so forth. The stormwater crew is not just ditches, though. They clean out ditches, they clean out culverts. There's going to be grading, there's going to be some work, but they also have to go clear drains. And that is something that we teeter with stormwater as well as streets helping with. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, that does. But the one thing that they have not done, just for clarifications, they have not started to clear out the easements on the backside of property, right? They're not doing that. Okay.
Not yet. Not yet. That's something we're teetering with how we're going to handle that. Is that going to be a streets function or is that going to be a stormwater function? Because sometimes the back above ground versus underground depends on how we
Right,
separate
sure.
that.
Just wanted to be clear
Yeah.
for the answer. Councilman Blower.
And as far as Mr. Pennington said, probably the biggest complaint, it's all infrastructure, and ditches is probably number one in my district. And I have a couple of meetings ago requested how many linear feet we've been cleaning out, and Mr. Garcia has provided that. And if we could get another update,
Absolutely.
next meeting, what district, how many feet per district, so we can give that to the public. But that is a number one priority.
And Councilman, I will say the fact that to date, before we never even kept that data, we started keeping that data recently. Where we failed is we never broke it down by district. That's why it's taken so long. We got to go back and now, well, what district was this one in? What district was that in? So that's why it's taken, but we will eventually have it where we add it by district moving forward.
Thank you.
So, but yes, to this date, remember before we never kept those records. We just went out and did the work. Now we're starting to keep that data, and now we're by request that was made through council, we're going to start separating that by district.
Okay.
So you can have an accountability of,
Gotcha.
hey, we did this many in this district, we did this much in this district, so.
Gotcha, gotcha. Makes sense.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move now to our presentations. And I believe the Economic Development Corporation is first. Is that how this? Welcome. Great men of distinction, the most handsome bunch ever.
You leaving yourself out?
Yeah, on this one I will. Good morning, Ms. Turner.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'd like to start off, if I may, just to kind of give a little bit of history on how we got here today with our budget for the benefit of everyone. So we've been at budget here for several months at the EDC, going back to May. May is when the board appointed a budget review committee. That committee has met. The committee consisted of Chairman Smith and Board Member Osteen. I served on that committee as well as Finance Director Turner. So once the committee was appointed, then before the June meeting, that committee met and went line item by line item, looking at previous history on expenditures and what anticipated expenditures we would have for fiscal year 25. Once that process was complete, then at the June meeting, the EDC board reviewed that budget and then approved that budget. From there, there's been another meeting on the city side between me and Assistant City Manager Pritchett and Ms. Turner to kind of go through that budget as well. And so what was approved by the board was to be entered by finance on our behalf. And so just wanted to let everybody know kind of what our process is and has been over the years. We do spend some time considering the numbers. When I was comparing what was approved by the board, one thing that I saw, and I'm on page 343, I numbered mine because when I printed it off online it wasn't numbered. And so I thought it might be easier to know what page we're all looking at. I don't know if yours is numbered or not.
We're just tab.
Which tab?
We're tab, I'm assuming 19.
26.
Okay,
tab
we're
26.
fund 19, so tab 26. So this would be the very first page of the actual budget where it says proposed budget fiscal year 25. I'm not sure exactly what happened here, but postage, for example, which is 19-2019, the board approved $20,000 for postage. And again, the notes that I have, the reasons were for that particular line item is each issue of Inside Lamarque is costing roughly $4,000 to mail out. So 4 issues, that's $16K right off the top. So I'm not sure, why that was changed or what, but that's something that we could talk about. And if it's the council's desire for the board to look at that again, and maybe the desire is to only mail out 2 issues and then have all 4 online, and do a limited print for pickup at City Hall or something like that. I mean, anyway, I just didn't know what was the impetus behind that. So that's just one that we can talk about a little bit.
Which one, Alex? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. That is 2019 postage
Okay.
on my page 343, which is the page right after the goals. But there was a couple of other things that, were a little bit different than what the board approved.
I don't know what happened in the software or the printing correction. I know I triple checked your number.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, let me jump in here. This morning when I was going over this, 3 o'clock in the morning, 3:30, my blood pressure really got high. I'm telling y'all, it got high. When I see that the city managers came in here and changed some of our numbers, that's not how it works.
I didn't change any
Yeah,
numbers.
It's got city manager right here. It says 4-year 2025 city manager proposed. Wrote right there.
Okay.
That's all I can go by.
Okay.
let's slow down a little bit. Mr.
Yeah.
Osteen, what are you referring to?
Okay, I'm on page 349.
Okay, is that in the budget document that was given to us by the
Yes,
city manager?
it's in your
What-
budget.
What number is associated with that line item? Four-digit number in the
The
front,
one I want to talk about is,
2019?
I'm sorry, I told you don't page number.
So the line item number, like on
Let's talk about 351, page 351, the line number 4055.
4055,
Well, that may
Give us a
be,
minute, give us a minute.
that's 4053, public relations.
Okay,
4053.
Yeah.
okay.
We cut that out of our budget. And I see that, I can only assume that the city manager put it back in there. Huh? Well, who put that in there?
I'm gonna be honest with you. Alice came to me, I checked these numbers. Something in this column is not printing correct. I would have never put that back in there, knowingly that y'all wanted it cut.
Well, that's what because you were at the meeting, so there's,
So, I'm gonna have to find out what's going on in this office. Because I would not have never added the number back knowingly that y'all didn't want it there. So.
Ms. Turner, what is your process when you get numbers from a department that is not supervised directly by the city manager? What process does the city manager play? What part of the process, excuse me, does the city manager play? So he didn't see these documents were not emailed to him. He didn't review these documents in any way?
No, sir.
Okay.
They weren't. I would do it as part of this budget process, but that's a fund. That's a fund that we don't control the revenue. As long as the expenses are allowable, the board makes a decision. They make their recommendation to you, and then that happens. At this point, I don't know why that column's in there. I don't know how those numbers got in there. I have nothing to do with that, and we did not review that at that time.
Okay.
So,
Well,
Mr.
that-
Osteen, I apologize to you
Yeah.
for any, animosity that may have caused on your end, but
yeah,
I have nothing to do with it.
okay, then that may be where all these numbers is messing up
That,
on this software.
Well, let's fix it.
So can we just get what the real numbers are?
Yeah, let's-
Operating,
Well, I'm gonna let Alex take over.
let's just start with 2010 and work our way down the page. so
Yes.
we can-
Let's start with 2019.
so the 20,000 will be re-entered in there.
Yes.
I know at one time, because what I did, just so you know, we worked from this spreadsheet. It's real simple. It's 4 pages. The
Wow.
first 3 had to do with traditional EDC, and then the 4th page is revitalization.
Right.
It's really easy, simple way to take in a lot of information quickly for the board. And so we work on that, and we're able to have it on the screen and live edit. If the board wants to make a change, then we can in real time keep our balanced budget. And so one of the things that we provide, and it kind of came up a little bit yesterday, we talked about year-to-date actual. I mean, that's a column that we use. One of those that's in your budget book, there's a large discrepancy in it. And I'm looking at 19/30/10 repair and maintenance facilities. On our budget, these numbers go back to June.
Say that again, Alex.
Yes.
What?
Yes, ma'am. 19/30/10 repair maintenance facilities. At that time, we had already spent in June 501,208 and change for the remodel projects. And if you look at your budget on page 343, it shows that the fiscal year 2024 estimate is $3,000, if I'm looking at it correct.
What line item? You lost
Yes,
me.
sir. 3010
3010.
repair and maintenance facilities.
So
Okay.
what should that be in the estimate column?
Well, the estimate would be a lot more than
Right, because
the 501 and certainly not 3,000. So there's a glitch in the matrix a little bit because obviously those numbers were provided to us at our request by the finance department, who helps us, with this process. So that's something that's important to the board. is, where are we in the current year budget? And that way we can better nail down.
Oh, you mean the estimate? You're looking at the estimate, right?
On ours, it's the year-to-date actual at that time. But
Okay.
yes, sir, on the page, what I'm calling 351 for
I
that
got
line item detail.
So let's go back to 2010. So 2010, the proposed budget, instead of 10,000, it needs to be 20,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So 2010 is 20,000. Alex, you were saying now the 20,000 would get us 4 issues of Inside Marque is what you were saying?
Okay, but, no, y'all got your number. It's 2019 is postage. It's not 2010,
2019. Okay, right.
2019,
And that's the one where you all have
20, and they put,
20,000.
yeah.
And is that getting us 4 Inside Marques?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's the postage for 4 of them, which will be about 16,000 at current rates. If they go up again, obviously, that's going to be higher.
Okay.
I mean, I'll be happy to, would y'all like a copy of what the EDC board worked
Yeah,
from?
I would.
You have extra copies?
Yes, sir.
We
And I
can-
printed them really large because they're easier to.
So while you're doing that, Ms. Turner, those numbers that they're sharing with us right now are the numbers that should be in our budget document, is what you're saying? You said something interesting, Alex.
Yes, sir.
Or maybe you didn't. When you submitted those numbers to Ms. Turner, right? Did she, you said something about them sending you numbers back.
Yes, sir. So this will help you answer your original question about the process. So MDSS, in my opinion, is not the easy software to use.
Good morning. Good morning. This is Rashard.
Hello, Mr. Loftus.
Yes, he's on the phone.
So what I did was I sent this spreadsheet that was approved by the board to Ms. Turner. Ms. Turner entered it, and then she sent me back, and just to kind of piggyback on what I just said. So we have 4.
So she entered it and sent it back.
Yes, because I asked for that because last year there was a challenge, if you remember it.
So it was verified that she actually received your information, entered it in, she
Yes.
verified it by returning it back to you.
Yes, sir. And so
Got
what
it.
I did, we have 4 pages. It's 52 pages is what I get back, right? Not her. It's not all, it's just, that's what it is. It's line by line item. It's
Right.
not as easy as these 4 pages. So what I did, I had to waste some paper. I printed out all 52 pages and I compared each page to the line items. And I checked off the ones that matched, right? And then I circled some that I couldn't find that were represented or whatnot. And at that time, it did show 20,000. And so I'm not sure what's happening when it's saved or not saved or what's going on. But anyway,
And this is the old software, not the new software that we're gonna purchase. It's the old software. Well, we
It's-
are purchasing new software. Yeah. Okay.
so anyway, this is what we've used, and it works pretty well. And so I don't know if there's another way, but
Well, we can go off of, if Ms. Turner has those numbers and she's familiar with those numbers, we can go off of the sheet that you've provided
yes, sir.
for us, because we're primarily looking at that FY 2025.
Correct. Yes. So if we're going to do that, and I have notes in the column for us, I think it's helpful
Okay.
to get a lot of information again at a glance. And so you'll see to the right of budget fiscal year 25, you'll see some notes there. What the board opted to do was present a board with $1.5 million in anticipated sales tax revenues, which is very conservative, which is historically what the EDC has done. And that represents about 85% of the 2024 estimate that we believe that will actually obtain, which is about 1.8 million. We also have represented under revenues, $300,000 from interest earnings. Those are dollars that we have drawing interest in text pool and logic, et cetera.
Okay, let me jump in.
Yes.
That 5.5% is gonna go down here pretty quick. If y'all been keeping up with the federal government on their tax rate, they're talking about in September lowering that. So,
That's right.
yeah, so I'm not sure that I'm comfortable with that, but we're gonna go with it.
So yeah, we did this back in June now. So it's got 60 days of life on it, just so you know. Our crystal ball is not that good to flash forward in the future that far. But those are the revenues that we have.
Alex.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, when, on the interest earnings, $300,000, and then there's a bold, green, portion that says finance to add estimate for fiscal year 2025. Is that 300,000 the estimate that the finance?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And so we're looking at total revenues of 1.8 million. That represents real revenues, no fund balance coming in to cover this budget. Under the personnel, I believe there's a 3% COLA in here. Again, the board decides that what they've been doing the last couple of years, whatever the city has done, that's what the board has done. Whether it's 1% or 2% or 3% or whatever that looks like. So those numbers are there and provided by finance. Under supplies, pretty standard. The years are different. Some years you have equipment. Some years you don't. But historically, that's been a good number for us. Postage we've covered, which is the 2019. Rentals, just like last year, we've got that number in there. I think Kyle's getting closer to at this point now for a new copier.
Thank you.
At the EDC, we've been having problems with the one that was moved over from City Hall. It's been repaired several times, so I think we're progressing in that as well. We've got a little bit of money for logoed shirts. We don't always spend that money. This year, this fiscal year 24, we will. We may or may not spend that next year. And then janitorial service, we've been right on the money there at that 5,400. Repairs and maintenance facilities, we touched on year-to-date actual already on that column. The plan is that our project that we're currently working on will be done. Right now, the Gantt chart that we've received shows that project completing mid-September. We're always hopeful it'll continue a little bit faster than they think and will be done faster, but mid-September is what they're thinking. So next year, we don't necessarily anticipate, we don't have a project for all that in that column.
Mayor Bill, so that money is just for the EDC building, not other properties that the EDC owns, like next to the old Art of Copy, stuff like that.
Yes, no,
That's
it
just
could,
for.
it could be, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, in the note in that column, you'll see there, I've got 401, 405, 418, 1130 First Street, repair and maintenance as needed. There, you see that column just to the right? Yes, sir. Okay. And then mowing, landscaping and maintenance, 40,000, and that line item is down 10 from this year. Going to the top of page 2, you'll see another input item by finance, the general insurance. And there's a note there too at the bottom of page 3 that corresponds with this line item. So that number's been pretty solid as well, just a touch under the 28K historically. Professional fees, we put monies in there for different items that we may need. We've got some notes there in the right-hand column. The number varies. Yes, sir.
The professional fees,
Yes, sir.
would that be where your consultants, those types of persons, your retail strategy?
Yes, sir. If they're professional services, yes, sir.
Do you have, I would be interested in, well, I'll just ask you now, outside of retail strategies, what other consultants are we working with as it relates to recruiting businesses to Lamar?
Right now, of course, the chamber, Texas Lamar Chamber, we work with them. We have worked with others in the past, but retail strategies is the main one on the retail recruitment side. And you'll see a kind of a breakout of some of the things that come out of that category.
We had another one that we had to get rid of because they wasn't cutting it. Isn't that right?
Yes, so we are moving away from Moody Analytics, who is providing the mapping services. Moody Analytics. They really just weren't responsive enough. There were listings that I would find that I would send and they wouldn't get them up. There was just some challenges there. And so we opted to not renew. We are going to hire a new company called Resimplify. And we're working out the details right now, getting them set up in the system as a new vendor. The board has already approved that, but that's another professional service there.
I bring that up because I think Councilwoman Yancey about being resort orientated. Yeah, I'm the same way, and your EDCs is the same way too. If we can't see production, then we don't hang on to them.
Anything else on professional fees?
Last question, Resimplify, what would their service be?
The similar as the Moody Analytics, they're going to provide the sales listings for properties that are inside the Lamarck city limits that are for sale or lease. They will manage that listing. So we're hoping to have them up by mid-month, but it just takes a little time. We've got the agreement, it's been reviewed, everything's good. We just got to get them set up in the system so we can get them paid and get it going. Advertising and promotion, that's a really easy one. Going back to the sales tax of 1.5 million, we're limited by law to 10%. We may or may not spend all of that, but we do budget for it. Accounting services, these are the next two items are the items that the EDC helps fund. These are city positions. So accounting services, $70,000, and clerical services, which is the clerk's office. And then, as we talked about earlier, the public relations is not being funded in this budget. Travel, education, and training, that was increased to 25,000. I've got a breakdown in there of some of those things. Dues, memberships, and subscriptions also have a breakdown. And my apologies, whenever those two items they have a lot of information to them. So you would stop on the travel, education, and training after Texas City Lamarck Chamber event / training period. And then the civic engagement, Greater Houston Partnership, TAMIO, BAYHEP, all that goes with the 194071 dues, membership, and subscription line item. The one that's not there that's in my note here is Baytran. That's a newer one that we're splitting with the city, 1250. Utilities, pretty standard. We've got $1,500, $7,000 for the electric, water, and gas, and then EDC property utilities at $5,000. Grants and capital, we've got $300,000 earmarked for grants. Grants are one of those things that you may not always know as you're doing your budgeting what's going to happen in that next 12-month period about who's going to need what for what. But with the new programs that we've started, we are seeing more requests, whether for the chamber grant or sign request or just traditional grant or beautification that we have. We have 4 different opportunities now at the local level. Public improvements, we have some money there. Maybe there's something in the public right of way that can be done in order to help solidify a project coming to town. Page 3, capital outlay, building furniture and fixtures. We've got $10,000 in there. Again, this is sometimes we don't spend that. Let's say a chair breaks or need something. We have spent funds in the past, of course, when we were remodeling the EDC building for the code enforcement side and for development services. There was money spent for furniture and fixtures there. Don't know if that would be spent this year or not. Our chairs are starting to get some wear to them, but they may be able to make it a little while longer. Blight reduction pilot program, that's another one that wasn't funded. And last but not least, 1970-70, we've got 306, 245-83 in there, and that's our land line item. Beyond that, you'll see that totals the 1.8 million for a balanced budget. Any further questions on the regular EDC before we jump to revitalization?
Yes, why aren't you funding the PR? Because I know that was something that we really worked to get. And the blight reduction program. Why was that decided after the council gave direction to keep that? I know I did. So why was that decided to take, why is that now out your budget?
There was quite a bit of discussion during the budget review meeting. But ultimately that was what was decided. We looked at the historical perspective of when some of those things started. So the blight, let's just talk about blight reduction pilot program
No, let's talk
quickly.
about the PR.
We'll do both,
Yeah.
but I'll start with this one. I think it's a little clearer.
Okay.
So that started back in 2015 with a strategic plan. So that position was funded throughout the life of that strategic plan.
Mhm.
And so I believe the idea was that may or may not be needed. The PR, I'd have to defer to the board. I mean, would you like?
I'll be glad to talk about it. The EDC funded to help fund the PR when we had one. Okay, and she was helping the city too. It's my understanding that she was overloaded and the city wanted their own PR person. And so when y'all got your own, we kept funding that for a while. But, you know, it was taking money from ours or from the EDC, not my money, but yeah, you know, the city has their PR and the EDC had theirs, and we both need them. Y'all need it and we need it. But, you know, that's like putting another employee on an EDC, paying for y'all's PR person.
And I think that's why we did that, Councilman Austin, because, and I could be wrong, but I remember that was one of the things that when I came on council, because Marque had not done a great job with their PR. And we definitely have improved in that area. And how we narrate our city, that 50,000 I thought was a supplement to the salary, if I remember.
It was to help the city out for a while. It wasn't
Right.
it wasn't gonna be a permanent thing.
And I just want to make sure, and I guess I gotta wait to talk to the finance and see the city manager to find out, why you're not keeping that. The other issue with the blight, we do have an issue in District A. That blight program, I would like to keep that going and did make a difference. I definitely saw the difference, with that program, when Ms. Kathleen was doing that program. And in District A, we have a problem. We really, really have a problem. And I don't want to take away that program. And I don't know, Ms. Christine, if you could tell me about, and I guess we'll just kind of crunch the numbers, but I just want to let this council know the blight program, I would like that to stay. I would like you all, because you're appointed by this council, to know that that's something that we would like for that to say, the blight program. The PR, and if that really helped, I mean, it really, really, and I don't know how long we have to do it, but because of so much negativity, that really makes a difference to have to, especially in this day of social media. So I would really like those two to stay, and I would talk to my representative about it. I don't know how he voted, but I will talk to him because I think that's something that we need in District A. And for just to make sure that, because we have haters like any city, but we got inside haters too. And that really helps to push back. And I'm glad you said for the extra post for Inside Marque. I love that. My mother looks forward to it all the time. So I'm glad that y'all are keeping that going. But in this day of age of social media wars, I think I would like to see you all do that.
Well,
Because I want to be able to tell my constituents, Councilman Olson, what,
Yeah.
because they ask, what does the EDC do? What, are you talking about results? I can say inside Lamarck, I can say, oh, they help with PR. I can say now, again, they help with blight reduction. I can say they help with businesses and signage, right? I want to be able to continue to say that. So I'm done on that.
but I'd like to hear some more thoughts on that.
You like to get some more thoughts on it?
We're gonna have to take it back to our board and
Sure.
amend our budget because we've already voted on this budget. So I'd like to hear y'all's thoughts on it. Y'all may agree with us and so what y'all's, we met a year ago and we all agreed we're gonna meet every quarter. Didn't happen, did it? So we're here hanging, trying to give y'all what you want within the law. But we can't wait to the last minute like we are now.
Yeah.
So, but irregardless of that, what y'all's thoughts on that? There's 4 y'all up there, not, we want to hear all y'all.
Councilmember Lowry?
So the blight stuff, I remember that. That was like a lot of the Ike recover, maybe it was, I think it was Ike. So 15, 16, 17, I remember a lot of the houses being torn down. It was huge difference for the city. Maybe since EDC was paying for the PR person, maybe the city, if we want to have it, then maybe the city should pay for their PR person to reimburse them for those funds if it's something that we want to keep.
Mr. Ross?
So I agree with anything blight reduction that's gonna help make our city better, especially if we can find places that we can help revitalize and make better, like Miss Becky and Fuller Pharmacy. Something that we can make into a better business for the city. I'm all for. Us having y'all paying part of the salary for the PR person, I think the city, if they're gonna have one, they should pay that. That's a city employee over here, not somebody working for the Economic Development Center. And I think both people do great jobs. I love talking to both. And as for the inside Lamarck, don't get rid of that. Literally, that was one that was one remark that I got when I got back from Utah that helped promote this city and want them to bring this franchise here, was the fact that I took that inside Lamarck up there and showed them the building that I'm willing to put that Lego franchise in. And they said, yeah, that was one of the deciding factors. So don't get rid of that. That's when we go to trainings and stuff for us to take so others can see what's going on, and it helps.
I don't think that was a
Yeah,
question as far as inside the mark. But if we would have got that $20,000 cut to 10,000, we'd have had to go to 2 issues. Because, we're running that corporation like a business, just like y'all running your city. So, but no, we don't intend on that going away. And that's me speaking. I'm not the whole board.
So I think the most important thing about this time for the Economic Development Corporation is to understand your mission. And what I have not heard is what your mission is. That mission is derived from the will of the council. And so if it is the will of the council to grow economically in a way that can be facilitated by the Economic Development Corporation, that has to be a part of your mission, right? And so once we understand our mission, then we can begin to understand how we can then assist the municipality. We are in a time of economic growth. That does not necessarily mean that it is your responsibility to pay for a public relations person per se to support us in that way. It does not necessarily mean to a greater scale, that you support us through a person that will revitalize or help revitalize the community. I believe that position is so on page 2, it's the blight reduction pilot program. That may not necessarily be in your mission. So let's be clear. But what is in your mission is to support and facilitate growth in our city. And so while these may not be two positions that you might be able to fund in some sort of alignment, right, with your mission, there are other opportunities for you to help fund positions within our municipality. For example, if economic development is primary, then permitting has to be primary. The processes that take place in the permitting process has to be paramount. Quality control, facilitators. There are all sorts of positions in the permitting department that you all can augment and still be within your mission, right? Because no one can build anything in our city without going through the permitting process. So I would say that you would go back to the drawing board to find those human resources that you can support in our municipality that don't fall outside of your mission. So in other words, I said all that to say there may be $50,000. It may not go into a public relations position, but it may go into a permitting position. Doesn't matter to us on this end. If it has to fit your mission, we understand that, but we're needing that support. And so it may change to a permitting person that will help facilitate these processes and inspections and things of that nature. That may be what it looks like for you all, because now it's consistent and in alignment with your mission. For us, that would take the burden off of us trying to provide resources for those tasks. And then we might be able to redirect our resources toward things that are more consistent with our mission, which, to Ms. Yancey's point, is public relations. And to her point again, is blight reduction. But those are things that municipalities should take upon themselves. The other things, the permitting processes, those are things that we might be able to partner with you all with. And so that's what I think.
Thank you, Mayor.
Any, well, I guess,
So-
go ahead.
So what you told me just now is, you want us to fund a PR man,
What, man?
a PR person.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is support as an economic development committee board, support those areas of our municipality that align with your mission. So what is your mission? Your mission is to grow our city economically, right?
My mission is to bring as many businesses in here we
There it
can to take the burden off the taxpayers.
There it is. And
That's
so
and to provide jobs for our citizens if at all possible. That's the two main things the EDC Corporation was formed for, and what they told the voters, which I voted for back in 1990. May the 5th, I believe.
and I agree with you. So this is what I'm saying, council member. I agree with you. So I'm saying instead of you all funding a PR position, which is the responsibility of the municipality, those businesses that we want to come in, they're going to have to get permits, right? So maybe you help us fund a permitting position because that's consistent with your mission. You want more businesses to come in. They can't get in here unless they go through the permitting process. So the better we are and the more efficient we are in the permitting process, the likelihood of them being able to bring businesses to our community increases. So if you're going to support us through human resources in any area, I would say it would be in the area of permitting. So permitting, because that plays a part in what you're all trying to do. If Alex can recruit a Piggly Wiggly's down here, the first thing they can jump for joy. They can have a parade in Lamarck, but the shovel won't hit the ground until they do what? Until they get a permit. And so that's where, if there is any effort, that's where we can basically partner. And then that takes the burden off of the municipality. And then we would have more resources to provide for our own public relations person. If that makes sense.
I can agree with all that if we don't build that $600-something thousand sidewalk that you talked about. You know, and I kind of concur with what you're saying. I think that's something we can look at as a board. But we got to get, you know, and I know you're really firm on wanting to see what these grants are going to cost us, because that's taken away from our fire protection, our public service. It's, you know, it's nice to have them, but we need to see what we really need to take care of first.
I agree.
You know, I mean, it'd be nice to get all this, but somebody got to pay that match. So, yeah, no, I agree with you. We can look at that. I don't have a problem with looking at that. Now, what I would like, and Mr. Smith agrees with me, and Alex, we're going to have to go back to our EDC board, and we're going to have to modify this here if we do what y'all are asking us to do, which y'all got that right, and we need to hear what you have to say. But I'd like for y'all to be there to tell the rest of the board members what you're telling us.
Sure.
Because we only answer to y'all. We don't answer to nobody else, and we want to hear from y'all. We want to do y'all's bidding.
And I didn't know that it was, and I talked to Cleveland pretty regularly, so I didn't know that those were taken out. So since you took out the PR and the blight reduction, where did that $100,000, where did that go to?
It stays in the EDC general fund.
Okay, I'm just trying to see because,
But see, what we're looking at too is we never know when we're going to get an opportunity to bring a business in here, and they need a couple of million.
right, exactly.
If they can bring us, you know, a $30 million job in here, a building in here.
Yeah, and I'm just concerned because like you said, you and I both are very similar in wanting results. And everybody watches EDC. I get more questions about the EDC than people really know because they know I'm a business-minded kind of person. And I like to be able to say, we got this, we got this, we got that. And we're still like one or two. And so for me, Mayor, blight is very important because if your city's ugly, nobody wants to come here. Our policemen, we have been dogmatic on them with bringing down crime. They're doing that. The EDC is supposed to attract businesses, right? And help new ones. And that's what you guys have really done well this last year. And Alex was dogmatic on trying to get churches back. And you know, not only did you do it for us, but because of all the mess we did, Dickinson got theirs back too. So, but there's so much more that we can do. And I've said it since I came on the council. People want the EDC they want it to do more. And I think we have, especially with the All-American, y'all's help. Thank y'all so much for that, the monies y'all gave towards that. And I guess we need to say that because y'all gave what, 20,000 towards that or something like that?
Correct.
Yes, okay. So that helped. And that's why we won the very first time, right? But I want to make sure that, because that PR piece, Alex, I've told you, y'all were amazing. That's what changed my mind when I first moved back to Marque, was when Colleen was here and you saw it all the time, all the positive stuff. And I want to keep that. I mean, that makes such a difference. I don't know if we need it because I haven't talked to them about it. I know the last budget, we needed your help and y'all were very gracious on helping us. And if there's not a need, but I would like to see that money though, in a business incubators, some type of incubator to help businesses. I think we started doing with Amy Reed. But I want EDC to shine like a bright shining star when people want to move here to actually do business with our EDC. Because Alex has a fortitude. He's been here for years. Alex, I was just talking to one of the local people here and they were like, he's on it. And that was so great to hear that. And from them and Tanya Spagler, we are 90% full now at Gulf Way Plaza.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
I beat you to it.
We're almost there. So, and all of them, though, all the tenants over there have amazing things to say about the EDC, because these are tough economic times. It really has been tough, especially on our District A on the west side. And so I don't know what kind of help we can give them, you know, because my thing is, if you're going to take that away, where are you putting it to? Because we do have people that need help. You know, how we gave for COVID. I know we had extra money then, but just something like that, even if it's just, hey, you know, I don't want to say it on the record, but you know who I'm talking about. They just needed some help. Even if it's just introducing them to bankers. We're gonna have the local bankers come to meet some of our people that are struggling, right? I don't know, but I just want to make sure that if we take it out, where are we putting it to? Because we need to see the EDC work. What I would like to see y'all do, because I know EDCs are not the same like they were in 1990. They have all changed. Is to get the training to see what are the best practices. I know, Alex, you know, but does the board know? You know, do they really know what EDCs are really doing now? You know, so I just want to make sure that kind of want to get some direction for that. And if you ever have a question about what I want, because if I had known that those two were going to be gone, I would have said it then, right? But I do have to work so I can eat, Council. Oh, so I can't go to y'all 10 o'clock meetings.
So let's be clear, what sounds like the council would like is for continued support. Now, the other thing that I believe in is that there should never be perpetual support, right? Never, ever. That's a bad precedent that can be set. So I think it should be some sort of a time associated with it. Period. It for me, it would probably be consistent with the 45 expansion. Right, that's causing all sorts of problems in our community. And so the next 3 years or so, and then perhaps you move out of the human resources business. Or maybe we refocus. Maybe at that point, the economic development process has moved into a different direction, and we have a different conversation. But never handicap a city. I'm learning this daily. Never handicap a city with unlimited and perpetual support. Don't do that, because they will lean on you forever and ever.
Yeah. See, and that's why we need these quarterly meetings.
Yeah, right.
So we can, that'd be wonderful, because we're here to serve y'all, but we're here to watch the taxpayers' money just like y'all are.
Yeah.
Make sure we're being good stewards of it.
Absolutely.
So what I have, Mayor, is that the request is, and I think that the direction we'll head in, we've got an August 20th regular board meeting. We'll put this back on the agenda for the board to consider what you've described to us, which would be to, if those other positions stay gone, then please consider looking at some mission-driven focus, and development service would be the main focus. Is that the consensus of council?
That's what I believe. Councilman Lowry?
I think so.
Okay.
And we want a time limit now. We don't want to be dependent upon the Economic Development Corporation forever and ever and ever. Right? This has just happened suddenly to the council. It sounds like
Yeah.
this is news, right? And so we want to give them a couple of cycles to get the EDC out of their system, if that makes sense.
Yeah, out of the system eventually.
Yeah,
So that's-
yeah. Slowly just get out of that part of what we do.
Well, and my thoughts on that is once we get some of these businesses in here that's being worked right now, and y'all get in a more financial situation, that'd be the time we can kind of get out of this.
Get out, but that's what I'm saying, maybe 3 years or so. And
Yeah.
so the answer, I think Councilwoman Yancey is asking a question, and I think we haven't answered it. So then that would alleviate parts of our budget to fund
Right.
the public relations things and what was
Blight
it?
reduction.
Blight reduction, right.
Okay.
So it's just a shift in mission is what it is, to make it more consistent with what we're trying to do.
But thank you so much. That $50,000 has really made a difference. It really has.
Council, do we have any more questions?
I'm not through.
Oh, go ahead, Councilman. I'm sorry. Where are you?
I don't.
Are you back in this one?
Yeah, a little cleanup thing. Right
Which-
here, if we're gonna use this page 351.
What's the line? Councilman.
Line items, that's what I want to talk about, where it says for year 2025, city manager proposed. I'd like that to say the EDC's proposed ballot.
Oh, you mean in
Budget.
this budget?
Yeah.
talking about the
instead of
top
saying
column?
City manager, I'd like to see that say EDC proposed, because that's who's
Oh, in our
proposing it.
book, you were in our book, not.
That's who,
Yes, ma'am.
no,
He's-
this
He's
here.
on the far right column.
I'm on y'all's budget where, with what's gonna be online. So we don't have any confusion about the city manager.
Oh, you're over here in the
On
detail.
y'all's
portion,
budgets, yeah.
The detail portion. I see what you're saying.
It's
We were on the
where it
front.
says
I got you. I
For
got you.
year 2025, city
City
manager
proposed,
proposed,
you like
that
for it
ought
to
to
say
say
EDC proposed?
EDC because we're a separate entity and we're proposing it to y'all.
What we will do on that one is when is Gus scheduled to be here today, Ms. Nance? Gus. Let's make sure that
Well, that's just
Yeah.
something y'all can look at. If we can do it, let's do it.
we'll look at it and
If
get
we
an
can't,
answer
we can't.
sometime today, right? The only reason I don't know that if we could would be that the city manager proposes the budget. And this is part of his proposal. That would be the only reason that I would think off the top of my head, but that may not even be a reason. If so, I don't have an issue.
Yeah, because really, the EDC is not y'all's budget.
I got you. I got you.
Okay.
I got you. What else did you have, Councilman?
That's it. Y'all gonna let us off that easy?
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Turner. Ms. Turner, you need to please, ma'am, and thank you. Yes, ma'am. So that folks can follow this discussion.
Okay, so we were talking earlier about the discrepancy in the budget period. So I have emails here that I was corresponding with MDSS, that's the software company. Okay, and I'm telling them, my staff pulled, let's see. I made a request to them. I need for you to upload the budget for FY 24, year to date, FY 24, and actuals for 23, because we were done with the audit. I said, okay, can you guys upload this in your software? Okay, so he does that. Then he comes back and he says that, okay, some accounts kicked out. Can you give give an update on these accounts? Okay, so I did that. So, he asked, please let me know if we're gonna be installing automatic reductions to balance all accounts. And he goes on to ask some more questions about this whole thing. So I give him answers. There were some reductions that I made, even this was on July 30th. And he asked, do you want me to remove all the reductions that you made? I said, no, keep those. He said, do you want to install a code that is 25 base dash 24 budget? Yes, I said, let's do that. Let's start with the 24 budget, leave it as my base. And he said, do you want me to leave the packages? Yes, leave the packages. So all in all, there was a lot of back and forth with this whole getting this budget columns uploaded. So the one that Alex talked about, if you notice through here, it'll have budget dash base corrections. Some of those are not correct. I don't even know where they came from. So that was an issue. I have the line here where the 20,000 that we talked about for 2019 postage is there, but then this upload that happened caused that negative 10,000. Where it came from, I don't know, but I'm gonna take responsibility for that. I should have, even in the chaos of trying to get this budget balance, I should have done another look and review to get this done. So I'm gonna take the ownership on that. Even though if 2 or 3 in the morning, I don't care. I should have stayed up and did a whole review again. So that is what my responsibility is with this entire budget, is to go back through this, look at what was done through these uploads with the system that may or may not have been right. And from what I understand, there were problems last time with this software. I don't know, I wasn't here. It's just what I heard.
There was.
So that is my responsibility. But I do want to tell Mr. Osteen, when I joined a company, the EDC board, to help do their financials, I'm here to help. I'm not here to hinder at all. And they do understand. I came in working hard.
You did a good job. You did a good job.
Miss Turner,
You did a great job.
you did a great job.
Mm-mm.
The software has been an issue for a couple
wow.
years, and that's why I've been harping on it. When we gonna get the new software, get a quote for software? So
Mm.
this
Yeah.
is not you.
You know, this software is what makes the citizens not trust our government.
That's why we getting the new software. That's why.
It's a problem,
Yeah. That's why we put it in the.
you know?
to Get the new.
And y'all get y'all's blood pressure up there over some of this stuff, and I don't
Yeah.
blame you, but
Right.
you know, when you know you got a problem, you need to fix it.
Right.
And and I don't know how to fix it other than new software or,
Yeah. We got the software coming,
But,
I believe. We-
Yeah.
we
you know,
offered an offer.
Let's do this. Absolutely, absolutely. We have, we're in the process of acquiring new software. This is a very difficult process. We all know that. Ms. Turner's predecessor cried many a days. Those of us that have been around for a while, she cried many a days, dealing with this council, facing the council who are trying to represent a community of people who are very concerned about their tax dollar, and represent that community in a way that the community feels represented. And so that means hard questions, that means passionate conversations, that means a lot of things. Government is hard. And if you've been in government for any length of time, you realize that very quickly. It's not any easy answers. It's always compromise. It's always collaboration. And we appreciate Ms. Turner for her diligence and for her work. And at the same time, as a council, we hold the staff accountable for giving us the information we need to make decisions, and both things can be true. I don't believe that any of this has to do with Ms. Turner's ability or her character or her skill set. I believe that this is an old city who has been set in her ways for many years, who has been faced with change, and that's part of this process. We'll get through it. Council, I would like to take, for Ms. Turner's sake, yes,
Okay.
I'd like to take a 10-minute break for Ms. Turner's sake to regroup. And I will yield the floor to Ms. Yancey. After that, we will have a 10-minute break.
okay.
I just want to advise the council to read the second page. Thank you for that. I think your narrative is very good about the 10 new the grants that you guys gave for the cities. So that's some narrative that we can say, and thank you for listening so we can let people know what you put. And then the part about working with Marque Beautiful Commission, having an MOU with KLMB. We've been talking about that for a long time. We finally got that done because they should help us beautify, right? And that's a board that I was on for 4 years, and I'm glad to read that too. The Art of Coffee space, where are we with that? Do we know, I know they moved out, but do we have any prospects?
On
Maybe.
budget, but on the 20th agenda, I'll have an item on there for the board to consider.
Okay.
Make that space ready.
Oh.
It's occupied for 5 years.
Right.
And so you need to get the ACs checked, locks changed, power back in our name. There's some things to make it ready, but yes, I have some ideas.
Okay. And the light poles, the downtown looks amazing. Very, I mean, we have some visible things basically that we can see. I just want to direct council to make sure they read the second and the third page about what the EDC is doing so that we can articulate that to our constituents. The 88 videos that have been produced so far with Shauna Lamarck and the followers that you have on the Facebook page. My church members are following y'all, and some of them live in Lake City. They just like the page. So they let me know that. And the Astros games ad, I think that's great. I've never seen you guys do that one with the Astros games through September 2024. We're advertising there as well. And just to let you know, a very famous gospel star has moved to West Lamar, and she was spotted at Walmart. And she was shocked that she bought a home in West Lamarck, and she said she saw it online or somewhere about Lamarck. She's actually from Cyprus. But if people knew she was living in Lamarck, she's a part of the Walls group, very popular young gospel group. And she says she loves it here. So I'm trying to be patient, Mayor, before we get her to come to, to the next meeting. But because we wanted to know, how did she find out? And she was just in advertisement, and she just loved, I think she lives in Saltgrass, I believe, that area. But she loves Lamarck. And that's why I said we're doing so well. People are talking us up. And when you can get people like that, that can move anywhere in the Houston area, but she chose to live here, so. And
Where are you reading that?
Oh, it's,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Well,
it's
you
the
know,
narrative.
every board meeting, we get a update from Alex
Mhm.
on his report and Mandy's report. And it's really, that's where the meat of what's going on and what
Right.
we're doing. And we ought to make sure that they get a copy of that,
Yeah.
because I think that would,
Or even put it on the page, the narrative that you have about listing all the businesses and all that. That's.
yeah, I think that would, help support what they want to do when citizens want what we're doing.
Right. Very good.
Very good. We're gonna take a 10-minute break, regroup. Council, let's be mindful that we are about an hour behind schedule. We got developmental services, court, human resources, city clerk, and council before lunch, and we have some scheduled guests after lunch. Boards and commissions, chambers, folks that are coming to visit with us on a schedule. So let's see if we can
Pick up.
be a little more efficient with some of these other departments.
Do we need to
Before
be here
lunch.
when Ms. Turner comes back after 10 minutes, or?
I think that you should, James.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know.
You made her cry. I'm totally. You set yourself up for that, Councilman. You set yourself up for that. Yeah, I think, I think you should. I think-
I hate that she cried, but
Yeah.
she's got to get a thick skin. She's gonna be a finance.
Susie
director.
cried many a days. You remember that?
Yeah.
Let's take a 10-minute break, but I think you should, Councilmember, just to support her. I
Okay.
think you should.
Sounds
We'll take a
good.
10-minute break and reconvene at 11:41. All right. Good morning. We are back in our budget session. And we are getting ready to hear from our court department. So welcome.
Hello.
Good to see you all again. Do you all have a presentation?
Mayor, for reference, it's
Go ahead.
tab 11. in
Tab
our
11.
binders.
Did you all have a presentation?
I wasn't going to present anything other than just talking about the budget. This is my first time to do this with your team. So if there is a presentation you want me to present to you, please let me know what you're expecting.
Well, down here where we're from, just talking about your budget is the presentation. So,
Okay, perfect.
so you may proceed.
So I heard Ms. Turner speak before. I was kind of glad she did speak because I was a little panicked thinking that I did something wrong because this proposed budget sheet does not match what is on the attached sheets that y'all have.
Okay.
Attached sheets.
The sheets behind the
This sheet
sheets.
behind the.
Oh, okay.
Which one is accurate?
More so the ones behind it.
Both of them are,
Yeah.
both of them have mistakes, is
Uh,
what you're saying or no?
Yes, well, mainly the main proposed page
Okay.
has the mistakes.
Okay.
Okay. So I kind of want to, because
Yes.
there were some changes that we did propose making, and it just doesn't reflect on this proposed page. So as I go through it, I can tell you where it does reflect on the attached sheets.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So we need to take out this page and then the ones behind it. Is that what you're saying?
So that proposed budget fiscal year 2025,
Mm-hmm.
and then the line item detailed behind it. I'm gonna try to combine the two
Okay.
as best as I can, based off of the notes I had prior. So it's my understanding, I don't have to worry about the whole top section as far as the salary that all goes with a different department. So under the operating supplies,
Hold on just a minute. Say that what you were saying about, you said, it's my understanding.
that the whole top section of this budget that talks about the
Salaries.
longevity, that is something that a different department handles.
Yeah, finance handles all the salary because of the percentages of
I'm
salary
getting to that
and
part.
PMRS and whatever else. So arbitrarily, a department head or anybody could not just put somebody in for an increase or whatever. Everybody's salary is what it is when they start. And then all those amounts are calculated and tabulated by finance. So in all of these budgets where it says salary for reasons of longevity, because the calculation of years for longevity change, there's a formula tied to how many years of service somebody may have. So that entire service up there up top where it says personnel for all of your budgets are always handled through payroll or our finance department.
That's fine. But what I am saying to us, right, at least if it were me, I would at least make sure that my department heads are trained to identify salary, the salary line, right? And we're just building a better process. That's all I'm saying. This, no foul, no harm, no foul, but in the future, Mr. Garcia, if I were you, I would make sure that the finance team trains the department heads on at least that line so that she could say, wait a minute, my clerk is making $5,000 less on this than what we agreed, or maybe they're being overpaid, right? She may not, or they may not be able to understand the rest of it because it's a formula, right? I get that. I get what you're saying on that. But just
Will do.
word of advice, that because then you have checks and balances, right?
Yes, sir.
And more people with eyes on it can probably and possibly catch some of those discrepancies.
Yes, sir.
But go ahead, ma'am. I'm sorry.
So moving forward on that, if we're looking at the overtime line item, currently, there is no overtime budgeted for the court, and that does still reflect on the proposed budget of 2025 that nothing was proposed, but $2,000 was proposed. And that does reflect on there's no page numbers on these, so I apologize. So I guess it would be the third page in y'all's book.
Is it the same line item?
Same line item,
Okay.
1040.
There you go. We
So
can
overtime-
find it that way.
Yeah, if you look at it, it does show that there is a proposed amount of 2,000 on there. It just doesn't reflect on that first page. Do you see the 2,000? So say base correction and it shows 2,000.
So the column that's listed FY 2025
zero.
base.
Okay, so it's proposed in there, it's just not reflected on that first page. We are working really hard to not have overtime, but we do have night court, so sometimes that might be an issue. But right now, we're working really hard to alleviate as much overtime as possible. Okay.
And Mayor, just a comment on that. One of the things that historically has been done with the department like code is that if they, excuse me, like courts, if there is nighttime court, whatever the case is, and they've typically been allowed to flex as much as possible.
Right.
Unfortunately, there isn't that opportunity sometimes because there's just no flex available with the burden of increased caseload. As you heard PD say, that there is more being done on that side of things. So the increased caseload has allowed there to be a small amount, allotted of overtime. And if historically you see in years in 23, we were about 4,800. We estimate to be around about 3,000, a little less than 3,000 this year. So we keep reducing it by using other methods of compensation, being flex or whatever the case is for other days. However, there sometimes is a need that rises that we can't just arbitrarily cover.
Right. So the police department has shared with us yesterday that there is an increase in the citations that they've written. I don't remember at this point whether or not the code enforcement shared with us if there was an increase in citations. So those increase in citations cause more cases on and more dockets. Is that correct?
That is correct.
How many folks do you have with you working with you?
We have one other full-time clerk and then a part-time clerk and then our bailiff.
But as far as clerks go, there are 2 full-time and 1 part-time.
Correct.
Thank you.
And as Mr. Garcia mentioned, my staff is very comfortable with the flex time and I work with my team to flex that time. My goal would be not to have to use the overtime, but I'd like to have that cushion there just in case, because currently there is no budget and I don't want to have a negative at any point.
Okay.
If I can also add, Mayor, if you remember, I want to say 2021, 2020, there was an additional position that was there that we just arbitrarily kept cutting through efficiencies. There was an entire other full-time position that was available, whether it was or was not hired, but there was another position that was available for this department. And we have arbitrarily over time increased our efficiencies. And Ms. Stacy, I've asked her, hey, how's the workload now? And based on that, even though it's increasing, I told her to keep me constantly up to date as far as that's concerned as well. Okay. But over the past, I guess in the history of the courts for the last 4 years, we have managed to be more efficient in our operations.
Is there I kind of left the question floating. Is there and maybe they've said it, but we've gotten a lot of information over the last couple of days. Is there an increase in citations issued by the code enforcement?
They did mention that there has been a slight increase. A lot of those citations have been not citations where folks have just decided to pay them, if that's the case. So the ones that are coming to the court, I guess Ms. Stacy can give a percentage of what amount she would say are PD versus code. I'm assuming most are PD, but.
Most of our citations are PD and animal control. We do get some animal control citations come in. We get very few code enforcements right now. I'm assuming on this point, right? I think there's been an issue since I've been here of trying to get ticket writers and the proper tools into the hands of the people that need them to be able to successfully issue those type of charges. And we are working on that. We have purchased items to help and with those officers that are doing code enforcement.
So your department, it sounds like you're suggesting that your department has provided resources.
We actually did, yes.
So you all bought the ticket writers?
We bought the ticket writers and we are in the process of getting those on within the departments. We bought some for the fire department and we bought some for the police department. So that because fire does code.
Yeah, so the fire marshal's office, she purchased them for the police department, the fire marshal's office, and I believe code maybe. But yes, we did purchase that equipment and we've been working with the vendor and it was a holdup on their side originally. That's why we had to borrow Kima's ticket writers because ours were broken and outdated. And when it came to Ms. Stacy, the city manager, and myself about their issues with the ticket writers, That's when we sat down and had a discussion with the company and just switched over to basically it's an iPhone now. That's going to be the ticket writers. So we purchased that, and then the company was making the changes on their back end, which a lot of cities apparently were doing this because we were put in a queue for like close to 4 or 5 months, something like that. And I think so they're working on implementing that now.
So, just so that we're all clear, it
Mhm.
sounds weird for
Yeah.
courts to be buying people ticket writers all willy-nilly. But there's a rationale behind it.
Yeah, correct. She purchased the ticket writer equipment out of the court technology fund,
There it is.
which is a percentage of the tickets go to, court technology, security, et cetera. So she is allowed to use that fund for anything that is going to improve or enhance or repair on the technology side for her department. So she opted to go ahead and make the purchase, since it was a little bit of a bulk expense, to go ahead and just get the officers what they needed and to pay for that conversion out of the court technology.
We're also learning as we go through the budget. So that's why we're making sure things are clarified.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So once those tools are in place, I think you'll continue to see even more of an increase of citations. We are seeing an increase currently because we were able to borrow ticket writers from the city of Kima. And once our new ticket writers are on the streets, I think we'll continue to see an increase, which does increase the time that is spent in court,
Yes, ma'am.
which leads me to something future in the budget. We added a new court date to accommodate, which we'll get to that a little bit further in the budget. Okay, so moving through the list, the next line item, the 2010 operating supplies. The proposed 2025 budget on this sheet shows 3,500. But it should have stated the 2,100. I didn't really want to make a lot of changes there because we are going paperless, so we're spending less and less on certain items. So I just wanted to make that reflection that is a little bit different as well too. And then moving on down to postage, which is 2019. This one's the little tricky one. The proposed budget is 1,000. However, if you look on the 2010 line item detail, I did ask for an increase of that to 3,500. And the reason for that is since I have come on board in December, we are doing in-house warrant collections as well. We've been mailing out mass letters on all of our old warrants. We have warrants that go back more than 20 years.
Ms. Stacy, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Could you explain what that means for those that may not understand? Just what you've taken on and what that task is.
So when a citation is not handled, obviously it goes into a warrant status, and courts can utilize services like Linebarger, which we do use, and they can also do in-house collections. To try to get those warrants taken care of. We are considered a safe harbor court, which means that we do not arrest when people come to our court. We give them an opportunity to go to court. So we took on this large project when I came in here to mail out warrant letters. We probably mailed out over 4,000 or 5,000 letters to people with warrants to let them know you have warrants, you can come here and get on the docket and get your cases taken care of. We got a really, really good turnout from doing that. We also got a lot of death certificates, unfortunately, but it was a good in-house cleanup. And I would like to continue to do that every January with our court. Remail out our warrant letters on our own side with the verbiage from us that we're a safe harbor court and that they're not going to be arrested by just trying to come and take care of it. That is why the postage has been increased. We are also utilizing text messages and things like that in addition, but on those old warrants, we just don't have good data.
Is the new postage 3,500?
New post is 3,500, yes.
What line is that?
It is
2019.
2019.
Yeah, thank you. And then the only other real changes that were on here that I really want to discuss was moving down to the line item 4040, the professional fees. That is going to be our Tyler technology software that we use. It's going to be payments to Linebarger, Omnibase. There is a proposed budget of the 59,997 listed on here. And the only reason there is a discrepancy in that amount, that is because I did not have the correct data from my software company as to what we paid to them annually. So that is off. I don't know how this works, but I would like to see that move to 63 to accommodate for the fees for the softwares.
Where are you at? Where are
40,
you?
40.
40,
Professional.
40, okay.
Professional fees.
Professional
So
fees.
it's broken down,
You want 66, you said?
63,
63.
yes. But it took them a while to get me all the proper invoicing, so I knew exactly what those numbers were, and I apologize for that. I just didn't have those numbers when we were working on the budget.
Hamburger charges a percentage, don't they?
Linebarger charges a percentage, and it's kind of incorporated into that professional fees, because they kind of base what we paid the year before, what we'll pay them again, but you are correct. That is, we're not paying anything additional, we're collecting. When a case goes into Linebarger status, 30% is added to the total, and the city keeps a portion, and a portion goes to the company. So that's additional fees that are being added on. We only use that service if someone's delinquent been in warrant more than 60 days.
So we're not taking the fine minus 30%, we're adding 30%.
We're
So,
adding 30%,
okay,
correct.
that's good.
Yes. And then the next line item is gonna be the 4041, the contract for judges. The proposed amount is the 29,000. That is incorrect, but it is correct on the line item details. So I don't know if you can see it, but under the fiscal 2025 base, it shows 48,000.
Now, that's not only the primary court judge, that's the alternate as well, right?
Yes.
Does this take into consideration that we now have two alternate judges?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
And so, and the reason it went from the 29 to the 48 was mainly because of the additional court date. We added a whole nother court date, which required our judges to be here additional days. But yes, that number does account for we have 3 alternate judges now. And our presiding judge is working with all those associate judges.
We have 2 alternate judges, associate
have
judges.
3.
Yeah.
We have Judge Getty,
Oh,
Judge
okay.
Craig,
Oh,
and
Judge Getty, I think at some point will be leaving us.
Yes.
I got,
But
yes, ma'am, I understand.
Currently, he's still in the rotation of helping out. So yes, that 48,000 would cover all 4 of those judges.
Gotcha.
And then the next line item for the 42 for the prosecutor, it is listed as 12,700 on that proposed page. But on the line item details, it does have the correct amount of 15,000. That increase is also for that additional court date.
Who schedules judges? Is that a Judge Pettyjohn function or is that you?
Judge Petty, we had a meeting about it yesterday, so Judge Petty John sits down with the associate judges to ask when they can fill in when she's not available. So she's mainly in charge of that.
Okay.
Yes,
Is that how it is in every court?
yes,
Okay.
Do we keep attendance for that?
yes. So they have to do, as a matter of fact, we had this meeting yesterday. When it comes to magistrate duties, which is where they go to the jail, if someone's in the jail, there are logs that they have to sign into, that they're there. That has to match their invoicing. So there's a lot of double checking or balance.
Checks and balances.
So there's a lot of checks and balances to make sure that they're there that day, it matches their invoicing, and then that all gets turned in. And then for court days, clearly I handle making sure that that's accounted for because they're pre-scheduled court dates. And if for some reason a court date gets canceled, like we had one today that's canceled, so there is no charge for that day because they're not here. Okay. And then the other line item that I wanted to talk about is going to be 40, sorry, I can't see. 4060, no, 4050. Convention, schools, and travel trips.
4060.
4060.
Yes, ma'am.
See, I can't see, and
That's
I have
okay.
bifocal contacts. And that's what I can see. So it's listed on here at 2,050 for the proposed budget. And we talked about it and I don't understand on the line item detail, you'll see the 2,650 in there. And then another 2,000. I raised it to almost 7,000 and I want to explain why if it was approved. So the details are listed on the detail list where it talks about the travel estimate, the education training, and then the correction. So I have a new clerk who is not certified yet. I would love for her to be able to go through the certification program. I myself would like to continue onto my level 3 certification this year. In addition to our regular bailiff training. And we have a juvenile case manager that requires special training. In addition to the court technology software training, that is a very expensive training class. It is about a $2,500 expense to go each year. I don't recommend that myself or any clerk goes every year, but every other year at least, especially with the way that software changes so much. And our current software is transitioning to a cloud-based software. And so that's why I put that expense in there, because I would like to be able to go to that software or that training next year so that we can transition into that cloud-based software.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's all I have. Much. I have.
Ms. Stacy, if you can, because we had another conversation, that binder that's in front of you, if you could please go to the beginning, to tab 3 and look at the revenue line that's shown up top as to where the number is, Mayor. This is going back to the number that we talked about when we had the court presentation of where we think this year may be closer to as far as revenue is concerned. May we have that discussion now?
Yeah, that's fine.
So if you go to that tab, or if you go all the way to the right to proposed, we noticed that in 2023, the actual number was 386,000 is what came in. If you look at the column there. We budgeted, we'd hit 585, but unfortunately it looks by the estimate, we might be slightly below. But the trajectory is there that shows that there are an increased number of tickets being written and court cases and so forth. Your dockets keep growing. In your opinion, obviously, Ms. Turner, when she did her estimates for this year, she took a percentage increase of what she thought, maybe not knowing the increase that was coming.
Right.
Where do you feel comfortable that number will be based on the trends that you've seen? And I say comfortable because we want to make sure we can meet these numbers. Mayor, is that about right?
Yeah, I think we're in the ballpark.
Just so I understand, she's got the projected revenue at 450,000.
No,
Where are we
no,
at?
that's expenses. If you go up to on the top side there where it says revenue.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. Okay, I'm getting there. There we are. Okay. All right. So she has it at 535. Right there. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I ran a couple of reports to see how much money we have brought in from October to August 1st of this year. Typically, when I've done budgets in the past, that's what I would do to kind of figure out kind of where we're going to make what we might think we might bring in each month as far as revenue goes. Keep in mind that all that money that we bring in, not all of it is money in the general fund or in the court fund. That is money that gets paid to the state. A portion of that money goes to the state. So based off of where we're at right now, I know this number is going to be a lot higher than this number. If I were to stay conservative, and I am confident if we continue to do our in-house collections the way that we've been doing them and continue with some of the changes that we made, I'm comfortable with saying 720,000. And that's based off of the numbers that I ran. That's being conservative in my numbers that I ran.
700 what?
20. And I don't know if y'all want to see them, but I ran this report today. This shows what we've made to date. I don't know if y'all want to see that or not.
Yeah, I think you, at break, just provide 5 copies. Kira, provide five copies for us. That way we can have that as information as we consider.
I think the reason I say this number confidently is because I think that we are seeing an increase in the citations, we are working on in-house collections. Yes, we're working on in-house collections. We've made some changes on how we handle our defendants coming in reference to payment plans and things like that. We are working with them on a more financial, what they can afford financially versus saying this is the hard number and putting them in a position that they cannot afford to pay and go into warrant. We would like to see less warrants being issued in the future and more people being able to satisfy their fines.
And Mayor, that's one thing that I noticed was the amount of dismissals and the indigent stuff. And it was a lot. And I've requested information on that about a month ago, and I still haven't received that yet. But to me, it sends a message to people that if you come here and you break a crime and you don't have money, then it's just kind of okay. I think that's something that we need to look at as a council to take a little bit more seriously.
Okay. So those are, I think, a combination of everything that we're working on, we're going to reach that number.
Okay.
Okay.
Very good. Council, do we have any questions? Courts?
So what is your actual budget number that you're asking for next year's budget?
In reference to the total that I'm asking for,
Yeah.
my numbers are all over the place right now because I have to read.
Right, we have $450,591.
Councilman, if we can take the notes that she just gave, provide that as a proposed and update that sheet and have it for you in your binder.
And I apologize just because the numbers are a little off.
I-
and I have to
No, no,
read. I'm
no, I
sorry.
just-
I just don't want to give you the inaccurate number. Unless it shows a total at the bottom of this one, but I'm not for sure if it does. I don't think it
The-
does.
Both of them for our budget books at $450,591.
But I don't know if it's adding in those numbers that aren't, you know, when you're looking at it where it shows our proposed amount, but it's not reflecting on here. So I don't know,
Right.
it's not reflecting on this total. So I'd have to re-add that
Can you get that for us again?
together.
Yeah, I can check them
You
out.
get it. Okay.
Let me ask you this, Caesar, and just in this discussion. Did you use this software and the processes in this software to come up with your final budget number? There's a proposed fiscal year 17.8 million. Was this software central and integral to coming up with that number?
You talking to Cesar?
Yes, I'm talking to Mr. Garcia.
Yes and no, Mayor. I'm maybe call me old school, but I like to go double check some of the stuff before I make certain proposals, if you will. So I would find myself, as often I do with here, double checking the math before I make a certain proposed number. So yes and no.
Yeah.
Yes for
And then-
reference, but not total.
That's okay, but I'm noticing that, I think we all are noticing that this software is causing all sorts of problems in certain departments, maybe even all departments. That's true. Maybe there's some overestimations. If that's true, then it would be helpful, vital, that in the interim from this budget workshop series to next week's series, that we go back and we double check those numbers because you may not be at 17.8. Right? And it may not be anything that you've done other than enter it into software.
In some cases, as we've noticed, the presentation, some have been over, some have been under, so that's what we need to.
So we need that before this council starts to add and subtract and raise and lower. We need to make sure that the numbers are accurate and we need to double check that software, the system. Absolutely. Any more questions for courts? Chief, you all right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think what happens too.
I don't know if you want to say anything, but I'm just saying, if you do, you can come on. Go ahead, Ms. Yancey, I'm sorry.
I think what happens too, because we have to do that when I worked for GHA, when people turn their reports in at different times. And then
Mayor.
there was a glitch that came either before or after, you know,
Yeah,
we do
yeah,
updates.
One second.
Because we didn't have that issue with fire police, but just once a day. So
Depending upon when they entered it. I see what you're saying.
Entered it and printed it, yeah.
Right, right.
Mayor, I did want to say, I wanted to ask Ms. Stacy to just, before we go with that number, she gave us 720, right? I wrote it up there. We want to make sure that that number is inclusive, is reducing what the amount would be that goes to the state. So we can present you an accurate number. If we all wrote down 720, we want to make sure that that's inclusive of that because there's actually mentioned a portion that does or doesn't.
Okay.
Yes, because some of those fees will go, of that 720,000, there is a portion of that that gets paid to the state every month, and it's dependent. A lot of our fees are based off a percentage basis.
Yeah. And and yet your estimate is very conservative in your own.
So to kind of give you an idea of the report I ran, so from October to August 1st, we have physically collected $664,000. And of that 664, a portion of it has been paid to the state, which I can run you the reports of how much gets paid to the state every month. I can't do it from this system. I have to go with the finance part. That's always gonna fluctuate a little bit, right? Because every citation that's issued, there is what's called the state cost and a fine. The fine is always gonna go to the city. The fine is the only thing that a judge can adjust, right? And they can adjust it from $1 to 200 or based on whatever the state law reads. But there is a cost associated with a violation, whether it be a traffic violation or it be a penal code violation. And within that cost, like traffic is 134. Within that $134, there's a lot of different funds, right? Like could be like a fugitive fund or a jury fund. And technology fund, security fund. Some of those funds, we keep 100% of the money. Some of those funds, the state gets 100%, and some of them it's percentage based.
Okay.
So that's why it's really hard to have those hard numbers because you just don't know.
Yeah, and that's okay. So let me ask you this. You said that courts started to really become active this year. But I don't know that you suggested that it started at the fiscal year. When did all of these changes start to really take root
So
as it relates to our revenue?
I started in December of
Okay.
this year.
So we have October, November months that we didn't really fully capture.
Well, they're in the numbers here.
They're in the numbers, but
Right.
we didn't capture as efficiently and effectively as we are now. So as council considers what that revenue number should be,
Right.
we need to consider also that there were a couple of months without your changes. And so we would expect even those months to increase, is what I'm saying.
Right.
Second question for you. Are we, you said something interesting. You said that there's a portion of this fine that we control. Are we at the top end of state law when it comes to our fines? For two reasons. Number one, we don't want crime. We don't want folks, right? We want to be very tough on folks that break the law.
So to answer your question on that, I am currently working with the judge on updating our fine list because when I compare it to other cities, there are certain violations that we are too low. And there are certain violations that might be a little too high. In reference to penal code violations like disorderly conduct, theft, we are at the max fine, which is $581. $500 is the fine, that's the max. $81 is those other fees that we were talking about. Traffic violations, the max fine can be $200. Most of our surrounding cities are at the max. We are not at the max. We're way below the max. So that is a fine list that the judge and I are working on, but we have over 583 charges in our system. So it takes time to go through. I'm trying to make a new spreadsheet that's going to show this is what our old fines and fees were. And this is where our new fines and fees are going to be. Once those fines are set though, that's called a window fine, which means if someone comes to our window, that's what they pay. But if they come to court, the judge can raise or lower that based off of circumstances. A jury can raise or lower that based off of circumstances. So, but we are working on a new fine list to increase our fines up to the surrounding cities.
By charter, who controls the levy of fines?
The state.
The state.
Mm-hmm. And the state.
By our charter, who adjusts the municipality's portion of those fines? Is it the council? Is it the municipal court judge?
Are you talking about the fine itself?
Right.
So the fine is the judge determines the fine. And there's, like I said, there's two ways to do it. You create what's called a fine list, which is what you call your window fine. So for example, you get pulled over for a random stop sign. I'm just gonna give you an example. We currently charge $233, right? $134 that goes to the state. If you were to go to a different city, they're gonna charge you $334 for that same charge. Because they're charging the max fine of 200, that's what their judge is set at, plus the fee. If that, here we charge 233. If they come to court, and let's say they went to trial, there's so many different steps to court, but let's say they went to trial and a jury heard their case, and the jury was like, we find you guilty. The jury can then determine that fine to be $1 from $200. If the jury says it's $200, it's now $334. So the fine is determined by the judge and can only be changed by the judge. But those costs,
So you said, I guess I want to get an answer to my question. So
Okay.
let me put it in a scenario. You said disorderly conduct was $581.
Right.
500 of it goes to the municipality.
correct.
If, for example, we wanted that fine to be $475, just so that I can get my question answered, who has the authority to do that? Is it this council or is it our judge?
Only the judge.
Only okay. I got you.
So that's, so that's set. Okay, that makes sense. I get it.
I got you.
There are a lot of factors that go into fees and fines, because there's a lot of state laws that allow for dismissal of cases. If they're in compliance, there's dismissal fees. So there's a lot of, I have a report I can share with y'all as well that breaks down all the different fees. So you can, and I can highlight them for you to say, this is what city portion is, this is what state portion is. I can do that for you as well, if you would like me to.
I think it'd be helpful. Just again, as much information as we can get to understand, it helps us to make decisions.
I have that. I can print it for you. I can, when I go back, I'll print it and kind of highlight, I'll bring it back over.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And Mayor, before we hand this out, because I did make the copies, I do want to look at, this is all the fees, including what the state fees are. What I'll ask Ms. Stacy to do is to bring you a sheet so you see this is how much goes to the state and then this is how much comes to us, so we can make the correct budget documentation.
Would you be able to show us too,
wanna
what
see it now?
surrounding cities are,
All of
so
the
we know
numbers
where we're at
are
on
the
those
same.
numbers?
Yeah.
I don't have all the lists yet. I'm working on compiling all those lists. I'm asking other cities for their fine list, but most of them are at the max. When I call them, they just say, we're at the max.
Did you, I'm sorry,
That's okay.
you finished answering Councilman Blauer's question. Were you
A
finished?
lot of the cities, because I'll talk to other court clerks and they'll just respond with, we're at the max fines. So without the list, but
I'm curious, just for our information. Since you've been here, have you ever had that discussion with the judge as far as reconciling those fines? Moving some up, lowering some?
yeah, we're working on it. We've been working on
Okay.
it together, her and I both.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
It's a little bit of a lengthy process because it is something that she wants to feel comfortable with, in addition to making sure we're staying within the state guidelines for each charge that there is, because city ordinances are different, and we do have city ordinance charges. Those have different fines, because that is by your city ordinance. If it's a code enforcement, it could be up to a $2,000 fine. So there's all those different factors that we're having to look into.
Okay.
But we're focusing on the traffic and penal code ones first, since those are the most commonly used ones, and then moving into the city ordinance ones.
Okay.
So you're, for the code department, you were saying that you're, because I know they're learning some things. So what was the percentage before it went to fire? Was it pretty regular before the fire department?
So I don't have the answer to that for you, because
Yeah.
again, I only started in December. I'd have
Okay.
to run reports on code. Honestly, I don't see a lot of code citations come in right
Okay.
now. And I don't know if that's just because they don't maybe have the tools to
Right.
be able to sufficiently write those charges, which that's one of those things that we're working on.
Okay.
Right.
Because sometimes, I believe in bail reform and all that.
Right.
And there's other ways that you can make up your money. You know what I mean? District A is oftentimes over-policed.
Right.
So I would like Cesar to know that record for District A. And I've gotten some complaints in the last 30 days about that. So I would like to know the amount of arrests that are happening in District A. And if somebody's watching it, just text me to just say, ask that question. So I want to make sure that I put that on a record because of that complaint that we had. I think I called you on it. That was happening off of Lake Road and everybody was getting stopped and it was just crazy. And I don't want my district to be over-policed because the court is low in the area. And we know that happens.
Gotcha.
Any more questions for court? Chief, how goes it with you and the warrant roundup?
It goes real good. They didn't do a major warrant roundup like we combined last year with Texas City. I think they're gonna put a different spin on it and change the name on it there. But one thing I want to say about the court, since we've been paperless and the way states is implementing a lot of those things, you can see that more tickets are being written by the PD. I want to give them their kudos on that. And it is getting a lot easier to get people to come into the window and have a little more leeway when I bring somebody in that maybe instead of taking them down to the PD, we can run them for the clerks, put them on a payment plan. So it is speeding up that process. And also with the judge being coming down magistrating with the video magistrating, I think that is going very well. We normally magistrate at least once a day, sometimes twice a day. So the judge is on hand, if I can say, if the PD is overwhelmed and they got 4 or 5 people down there in jail, instead of having that officer happen to come off the streets, we can go down there and call up and say, Judge, we need to magistrate. I'll go down there, do what I need to do, get on the video magistrate, and it's helping out so that we can relieve that pressure of that officer not being able to patrol. So I do see things, since Stacey's been in, things are changing. I'm happy. I've been here 7 years and I've seen the change. And when you can really see the change, you really notice it. And I have noticed the change on what's happening with the municipal court. It's moving in a great direction right now.
Good deal, good deal. You said the video magistration saves the officer, is what you're saying?
Well, the video magistrate, I normally go in every morning. The judge normally calls in about, let's say, 7:30 in the morning to see if we have anybody who needs to be magistrated. She then calls me and says, Russell, we have 3 or 4, how many? At that time, I go down to the PD about 8 o'clock. I fill out all the paperwork, pull up the video magistrate. She can be anywhere. As long as she has her laptop with her, she can pull it up. We can video magistrate. We go through the magistration. She can sit there and let them, whether she decides community service, whether it's a payment plan or whatever it might be, she then can go to that particular person. Then I go through the booking process. I release that person and I get clear out the jail for the officers. So that means that officer who's ever in District 1 or District 2 doesn't have to come back every hour on the hour to do his jail check or his or her jail check. So it alleviates that pressure on them.
I get what you're saying,
Yes.
to get them out so that they don't have, I just caught what you said.
Yes.
You're moving them through the system so that the
Correct.
officers don't have to be responsible
Correct.
for them.
And they're appreciative of it. The dispatchers are real nice and everything they do. And the officers are also, they help me out when they can. And sometimes they magistrate with the judge also. So I think that process with the video has helped a ton on really relieving that pressure in the jail. At different times we have people in the jail and things like that.
Makes sense.
So the fire marshal that the fire department requested, are you the fire marshal?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so I don't know why I thought you were a marshal.
It has that marshal.
Yeah, city marshal. Okay, I was getting confused because I was like, okay, we need 2 now, but that's different for that. Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Any more questions?
Mayor Bell, you referred to it as a safe harbor. Is that what the term was for?
It's considered a safe harbor port. We're considered a safe harbor port, which means that, and we're trying to get that word out there more and more. If somebody has a warrant, whether it's a KPS warrant or a bench warrant, KPS means that they've already pled. Typically, KPS warrant meant you paid or you went to jail. So now if you have a KPS warrant, you can come to our court and we'll recall those warrants and get you a court date to go before the judge to see if she'll allow you to have an opportunity to get back on a payment plan or do community service or file for indigency. So it's a way to get people to come in and not be afraid to come in, because a lot of people are afraid. They think if I come in, I'm going to get arrested.
I think that's important for us to get out there. If you got an 18-year-old kid that's scared to death of going to jail and he takes off on an officer and gets in a felony elude or something because he can't hurt somebody over a.
Right. I mean, I have people call all the time. They're like, well, if I come in, I get arrested. No, we're not going to arrest you. Worst case scenario, we're going to set you for court. So
Yeah.
I think that's
Yeah.
important.
Young kid can ruin a bunch of lives out of fear. Makes sense. Makes sense.
And excuse me, we still have those problems. It's unbelievable. Somebody come outside and know they need to come in court to sit up a court date, but because they have warrants, they won't even come in the building. And we have to literally go out there and, no, we're not playing games. This is not some kind of we got you. Will you please come in so that we can get you dealt with? And so that safe harbor really does help, but it's still getting into the mind of a lot of people that want to come in, that trust us enough to come in to let us help you get your matters dealt with. So it
And I
has to
think
be
that's a
different.
lot of where the community relations with officers and stuff will come in.
Yeah.
That's very.
Yeah.
Mayor, one thing that helped a lot was, remember, court used to be in the police station. So moving
Right.
it over to City
Moving
Hall
it back, yeah.
allowed that to be even more prevalent and more present. So
Yeah.
that people do feel more comfortable coming forward. So once we made that change, I think everybody could speak to the fact that it's been easier received by folks who may have to come and just deal with something.
Yeah,
I think that was a good change to move it back.
very good.
Thank you, Stacy.
There's nothing further. Thank you all. We definitely have a lot to consider. Great work.
And I'll get you those numbers back here shortly.
Very good. Thank you for the work that you all are doing. And if we need you, we know where to find you, right next
Yes.
door.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Council, we can go eat lunch. At 12:30 is lunch. We can go eat lunch and pick up developmental services at the end of the day with HR is not going to be available today. I'll let the city manager share if he chooses to why. But HR is not here at work today. So we'll have developmental services, city clerk and council. We can move that all the way to the back of this, take an hour lunch and come back with the Parks Board if you all like. What do you say about that, council? Is that agreeable?
You're the boss.
Very good. Let's take about an hour lunch. We will reconvene at 1:36. Good afternoon. We are back in our budget workshop, August 6th, 2024. We have before us courts for one small item, numbers verification from the morning discussion. And then we'll move from there into our Parks Board Committee.
Thank you. I apologize for earlier. I gave you the projected revenue numbers as revenue for state and city together. I did not separate them for you. So I have since separated those. The original number I gave you was 720,000. That is for both state and city. So for city only, that projected number would be the number you see on your forms I just gave you. It's going to be the 500,376.
Okay.
And I do apologize for that.
It's okay. Is that the number you're recommending we use for our revenue?
For the revenue, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And that's fiscal year revenue.
Correct. Yes. And that was what I had. I do apologize. If you have any
So
questions.
we started with the 700,000 that you suggested,
Yes.
that you shared that you should reach. And then from that, you divided it into city and state?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. And I tried to reflect that on the form that was just passed out to y'all. With the current number that is estimated breakdown of that 664, that's for 10 months. So I broke it down to state and city. And then below it, I put the estimate for what I think just will be the city for the next fiscal year.
Okay.
Mayor, may I?
Yes.
So what you're saying is you estimate that we're going to end the year at 500,376.
Yes.
So having said that, based on the the conversation we had earlier, as well as the influx of tickets and so forth from your projection that you've seen, the trend that you've seen, where do you feel, council, maybe you want to hear this from her perspective, where do you feel a safe number will be to project for next year's revenue to hit for the city?
I think to be safe, just because I don't know what those projected numbers are going to be with the new ticket writers and everything, I would think maybe 520,000, just to be on the safe side, because I don't know how many citations we're going to receive. We have a lot of new programs that have gone into place. Being conservative. I don't think I have enough data as of now to say this is how many more citations we're going to be issuing every month, because that's been only in the last few months.
Okay. Also, do we have any questions for Ms. Stacy and Court on these new possible revenue projections?
If
Yes.
sorry, I wasn't here earlier, but doctor's appointments. So if I understood that, for the fiscal year 25, you're estimating revenues of approximately 520,000
For the city,
for the city.
city's portion.
520. 76.
What was the number before that?
For this year,
The number you had in the
Proposed revenue for last year?
for this year?
for this year, the proposed revenue for the city would be the 520.
Before, yes, ma'am, but in the budget book, there was a different number,
It was 450.
450, okay.
Yes,
So 520,376.
yes. Okay. I would think that would be a safe number to say.
Any questions, council? Any more questions?
Just let me, you're with, just a moment, Mayor.
Okay.
Hello.
So if I understand these numbers, is it? What was this phone? So that the total expenses are approximately what, Mr. City Manager, about 400 and let's talk about 450,000.
We estimate that the year will end at roughly 402 based on whatever was spent for the first 10 months. So what was done is they took the first 10 months of expenses, divided by 10, multiplied that by 12, and that's how we came up with a number that we feel that will end the year in expenses at 402,648. That number is lower than what's being proposed for last year, because remember, there was a lack or a time in between where we didn't have certain of those positions filled. I believe two of those positions, it would have been Miss Stacy's position as court administrator wasn't filled for the beginning of the year, and then our deputy court clerk, correct?
Correct.
Those two positions were not filled until later on in the year.
I'm looking at I was looking at the fiscal year 25. The difference between what I see here in terms of the expense side, that's approximately $591.
Yes.
And your statement that anticipated revenues, best guesstimate is 520, then the courts are fine.
So some of the expenses, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but some of the expenses are not being calculated into this revenue because the revenue is divided between state and city. So some of those expenses are gonna come from that state revenue. Some of the, do you see, am I saying that wrong?
No, I can help you. Mayor Pro Tem, to answer your question, yes, there's more revenue coming in than projected expenses.
And once
Yes.
again, so it would be accurate for me to say, and for all of us here looking at this, the courts are fine
Yes,
in terms of the revenue projections for 25 versus the expenses.
yes.
Okay, that's all I wanted to do.
Listen, here's the deal. I believe, and I'll be as efficient with this as possible. I believe our community wants to lower property taxes. I believe that bus will be driven for the foreseeable future. What bothers me is that every time there is a bright spot in revenue projections, that bright spot almost immediately gets tampered down. This morning, we were talking about a revenue stream of about $300,000 until it got back to administration. Now, all of a sudden, after lunch, it's 520. And it happens with sales tax, and it happens with other fines and fees, as if we want to tamper down all of the other revenue streams outside of property tax and pigeonhole this council into some sort of property tax rate that I'm not going to vote for. I don't like it. Ms. Stacy brought us a revenue stream, and that's why I said before we started this, I said, let's make sure that those same numbers are being used. Mr. Garcia, I don't like that that's happening. I don't like that it's happening. Sales tax, this administration constantly tries to make aware this council that sales tax projections are lower and we're having problems. And yet, when I look at the sales tax projections, they are over and above. And the same thing is happening here with the courts. Let the projections be what they are and stop trying to move them down to the most conservative number that you can find so that the property tax number is the one that we deal with primarily. I don't need a response. I really don't. I've been around here a long time.
Mayor,
I
no,
don't.
so it's okay.
I don't even need a response.
It's okay.
I don't like it. I know what I feel in my bones. I've been around here too long. I'm saying to you, I, for one, will not vote to increase property taxes on any of our residents. And I will vigorously debate any person that will try to move this council toward doing that. If this council chooses by vote, majority vote to do that, then they can do that. I'm not doing that. And I see it happening over and over. It happened all year long with the sales tax revenue. Oh, we're behind. Oh, because the council last year took a chance and we directed you to increase the sales tax projection. And look at what happened. We met that projection. I don't like playing games with numbers. Ms. Stacy brought us a number that she was comfortable with without our own ticket writers.
I'm sorry.
Let me say this before you say that. And I'm basing this on the fact that the police department on yesterday came to us and said, we have doubled the amount of citations. How is it that we can double the amount of citations and yet the revenue does not come anywhere near a significant increase? Now we're back down to under $100,000 in the revenue increase when the police department has told us that they've increased their activity. I don't get it. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Answer both your questions. So in reference to the 720,000 number, that is still a projection for next year, right? I still project that we're gonna bring in 720,000, but of that 720,000, only the 500,000 goes directly to the city. The rest of it goes to the state and to Linebarger, which is our collection agency, and OmniBase, which is another system that we use. So we're still gonna bring in, I still project we're gonna bring in $720,000. But the question is how much of that $720,000 is direct revenue to the city through different funds that I've addressed on the second page would be the 500,000, because we do have to pay the state a portion of their money. I don't know if that helps or not.
It does, but it does, but Ms. Stacy, I wanted you personally to arrive at that and bring that back to us yourself.
Right.
And what I saw was you brought some numbers. We couldn't even see the numbers. He wouldn't even, the administration wouldn't even let us see the sheet that you wanted to give us. Oh, well, before you see that sheet, let me make sure that I have another sheet. I don't like that at all. I don't.
And that's the same sheet. Those are Stacy's notes on there.
Yeah.
When
Those
you
are the
showed
same
us that,
sheets.
when you, I know. I've been here a long time, Caesar.
All right, man.
And I've asked you, I've asked you,
No problem.
here's the deal. You gave us this sheet. You showed us this sheet. It didn't have any of these markings on it, did it?
The only marking that's different is that I broke down the numbers with my handwriting.
Right.
Everything else is the
Right.
same.
But you wanted to give us this sheet before you broke down the numbers.
Because I was asked to present what I would estimate the revenue to be. And so, and I'm accustomed to working for different organizations in which when I'm I've never had to go before council to present my own department. Usually it's my boss, whether it be the city manager or the finance director in every city I've ever worked for. And I would give them my projection of the numbers and they broke it down because the finance director has all these different account numbers, right? There's this back page right here are all the different accounts that the court has. And then those are lumped together in different funds within the finance department. And even some of these fees are still broken out even further by percentages. Like the city might keep a certain percentage and the state keeps another. So I apologize for the number part as a whole, because as a whole, yes, I think the court can make that number as a whole, but where all that money gets distributed is in different directions.
That's fine, Ms. Stacy. You have, what I'm responding to has nothing to do with you.
Okay.
I wanted personally, as a resident, as an elected official, as a representative of members of this community, I just wanted your raw first thoughts, your raw information, and I wanted us, this council, to work together with you to understand those numbers.
Right.
What I don't like, and I'm saying this for council, what I don't like is that there's always a hoverer. There's always a person hovering over every number, over every issue, which has nothing to do with you. But I'm getting frustrated on day two. The numbers are not where they're supposed to be. Apparently, the software system is causing problems. Every person that has come up here, we've had to alter numbers and look at different sheets and look at, that's what we need to be doing in administration is moving out of the way and letting council take control over this process and not trying to hoard or control the process. And I, as the presider over these meetings, am going to make sure that the administration moves all of the way out of the way and let this council crack open these numbers and solve these problems for the people of Lamarck. I don't like hoarders, I don't like protectors, and I don't like folk trying to make it seem as though we are not getting the numbers and the true picture that we need to make these decisions. And that's the feeling I'm getting from 30 plus years of doing budgets, negotiating contracts and seeing budgets done on the side, on the employee side. That's the feel. I've watched at least 100 budget workshops in my life. And I participated in at least 25 of them. I don't like it. I want to move on.
I have the answer to your other question that you
Yes,
asked
ma'am.
about in reference to the citations. While citations may double, a lot of those citations can be resolved by doing defensive driving, which is a reduced fee of only paying the state fee of the 134. They can come in here and get compliance because they renewed their registration and it's just a $20 fee. They can come in here and get their insurance dismissed because they have proof of it. So over 50% of your citations being issued, you're not collecting a fine because the state wants compliance, right? So the state gives people who get a citation the ability to comply with their violation before coming to court. And if they comply, then they'll get their citation dismissed for a $20 dismissal fee. I think something I would like to say, since we're kind of having a discussion, a judge is not the one who dismisses cases. You know, a judge can't dismiss a case. A judge can only find someone guilty or not guilty. So when we talk about doubling citations, we're not doubling our revenue. We're just doubling, bringing people into compliance. So that's why you're not going to see the numbers match to a number of citations. I mean,
And it would have been wonderful to have that discussion with you
I apologize.
and for you to, this is not, has nothing to do with you, Ms. Stacy. It would have been wonderful for the people to have heard you say that, for this council to have been educated in that way so that we can have make decisions. What I'm speaking of has nothing to do with you. Okay, and I appreciate what you've done. I certainly will take it into consideration. The council may elect to come back and look at this revenue. Thank you for your expertise on it. I think we should probably just move on.
Got anything else?
Mayor,
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
couple of things. Number one, you've said a couple of times raising taxes. I don't think I've heard anybody talk about raising taxes. That's number one. I haven't heard that discussion. And that was only here, not this morning. So that's number one. Number two, the challenges of this budget, Mayor, and for me, from my experience
Sure.
now here with the city, and I've had other budgets much larger than this.
Sure.
But it's a private industry. I've got my controller and with a CPA and everything else background, right? Totally different methodology. Is even when we had the former finance director, her response to everything was just, it was as simple then. Just tell me what you want and we'll arrange the numbers. That was frustrating to me. That was frustrating to me. So I just wanted to point that out, that I'm learning and everybody's trying to do a good job of trying to bring us to an area. And good point about I was going to point that out on the tickets versus, I would do that in my court during my JP period. And let the clerk take care of those things if they brought in your insurance and things of that nature. Thank you.
So I will say, I'm sorry, Councilmember.
So I guess something we could also look at as a council is what are prosecutors doing as far as dismissing cases or reducing fines? Is that something that we, Mayor, would have oversight over, or is that?
Well, we can definitely visit with him. We supervise him. And so in the process of having that evaluation, we can ask him what his philosophies are. We can't suggest to him that he should increase or decrease prosecution of anyone, but we can basically let it be known that we are a community that expects to, whatever that is, right? Expects to be hold people accountable, or expects to work with people. Whatever the council is going to say, that's how we would approach that.
Because if we're doubling our workload in tickets, then we're burdening the court.
Right.
Then we're burdening the judge, the prosecutor, but it's got to balance out somewhere.
Right.
That's my thoughts.
Let me share this in response to Mayor Pro Tem. I thank you for your comments. What I'm referring to is a proposed budget of 41 cents. And that's the budget that's proposed by this city administration. And that budget calls for a tax increase. It is not a rate increase, but it will be because the valuations have increased and overall tax increase. And so while, to your point, while no council member has suggested that they want to raise taxes, the city manager's budget suggests and recommends that taxes are raised. Secondly, the issue that I'm having is that it's ultimately up to the council to solve and resolve budgets, right? It's up to the council to inquire. It's up to the council to understand what Ms. Stacy's numbers mean. It's up to Ms. Stacy to be able to share with this council all of those wonderful things about what it looks like to be a municipal court judge and fines and how they're placed. What I am having a problem with is there is too much attempted control over numbers that we have no control over. I don't like that. I think that I said to you earlier in a nice way, your numbers are wrong. Whether it's a software issue or otherwise, your numbers are wrong. Those are the numbers that you need to be focused on. The numbers that are wrong, that are causing all sorts of chaos and calamity in our budget process. Those are the numbers that you should be focused on. Whatever Ms. Stacy proposes is something that this council will have to digest and dissect. We have a whole lot of other numbers that you can be focused on. Thank you, Ms. Stacy.
Thank you.
Where we at, Karen?
Parks Board is here. They are the next presentation.
Parks Board.
16?
We compiled some backup documents that y'all received. Anyway, we've compiled some backup documents y'all received, and I'm gonna go with this one. First one, Parks Board projects. This is mostly repairs related to our parks. Was kind to keep so. This
Which one are you on this one?
Yes, no, this one. And I'm just gonna talk about it real briefly and move off of it. This is repairs that show pending through 23.
Should be one.
Okay, all right.
And the reason why I'm bringing it up, this is repairs. And so that really falls under, you take a look at it, and when you're considering the parks department fund for repairs, this is just through 23, a list of stuff that needs to be done to parks for 2023. And, that's something I haven't seen their proposed budget, what, y'all are doing that, but this is just to show you through 2023, the list she's compiled and how much help the parks need. And, because that's what we're talking about funding. That funding comes out of the Parks Maintenance Fund that falls, obviously all of it falls in Public Works, but that's under that different group.
Oh, that's Mike.
Let me do a point of information before y'all say anything. This is my working document that I've been using as long as I've been on the Parks Board. And basically all of the things identified in here are things that we have recommended based on our Parks Master Plan and approved. And we're waiting for these things to happen. It's not just maintenance, it's everything that we've discussed, approved, and we're waiting on either volunteers or in-house work to be done. We're waiting on quotes to happen. And then we're looking at grants for some of the other stuff. I have completely gone through that master plan. And as of this meeting, we've identified all of the park amenities that we need in our parks. So we're done after this year with purchasing the small items like the bike racks and all of that. Everything else on here is in-house work, things that we need quotes for contractors to do, and resolve any other of our major purchases with grants. So that's what that document is.
Do you all need anything from this council for this document?
We've addressed it here.
In this document?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So what tab is this? in the
This is
budget?
a handout.
Oh, it's just a hand, okay, it's
Mhm.
not a tab.
Yeah.
So-
Different
so-
things.
Go ahead, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Here's. We touched upon this yesterday. On talking with the finance director about historically,
Mhm.
if something is approved in one fiscal year, it's not spent, then it's not carried over, right?
Correct.
And we're starting from zero. And by the way, that didn't used to happen when I was on Keeping Marque Beautiful. I carried over the balances. So I think it really comes down to different people. Honestly, I'm going to say that. I'll say that, but I protected my money and for the benefit of my board. And the 30,000 was there and it was carried over. So having said that, I don't know what the council is going to do on that, Mayor. So that's something I guess that's still on the table, right? We need to provide some guidance to the city manager and the finance director there. However, I just want to ask if at some point you update this to show at the end of the fiscal year, the items that need to be carried over. Okay, because I see some things here that are from 21 that are still here on this list.
Yeah, and most of these items, some of these items that are dated the 23rd are items that we reported when I initially started this
Yeah.
through the request tracker, but they went in and closed them all out.
Mhm.
So this is the only way that I'm able to keep track on everything that we've submitted to them. And so what we do now is we go back and we resubmit them,
Okay.
which is why you see the 23rd date. As I stated, all of these items are items that was needing work before I joined the board, and here we are 3 years later, and we're still dealing with the same stuff.
And do me a favor as the ex officio member, copy me on these things. I've seen your list, right? But
Yeah.
but if things have
I'm-
gone
I'm
off or
getting
on,
burned out.
yeah, on that, just let me know. Because I haven't been kept appraised of that. Thanks.
Council, do you have any, I assume you all are just open to questions from council, is that correct?
We got some more budget.
Do you want to,
stuff
talk
discussed.
to
Like
us
I say, a lot
about
of this
this?
stuff, it's
You want to talk
mixed.
to us about this sheet?
Yeah, a
Okay.
lot of this there's stuff mixed in there, but
This is for our information purposes only.
yeah,
Ms. Tanya.
that's what I was saying,
Okay.
but probably more than 50% of it is maintenance items.
Okay, and
That
so
goes
the
out
needs
of-
from this sheet will show up on this.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
some of it
Okay.
will, some of it will, yes.
Okay, so you, Mike, you can proceed.
All right,
Tanya, whoever's-
so, one of the, and we've talked to Ms. Turner, one of the issues we've had, and it confuses the heck out of the Parks Board, is the 3 different funds that are associated with the parks. The CIP fund, which is the $2 mandatory fee. We don't control it, council controls it. The Parks Board just puts together proposals for spending, which is obviously all new spending. And then it's ultimately up to y'all to grant that. So then the problem we have is there was a Parks Fund. So previously, prior to 21, there was clearly, this was before before 2019. That's when the mandatory was implemented. There was 2 funds. The donation fund, and at the time it was called Fund 81, I think, because the line items just hadn't been numbered 81. That was the donation fund from the water bill. And then the Parks Fund was the annual budget money that the council would give us every year, and that's directly budget related, and we know that was a situation where use it or lose it, per se. It doesn't carry over. And so we were all real cautious. But anyway, the last 2 years, the clarity on those 2 funds
has just been crossed back and forth, back and forth. And like, have records of, so what they started this year was, Ms. Shirley started like a spreadsheet, okay? So originally we were told from the Parks Fund, from council, we had a $30,000 budget. So Ms. Shirley started a spreadsheet and every month she'd update it, and when they would, we have expenditures out of it, it just subtracted. Earlier this year, I don't know, it was about February or March, all of a sudden, that number said 30,000 and it was perfectly subtracted. All of a sudden, that number's changed to 10,000. And
Which fund is this, Mike?
this is the Parks Fund that the council approved for us for this fiscal year. So then, if y'all look in y'all's book, there was confusion there. So it went from 30, all of a sudden it dropped to 10, and we were spent 27,000. So now we're 17,000 withdrawal. Looking in y'all's final last year's budget book, I was shown, because I got my numbers from the what the general public sees off the internet, and when y'all do the final budget, I guess you say, it come to the numbers come a little bit later than after October, I guess you'd say. Anyway, the numbers I'm speaking of, it showed 30,000 proposed, actual 10. That communication didn't get to us. So we're spending within that 30,000 time frame, then all of a sudden 6 months in, oh, you only got 10,000. And it shows now we're 17 overdrawn. So I have copies in my book, but there's on our monthly statements, there's 1 month, the statement will say Fund 81, and it's our donation fund. Next month, it'll say Parks Fund. Same thing. You look at the numbers in the columns, it's the donation fund, but the funds and the readouts we get, or the financials we get, keep getting mixed up. And Ms. Christine says she's going to get it, right. And it's caused some heartache within our deal, because we've, apparently it's just trying to reel in our finances. And then, our fund, we're trying to stretch it out, our donation fund. Okay, let me go back to that. It only brings in barely $7,000 a year. And just 3 items, we spent 20,000. We spent 10,000 of that for the board to go to 2 different, 3 board members went to a national parks convention, and then 2 board members went to a state board convention.
Is this
Never done that
out of the donation fund is what you're saying?
Yes, because that's what we feel it should be. And the donation fund, we feel, should be stuff like that, and or some beautification projects that Ms. Tanya's been head up, and then promotional items and stuff like that. But we end up, out of that fund, we paid $7,500 to Mr. Williams' youth group thing, and then we paid $2,500 out.
Whoa. Don't run over that one. Don't run
Okay.
over that one. Who is Mr. Williams? What youth group? And what are you talking about?
The Marque Chargers, and then the summer program that they initially were going to have at Ignite in the city of Lamar. The Ignite, they were going to have his program at the Ignite school.
Whose program?
His fund is called
Culture Code.
Culture Code. Yeah.
Culture Code.
And so where did that money come from?
That we paid for it out of the donation fund. $7,500.
To do what now? Yes, ma'am. Please help. I think you need to, Miss Tanya, they need to get you a mic. I'm sorry.
Just move it down.
Part of my understanding about this summer program was that it was the city summer program. we were all excited. That's why we didn't do any events in our parks this year, because we were we're trying to get our Lamar Parks and Recreation activities kicked off. So we were excited that we were finally going to get a summer program here in Lamar. And I was under the impression that it was gonna be the library and Jared was gonna be in charge of the camp. And so we were in our discussion and on our agenda item, it said the city summer program. And so when the board discussed it and approved it, we were under the impression that that was going to take place at Ignite, which is here in Lamarck. And so when it did not, we had questions about it, because it's not a Lamarck summer camp as far as the Parks Board was concerned, because it was being held in Texas City.
Ms. Tanya,
And so we were a little confused.
question, would this happen to be the same summer program that this council had directed the city manager to provide for our children?
I thought.
As
it
far as your
was.
understanding?
Yes.
The one that we discussed?
Yes.
The one that we shared, that we didn't want any taxpayer money, that we would have that in-house at the library, using library resources, same program?
So there's a separation there. There's a line.
Well, don't separate it yet.
Okay, so yes, the library one, that's one we were concerned with, but they were teaming up, teaming to work together, okay? And then my heartburn about the whole thing, yes, the library, like stuff that's done in the library, they will go next door, be in 50 Park. So they, that's the tie-in. Ignite, they got a, what do you call it, MOU with them, and we've been working with them on some stuff, but when Ignite didn't have enough students to hold a summer school class, that's the whole kick in. Ignite was going to be cheap for the program or donate their school, because they were going to be there during the day holding their regular summer school classes. So the facilities were going to be open. So when Ignite didn't have enough students for the summer school program, they notified them, we're not gonna have the school open, so they kind of shut you out. So the Culture Corp's backup plan is they went to Sarah Giles Middle School, which is in Texas City. And, it's, and then I believe because of that, I believe the interns were supposed to be part of that event, but then once the event went to Texas City, the interns weren't allowed to participate and help. So, that was, like I say, we were under the impression the funding was going with the summer program the library was doing, but they were coinciding with Mr. Williams. And then that money went straight to Mr. Williams, and he went over, not a bad thing. It was not like he planned it, because there was meetings with Ignite, I know for a fact, but it's just Ignite had to make the business decision to cut it off because they weren't going to have a summer school program. So they had to shut their doors. That's just what it was. And then that program went away. We paid back to the money. So we did 10,000. Again, this is on this fund that only brings in 7,000
This is Fund 81?
Yeah, that Fund 81, or the donation fund, we'll call it that, because it's called both. And so then, like I say, we spent right now, we're close to $28,000 out of that fund this year. With that being said, it kind of leads me to the Parks Fund, which is the fund, I'm gonna give it the Parks Fund name, that's the council money, the budget money. So there's stuff, even though so the Parks Fund, I'm gonna reference it this way. It's the bridge between $0 and say $25,000 threshold for the CIP fund. And so that's why that's important for us is to have that little bridge there. Because if not, we'd be bugging y'all for $1,000, deal. But what I feel should come out of the difference between the donation fund and the parks fund. For instance, we recently installed speed bumps out at Highland Valley Park. I don't remember what the total was, $1,500. That's a physical thing going in our parks. It was subtracted by the donation fund. And it really, should have been come out of the parks fund. But again, we're overdrawing on the parks fund. So that's why you can look back on we got some documents that the way I feel is stuff that was small items that were pulled out of our donation fund, I felt should have been the parks fund, which is again already over budget, and because it's physical items new being added to the park.
Okay, so we're gonna stop there because I know that there's a lot that's getting ready to happen as far as questioning you about this issue. What I will say to you, what I will say to this council, is the issue of Culture Corp has been brought to me probably about maybe 30 to 45 days ago, and I'm letting this council know that I did forward that to Gus Knable to inquire about what has happened with this Culture Corp instance. That is not a place for council, right? To try to attempt to articulate what did or did not happen. That's a place for our city attorney to inquire, and if he so chooses to investigate. So we'll know better. But I wanted to be clear. I am familiar with the issue with Culture Corp. But I think there needs to be more discussion on this issue, especially as it relates to you going $17,000 over budget. So that's a discussion that certainly needs to be had now. Council, I know Joe wants to get in. Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry. It looks like Councilmember Lowry, and they want to have some things about this.
I just want to ask somebody the budget. Is it 30,000?
So that's what
That's because he's
y'all
saying
that was proposed for the 23-24 year was 30,000.
you only received 10,000. Is that what you're saying?
So, and it's in your final draft, because Councilman Ross showed me right there in your final draft of that book. It shows there was 30,000 proposed, but when y'all signed off on it or whatever, it was cut to 10,000. But Public Works informed us at the beginning of the budget year, you got 30,000 to spend. So, we
and that's how it's been historically that, because I know KMLB, that's how much we had as well.
Well, but again, that's different funds.
Right, I know.
Okay, so KLB and us split the monthly bill.
Right.
But I'm calling that the donation fund.
So you're over two funds. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
yes. And KLB should be too. They
Okay.
used to be.
So can you speak to that, Christine? Because he's saying one thing and I remember us budgeting 30, so that I'm trying to understand.
So when I first started, it was immediately brought to me that there was some confusion between the Fund 66, which is considered Parks Improvement Fund.
Yes.
66, the revenues are generated from the residents' water bill.
Right.
Okay. Then there's Fund 81 that is strictly, from the way I understand it, where a resident can just freely donate.
Yes.
Whatever amount they would like. Now, then the discussion came about for the 23 budget, they received 30,000 in the Fund 81 fund.
The same
donation
fund that the
fund.
residents can
Can
donate.
freely donate.
Okay.
They received 30,000 in the
That was what they were budgeted to be able to spend.
out of the donation fund,
Yes,
even though you only raised, this has nothing to do with you, Mr. Turner. I mean, even though we only raised 7,000.
Correct. So that, I believe, don't know how it got there. It started in the 22-23 budget. So 22-23 budget, we didn't receive no funds from council. again, I think that it was for her.
Mhm.
I think that was some misinformation from Miss
Right.
Susie
Right.
to Caesar and Rick. So for the 22-23, they back up step. The donation fund is always been, it is what it is. It's not budget related. We spend it or, sit on and let it grow. Well, in 22-23, they gave us a $30,000 budget of that. And I mentioned it, I spoke to count, I don't know when I did it, but I spoke up about it. It's like, y'all are giving us a budget out of money that's already ours and it's not budget related. So 22-23, we didn't get no money from council. And we were frugal, and that year we spent 17,000 out of that budget. So good with that. And then like I say, this year it was there. Here's I got a sample here where it's $30,000. And then I found the other one. Here's the other one. It's been changed to 10,000, like halfway through the budget year. And it's Mr. Ross showed me it's in y'all's book, the final copy of the book, and it shows proposed and then actual shows 10. And that wasn't communicated to us at all through Park Board till it got changed to 10.
But let's be clear, we're still talking about a donation fund.
No.
See, now we switched to, now we're in a different fund.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. They gave us a budget out of the donation fund in 22-23. So they corrected it to make two separate funds. I mean, we still got the donation fund. Then they corrected it to, they call it a parks fund for, and it originally started out at $30,000. And then January, February, Rick knows, hey, y'all over budget. It's actually only 10. And then like I say, it's in y'all's book. Like I say, Mr. Ross showed me, but it's in that final copy. And it shows proposed.
What I'm saying is, in prior years, you guys, the council would give us $30,000.
Or it wasn't always 30.
I remember that.
Sometimes it'd be 60.
Yeah.
And then we had our park donation fund that we use for new stuff and matching funds and so on and so forth.
I do remember
Okay?
that. Yes, ma'am.
And so 22-23, we didn't get any funding from you. What they did was, I guess it's just moved $30,000.
No money was moved.
And the money came from our donation fund. That's what we utilized, not from the council in the 22-23 year.
So let me ask you this. So what the way it used to be before we got this Parks Fund, Ms. Turner, was that we would receive donations. Those monies, whoever the Parks Board was at that time, they would say, we need a new swing set, or we need a new slide, or whatever the parks needed.
Yeah.
They would use those donations to buy new equipment and beautify the parks. Then the council, prior to this Parks Fund, would give between 30 and 60, depending upon what year and what monies we had available, to the Parks Board to repair and do maintenance on the parks.
No.
Right?
No.
That's what we allocated.
No, so, okay. Yeah, cut off the repair and maintenance. That was under a different line item under Public Works. So this 30 that we would get from the council, well, 30, this fund we would get, budgeted fund we would get for council was used for CIP, new stuff only. And like say the small repairs or something, if we wanted something addressed.
From the parade.
Yeah, that all comes out of the fund, out of the donation fund. But previously, the donation fund, again, was used for stuff, I guess, for the most part, non-equipment related stuff, promotions and support for different events and whatever, but not physical.
Prior to, but I'm going back.
Prior to
Well,
22.
I'm going back
Okay, yeah, there you
I'm
go.
going back when James Osteen was on
Yeah,
the council.
It wasn't that long.
When but listen to what I'm saying to you.
Okay.
When and he's here, he can verify this. Previous to that, 10, 12 years ago, we budgeted 15 years ago, right, James? We budgeted those monies for you all, and y'all wasn't here. for you all to do repair and
I got you.
maintenance
Yeah, I remember.
on the equipment. And then if you, at donations, if you could afford something new that the children would like, that Parks Board would then supply. Since Tink Jackson came
Yeah.
and we have this Parks Donation Fund, I think it has changed and you all are using it now for something different. There you go. I understand now.
So, up so far to this date,
Matt, just.
Go ahead, go
just
ahead.
Mayor, just,
Go ahead,
you
go ahead,
could-
keep talking. No, you keep, I'm recognizing
oh,
you,
oh,
and I'm
okay.
trying to see if Kiara's trying to get my
Okay.
attention.
Yeah, just to follow up on your point. for
Yes, sir.
clarity. When our previous sitting, Mr. Jackson was here, he did not permit the Parks Board any authority over the $2.
correct.
That's right.
$2 fund.
That's right, that's
That
right,
was his private domain,
that's right,
and that was even represented to me
absolutely.
on that side. So I
Yes.
just want to say that.
Yeah,
And the money that was given to council always went back because there was no activity going on. in our
Going on,
parks.
and that
So
was
like,
key.
stuff don't make-
right,
That's right.
So y'all get the money back that y'all gave us.
Yeah.
right, right,
Well, I
right.
mean, yeah, it's that situation on budget. All departments go through, use it or lose it, basically the way it's described to us. So, we don't have, there's never been a question or issue about the CIP, the $2 master fee fund. We know what that's for. There's no confusion about that. The confusion is between the last 2 years and between what's Fund 81 or what's the Parks Fund. And now this year, the Parks Fund, which is, I'm referring to the money coming from council, was initially told it was 30,000, and when actually in y'all's book, the actual it's 30,000 proposed and actual was 10. And we started with a 30,000, we were told, so we started with a 30,000 budget, and we were spending, on not maintenance, but new stuff, and then next thing you know, stop, y'all 17,000 over, you only have $10,000 budget. It's like, what?
So what, again, so that I can be clear, what fund are you spending this money out of?
I'm gonna call it the Parks Fund. I don't know.
81.
Fund 81. So that's where the confusion is. She's calling it Fund 81. That's the.
And so once you exceeded the $10,000, yes, ma'am,
Yeah,
okay,
On paper for overtime, not the physical account, just on paper, because, it will show, like we said, that we got started out with 30 and each month the number goes down. That's just on paper. Because that, again, we got the $30 from our donation fund,
The
which
30,000.
has over what?
no, now you're getting them confused. What she's referring to is, that's what I'm saying. The names keep getting confused, and she said she's gonna work
I
on.
think that's where we
getting it.
need to. if
yeah,
could
we need
all
clarity.
Get
So-
the same language. If we could, for purposes of our discussion, would it be agreeable that we talk either the Parks Donation
Donation
Fund?
fund,
Yes.
yeah.
That's Parks Voluntary Donation
Yes.
Fund,
Mhm.
voluntary, that's one.
81.
Yes.
That's
So-
81, but I'm gonna call it
The
Parks
donation fund.
Voluntary.
There you go.
Okay.
All right,
So-
then I'm gonna call Parks Surcharge, that's the $2.
$2, yeah.
The $2, that's
That's
the,
the fund.
I don't know what
66.
you call that, Ms. Turner.
Fund
Is there a number?
66.
They call it, they refer to it as
Fund
Fund
what?
66.
Fund 66.
Fund 66.
And
the
donation is
81,
81.
and then the council allocated amount is what fund?
81.
No, you already gave me an
So,
81.
yeah.
81 is
That's what's
donation.
confusing. I
That
can
was
show you right here.
voluntary donations.
But she is correct. I think what y'all are missing is that when we started this year out, that $30,000 came from Fund 81, which is the donation fund, because we didn't get money from council.
No,
Okay, so when it changed back to $10,000, it just subtracted it out. There's nothing, you understand what I'm saying, Miss?
Yeah.
I'm following you. I'm
Okay.
trying to follow you. Yeah.
So I'm asking you,
My-
how much is in the overall fund that we make donate, that we match grants with? Cause that's the donation fund, right?
Yes.
Answer my question.
That we match grants with?
The fund that we pay grants out, we match grants out of, what
Mm-hmm.
fund is that?
That's the
let me-
surcharge.
That's the surcharge.
It's
Yeah.
$2.
Yes,
the
ma'am.
$2.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's not the
donation fund?
No, ma'am.
That's
No,
Fund
ma'am.
66.
No, ma'am.
So,
There's a voluntary donation fund.
Right.
That's,
So
I'm talking about the voluntary.
Hold on just a minute.
Wonder, the Fund 81 should have ever been $30,000.
Let's all hold on just a minute. JB, do you have something
As
that?
far as Fund 81, there are two line items. I think that that's the confusion of Fund 81. There's 81-36, or I'm sorry, 81-3813, which is parks donation revenue. Again, that's about the 7,000 that
Yes,
you,
yes, correct,
every year
correct.
that
I'm with you. I know.
that has it. There's also an 81-2011, which is the 30,000 or 10,000, which is a completely different thing. Now they're under the same fund, but in Miss Turner's world, they may have different accounts.
right.
So I think the confusion of calling it Fund 81 is there's two actual account line items under Fund 81, completely separate than the $2 water bill bank account.
Exactly.
So the Fund 81, there are two line items in the past 2021, 2022, and then if you look at 2023, 2024, that continues. To Ms. Tanya's point, I believe in 2020, was it 2021? There was not money allocated. What carried you over was what you had left in the bank and then what you raised that year.
Okay.
But also, Mr. Pritchett, one is signified as a revenue
Yes, ma'am.
and one is an expenditure.
And so the revenue fund is the 7,000 where they receive donations. And I think, again, for council to make the distinction, that revenue fund is just what Maggie Manuel, what James Osteen, whatever said, well, I want to give $100 this February in relation, or July, it's Parks Month, let me give $500. Anybody's able to do that. So that's where that revenue fund comes, 81-3813. But this -2011 is what you're referring to at the 30,000, that then the adopted is 10,000. So that's the difference between the two.
Okay.
To call it Fund 81, to y'all's point, is confusing because to Miss Turner's point, there is a revenue, the donations that come through, but the improvement expenditures are kind of what they're giving out, their allowance that they're given from council.
And so to Mike's point, that report that we get every month is the revenue part, and then the second page that just says park fund or whatever Mike said is the expenses that has come out of that. That's what that
That's
second
still not
page
clear.
is the expenses. And the expenses that are on this page is what's shown as being subtracted from the revenue.
Okay.
That,
Okay.
that page is just, it's not a budget sheet, it's a sheet that, Parks, Public Works.
The third one, 66-3331. Again, 66-3331 is what is defined as parks surcharge.
That's the $2
That's the
mandatory.
$2 on the water
And that's
bill.
the mandatory.
That's
It
clear,
looks like
no
it's
issue.
about 160 and change.
Gotcha.
That's
So-
from last year.
Now,
It is,
That's-
yes.
Hold on, Mike. Hold on, Mike. Council, are we all clear, us five? There are three different funds apparently. Yes,
Mhm.
ma'am.
yes,
So 66-331 is the park improvement fund surcharge, $2.
yes.
There's 160K in that, that's the water bill. Fund 81-3138 is the parks donations revenue fund where residents donate.
Right,
Fund 81-2011 is what the council budgets and gives to the park board.
yes. So
Okay.
now I can see where there was confusion with Rick, because Rick kept calling everything 81. Now, seeing this, I understand. Previous budget years, 3-4 years back, they weren't both Fund 81. They were, one was a different line item and whatnot. So, back to what started this whole conversation was Fund 81 dash whatever number. We were told, again, in our fiscal year, we had $30,000 to spend out of that fund.
That's 211.
And then,
For the year we're in now.
so.
Who told you that?
This is, Public Works. And
Rick,
Ms.
did
Shirley-
Rick tell you that?
Yeah, and.
Rick and Miss
so-
Shirley?
Yeah, so
Okay,
like,
okay.
here's a document, I believe, from January. No, this was last year in 2023, but it's after, it started in October. $30,000. And then they keep subtracting. And then, this is one from April, where it shows that number, 30,000 at the top has been changed to 10,000.
From April 23,
24, 24, April 24.
April 24.
What's the date on that one?
The other one's January
one.
23.
Okay, this one's April 17th is example, and it might have happened in March, but what I'm saying is.
April 17th of what year, Mike?
24.
And the other one is what?
Started in October of 23 in our fiscal year.
Okay, I got you.
So that's what I'm saying. When it started, this is just a spreadsheet. I don't think it comes out their software, but it's something Shirley keeps up with. Started 30,000, started subtracting, and then in April, hey, y'all are overspent. It was actually only 10. And it's like, well, y'all told us 30, and it's in your book. It's in your book where it shows on the 24 budget, it shows 30,000 proposed. Actual was 30, but transparency, that wasn't there. And so that's where some of these funds are getting confused. And what he just had up there and y'all just explained, that's now I see why it's confused, because they were both Fund 81, but they're different.
Revenue and
Look.
expense.
So anyway, that's separate. So,
Right.
again, you can't, not this year, but last year, they budgeted us $30,000 out of the revenue fund.
Did you all, Mike, so that we can get this to a place where we really need to really discuss this?
Yeah, we-
So here's the deal. If you were budgeted 30,000,
Mhm.
at what point did the Parks Board make their own budget for that 30,000? Like when you all believe that you received 30,000, was there a process or a time where you
We
said
actually
we're
didn't.
spending $5 on swings and
So we actually did that in January, but we had already started spending. And again, we were supplied this monthly, and it just showed our 30,000. So, by the time we got to January, we could see whatever it was, I don't know, in here, doesn't reflect it, the total. But, we know, okay, you got, say, just for a random number, $20,000 from January to September 31st to spend. And that's what we had to go by, and we were going by that. Where does it show? Does it start showing the negative? They realized it. Oh, okay, we ran out of the 10,000 in apparently in December. We already exceeded that 10,000. And this is the report from April, but it shows once we see that 10,000, they show all the numbers in negative. And so again, it was a miscommunication on
let's stop there, Mike, again, so we can get council up to speed. Mayor Pro Tem,
Let me just say one thing.
Yes,
and I'll
ma'am.
be quick. Part of our problem, one of the things that we try to do early on is we would always make a list of the things that we wanted. We had trouble with pricing because we needed to get quotes. But what the board was trying to do is find out how much money we had. And then we were coming up with the things that we wanted to do for the year. But we could never get the funds straight. We didn't know if this was gonna come out of, from your account, from the 81 account, if this was something that that Public Works would. Only this year did we start finally understanding or trying to gather some understanding about how our budgets work and how our projects are funded. So we've just given up and we just started compiling our list and trying to get as many quotes as we can.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Yes, ma'am. We understand. Mayor Pro Tem, did you?
Yes, Ms. Turner.
Yes.
Testadua here. I need some clarity. I'm looking at the revenue on, this is tab 5 on your budget book.
Yeah.
Tab 5. And just please explain to me I'm sure it's an error. But I just need to hear from you. Why are all these things shown as debits, as negatives?
Because revenues, historically are signified as a credit.
I know,
Money
but
comes-
I've got, it's, there's parentheses. In my world, the parentheses is a debit.
But in accounting, it's the
accounting,
opposite, yeah.
Yes, and the expenses are debits, that means no brackets. Revenue, you put brackets in accounting. That's how you signify revenue.
I've never seen that.
Yeah.
Last year I didn't see that.
No, it's a new feature, but if you study basic accounting and basic bookkeeping,
Yeah.
she's correct.
She's correct. in
Yeah.
that. I
It's
didn't see
very
it last
confusing.
because
It's very confusing.
I didn't see it. I was looking at that. It was
Mhm.
correct. Okay, all right, so.
Yeah, when you
then-
record revenue, you record it in
all
in
right.
accounting, you record it as a credit.
So thanks for clarifying that now. Now on these income side then, transfer in, no. Which line now is the Fund 66 showing revenue?
It's not,
Or is it shown here?
it's not shown here.
Where would that be
That
shown?
will be, under the other tabs that are under the other fund.
Other fund.
That'll be under tab,
27 after capital improvements.
Yeah, tab 27.
yep, 27.
Tab 27. After what now?
Capital improvement. Or impacting.
So, 21 just lists, 27 lists all other funds, other than general and utility fund. Every other fund, other than EDC, is under that tab.
So I'm looking for I haven't found it yet. The parks one. Value Fest. Occupant tax.
No, about.
Have you found it? Anybody find it yet?
I have not.
You look, the top left of the page where it says, the fund, typically it has a number. Parks is 66, it does look like section 27 and then chronological order. So if you get the risk management, that's fund 50. So you have to go to 66, which is right before that.
6 pages. Okay.
6 pages over.
Oh, 6 more from here. Risk management.
Yes, sir. So this says, so it's 52 here. So you're looking for 66.
Closer to the back. 63.
It changed.
65.
Still about.
Mhm. Yeah.
Capital improvements is.
What I'm trying to say is, you told 30 minutes, what about 6 months later? My bad, I went wrong. It's on.
So while he's looking for that,
Okay, I
and
found
Joe,
it, I
did you
found
find
it.
it?
Yes,
Okay,
I found it.
never mind.
So okay, I see this. I guess here's looking at this. There's 163 for 23, 24. And Ms. Turner, why is that? The $2 is by each of our connections, utility connections, right?
Correct.
Why hasn't that number increased for purposes of 25?
Because we have a receivable sitting out there. I can't remember the exact number, but it's a pretty large number that we're owed. So when a residents don't pay their bill and they get disconnected, that has piled up from 2021. I looked at that the other day. The number continually is growing. So I couldn't budget. You know, I only budget on historically what we actually received. You know, I can try to anticipate the receivables, but we don't know if we're gonna get that money. At some point, we may have to write it off.
So you left it that, that's why you looked at the 163.
Right.
Okay, and I don't know who has an answer to this. But Mary, you were around when the fund was created.
Yes.
It's maybe I could look to you as the expert on this. I know it was created because the intent was to save up some money to meet the portion of grants,
The match.
the match, right? The match. And we've been doing that. We have been doing that.
Yes.
Because I've been to your meetings, right? And you guys have been very great and very sensitive to that. But my question to you, Mayor, is that there's nothing that I know of, and maybe you know otherwise, because I've never seen anything written as to the purpose of this fund.
There is, it's written as an ordinance, isn't it?
Yes.
There it is, Ms.
Oh.
Nancy. Can you shed light?
It's written as an ordinance.
It is. I was like,
Oh.
it is. Kyle left because I had him share it, trying to get him to share it earlier.
Yeah.
But in section 1 of the ordinance, it's 2019-0013, the Parks User Fee Ordinance. It says funds from the Parks Improvement line item may be budgeted directly by the city council for park construction, renovation, and or maintenance, or may be set aside with council with council approval for payment of bonds issued for parks projects.
Can you read it once again?
Yes, sir. Its funds from the Parks Improvement line item may be budgeted directly by the city council for park construction, renovation, and or maintenance, or may be set aside with council approval for payment of bonds issued for parks projects.
So under the maintenance, would it be accurate if I said this? The Parks Board has been undertaking, as we have here shown on their report, with the council contribution portion, maintenance activities at our parks.
Right.
So would it be appropriate to suggest that we should, because of this discrepancy on the allocation, that we should go ahead and use one time only now for this, and then consider this in the future, but perhaps there should be a half and half contribution from the city part, us making because historically it has been 30,000, say 15,000 from our allocation, and then 15,000 from the surcharge. But for purposes of getting our books in order for this year, is have a budget amendment that reflects the carryover, right?
Yes.
To make up that difference of 20,000 that was not allocated. So that we have 30,000 period. We're meeting all other obligations, and that would clean up this issue, correct?
Yes, that's, I don't guess it has ever happened, but that's exactly what Rick said that they would have to do once they realize the actual budget was only 10,000 and we over exceeded that he would have to ask y'all for the budget amendment.
Yeah.
And Amanda, I'm glad Amanda's here too, because she knows some history on this too. Is it fair for me to also say that, because I've heard it in the Parks Board meetings,
Yes.
that the Parks Board has been advising the city on projects that have been paid for by the capital improvement plan. Is that correct? And that's another item. That's another item that we're not even talking about.
No, no, that's just, I guess, the capital improvement fund 66. So when we,
Capital improvement, that's what you're referring to as?
yeah, well, that's
Yeah.
what they call it, CIP.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
In short form, but it's also, we're
No,
referring
no,
to Fund 66.
What I'm saying is that, if I'm mistaken, Amanda, please help me out here. The city itself, in our budgets, we've allocated X amount of dollars to the utility, but it's for parks purposes.
Yes.
So that's an additional amount of money that's out there.
That's listed
been
under tab
utilized.
16.
Correct, Amanda?
And so what happened while Amanda approaches, what I was referring to earlier, before this CIP fund, the council would allocate $30,000 to $60,000 for maintenance. Now, as we heard Ms. Nance say, as it relates to the ordinance, when that CIP fund was created through ordinance, then the council's allocation for maintenance and repair went away, and we began to allocate those funds for park improvements. Same monies, but we said, you don't have to worry about maintenance anymore because now we have an ordinance. Now you can focus on trying to improve the parks.
I want to clear this up real quick
Yes,
because they never paid for maintenance. Maintenance was always Public Works. So Fund 66 was the parks user fee. That's to go towards any capital improvement projects,
right.
okay? They had the parks user fee, which is, the parks donation fee, and they had their parks operational funds. We pay for any maintenance in-house out of Public Works budget. They pay for any new existing items that they want. That's what comes out of their budget that you approve.
That we approve.
Out of
That's how
out of the donation?
No, sir.
Out of the.
Now, they can spend donation however they see fit, but out of the council approved budget for them, the $30,000 they've received in the past, that is for anything new that they want to add to the parks. They pay for.
Since the CIP is taking over the maintenance. Gotcha.
No, sir.
No,
The CIP is not taking over maintenance. CIP is for capital improvement. We pay for general maintenance out of the public.
I know. Let's back up.
Okay.
Let's back up. Let's back up because I think you're saying what the reality is, which is true. What I'm saying is, what was the intent of the council prior? Is
Yeah.
what I'm trying to say.
So-
And apparently they're not consistent right now.
You're
Go
right.
ahead.
You're absolutely right.
Okay.
So the whole reason for the Fund 66, the parks user fee, was to go towards the parks master plan that has been requested by the citizens for years on end. That was the whole reason that Tink created this. Put it aside, those funds weren't supposed to be touched until we could start grant matching with those funds. Or put them in play to where we could start putting new playground equipment, new improvements into the parks that neither my budget nor their budget can cover. Now, my budget, now this has been since Carol Butler was here, my budget is to pay for anything maintenance. They pay for any small new items that they want to see as improvement in the parks.
Right.
Not what you would consider capital.
So what I'm saying is, to clear this part of it up, what I'm saying is the council, as Kiara just shared with us, the council that worked with Mr. Jackson to craft that ordinance, we had in our vision that would also help with maintenance to free up these monies. That's what our intent was. Apparently, we got sidetracked after that.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. I understand you now. I understand you.
I believe like I say, I wouldn't worry about the maintenance. I've read it before and I forgot about the maintenance, but previously and even to this day, this past budget is parks maintenance fund, like she explained, that's separate we're all under her umbrella. But there's a separate division for park maintenance, and it's an annual budget money y'all approve annually that goes into that fund. And now, of course, Roy and his crew handle it. Before they had the crew, it was just whoever he could get, but there was a separate parks maintenance fund that she oversaw. We had no control of
Yeah.
it, but she oversaw.
Yeah.
And we're not, there's no dispute on that. That's clear.
Yeah.
What that is.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Trigger, help me out here again.
Mayor Pro Tem, and then Mr.
sorry.
Ross. Did you want to let him go?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Ross.
Mr. Ross?
So Fund 66. The one that's made, it looks like it has revenues of $163,000.
The parks user fee.
every year since 2023.
Well, it's grown. That number is, I think it started out at 144. Obviously it has to do with your water meters.
Right.
So as
Well,
city grows, that annual donation or that annual fee is increasing now to
So-
160.
So in the book that we have here, it says 2023 is $163,116. Budgeted for FY 24, 163, actual estimate 162,680, then 163 again. So what happens to that money? Because in FY 23, it says no money was spent. FY 24, it was budgeted for 140, looks like 26,000 gonna get spent. So is there an accumulation? Is that $163,000 building up in that fund? So
Just under 800,000.
So Ms. Turner, when you saw, let me clarify, Mr. Ross. So Ms. Turner, when you were saying to us earlier that you don't feel comfortable because there are a lot of
Receivables.
receivables,
Mhm.
you are not saying that you're not budgeting any revenues into this line item. You're saying you don't feel comfortable increasing those revenues.
That's exactly.
You are
what I'm saying.
budgeting 163,000,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Okay, that's where
just feel
I that's
comfortable
why.
Increasing it to.
Yes, ma'am. That makes total sense.
200,000.
That makes
When I
sense.
see a receivable sitting out there and it keeps growing year after year.
Yeah, I understand that. I didn't understand. I thought you were saying you didn't budget any revenues, but I understand you better now. Yes, ma'am. Mayor Pro Tem.
And I want to follow up that Mr. or Councilmember Ross was right where I was going. You said there's actually in this fund, the surcharge, 800 and what?
I think it's just under 800,000. 7 something. But while she's looking at it, one thing I want to point out to y'all is, I think y'all, wherever you're getting your information from, it says like nothing was spent in 2023.
When did you get it?
Those 3 play sets was, I think 123, 126,000, 30 something.
Yeah.
And then we did addendum to that for the fence and the basketball court. That was that year. Okay, now the, this year is supposed to be here soon. Finally, the boat grant, they're gonna start that. And so the matching funds is that's over
When did you start?
$500,000 grant. And the matching funds on that, our obligation is 150,000 that will come out of the fund.
Out of that.
But the project hasn't been started yet. It's planning on it.
Project starts on the 26th.
And then,
Oh,
so
good.
then when that project's over with, of course, that'll be subtracted under this year.
now.
So now that amount, I have the accurate amount. Okay.
Okay.
So
This is your.
under the
So
66, which is parks improvement, the $2 revenue that comes from every resident's bill when they
Yes.
pay. Okay, it's 764,632 as of today.
764,
764, 632.
632.
Okay. It was budgeted for 24 for 163,000. Year to date, we received 137,000.
I got a different.
That's the reason why I don't want to increase it too much.
Oh, I see.
Exceed
Okay,
that.
okay.
And Ms. Turner, I'm good with that. I just, when I look at this and the total down at the bottom,
Mhm.
and I understand we're just doing it by fiscal year, but I kind of want to know the whole total over here.
Yeah.
So that when there's a big check like $524,000, I know that that money's covered with something and we're not budgeting off of something that's not there.
Right.
You know, that's all I'm asking for. I want my check register to be able for me to say, yep, I can spend 500.
That's just like just recently, y'all approved the grant writer to proceed on Mayhem Park,
Right.
the softball field rehabilitation. That grant, some grants are opening, that has a ceiling, it's up to 750,000. So with a 50% match. And it was brought to y'all approved it, so that's I think it's 325,000,
Right.
75,000, whatever it was.
So not,
That's money that's gonna be earmarked to come out of that fund,
Right.
but as slow as those grant processes is, that's probably gonna be 2 years. So we're not gonna overspend that fund, because we know that's coming down the pipeline.
and Mike, to your point, I 100% understand and agree, but not earlier today, but yesterday, we were told that money's not rolling over if it's not been expended at the end of the fiscal year. So this is,
It's a
when I
different-
see that in my brain, I'm going, okay, we're not rolling stuff over. So now I need to know where my checks being written.
I think.
So-
But
It's
this
not,
one does roll over.
the $2
The-
fee is not a budgeted item per se.
Okay, that's.
That's why I'm confused.
Well, sorry, Mayor. may I speak? Yeah. Okay, yes, sir. So look, where in, it should be here. In the comprehensive audit report, Ms. Turner,
Yes.
it would show all cash held by the city. And I have it here. Show me where in the comprehensive audit report, there's a line item for this part.
Give me a minute, I will find it.
Okay,
A line item for what specifically?
for the park surcharge.
Okay. Let's look. Y'all can continue as I.
So- Oh, maybe
Roll back.
this, obviously, that's the expert there, but the parks, not parks, but the CIP Fund 66. That's not a budgeted fund. It's never been,
Right,
it's just the funds there and it keeps growing.
Right.
We find park improvements or whatever,
right,
then we spend from it with y'all's approval, obviously,
Right.
but it's not, okay, y'all got 200,000 to spend. It's
Right.
never been presented that way.
right.
It like originally before we bought the playground stuff. It grew for 3 years, didn't even touch it, and then now it's grown and we're not really so far exceeding what it's actually taking in annually, because like the play sets for like 136 and at the
Mhm.
time it was taking in 144. But again, we knew this boat grant was coming, so again, we know
Right,
we just think ahead, you know, whatever the total is, extract 150,000, because we know that's coming out of it. And then, like say the Mahan Park project, well, you know, even if it gets approved, you know, that's 2 or 3 years down the road, y'all approved her to go forward, but before it even comes to fruition, it's gonna be 2 or 3 years, and that's 2 or 3 years times 160,000, you know, it's whatever that is.
They're over $800,000 in that account right now.
Well,
Approximately.
768.
764,000.
Yeah.
So that's enough for a 20% match. If there's I think when Mr. Jackson left, Amanda, I think they estimated that an entirely new park system would be what, 5 million or so?
I believe so. It was,
Where'd you get 12 from? Raising our pressure like that.
I was trying to say.
Parks master plan shows 12.5 million.
Yeah.
That's not what we,
hold on, Mayor, because we had to take it back to them.
Right.
but the first time it was full.
The first
Okay,
time,
okay.
yes, sir. You're
Okay.
absolutely correct. The first
Yes,
time,
ma'am.
and then we took it back to the engineers, let them draw up another set of plans, and that's when it came
And that's
out
when
to
it
the
got,
12.
okay, I got you,
And I believe our match at the time was supposed to be 30%.
30%. So if we're looking at 12 to 15 million master park at 30%, what's that, Miss Turner?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
About 4.5.
I'm trying to find something.
About 44.5 million, approximately ballpark.
We just need to know, as a council, not right now, but we just need to know what number we're looking at to have in this account to have an adequate match for a roughly, I guess, money's more expensive today, so it was 12 back then, maybe 15 now,
15 what?
$1 million
What-
as far as if we were to be awarded
Okay.
a grant for an entire master parks plan, what would our match be at 30%? I just think the council needs to know that.
15 million,
5.
10% is
12 million.
4.5?
million, so about 4,500,000, something like that.
4.5 million?
Yeah.
So that's a number we need to know. We have roughly 800,000 now. We need to know that we need to keep building toward that number. Okay,
Yes.
okay.
And if you turn to page 137, in the,
137?
In this.
the audit report,
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I don't have the.
Okay.
That is the Parks
130.
Fund, Schedule of Revenues, Expenditures, and
137.
Changes.
You say
Sorry
one
about that.
thirty-seven?
Parks Fund.
Page 137.
Yes.
Thank you.
So let's not forget real quick, as Parks Board goes through and the city goes through and makes improvements in these parks throughout the year, that takes away from the general cost of what we were quoted for the park
So
improvement
it
plan.
comes down.
So it'll start coming down.
Yes, ma'am.
That price will come down.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm
Mayor.
sorry. Mr. Turner, I'm sorry. That's not this fund. I don't know what that,
This is
is actually,
fund,
it's assuming the
this
30,000.
is fund,
This is council allocation.
So that's.
right, and it shows expenditure.
No, ma'am. I'm asking about the park,
Surcharge.
700 and something.
Right,
Should be shown as some sort of
Cash on
a
hand.
cash on hand for the city,
Fund
at
66.
least in a separate account.
Okay,
Don't
let
worry.
me look. Give me
Okay, yeah,
another
yeah.
minute.
Don't worry
Okay.
about it right now.
Okay.
There, all I will say, if
I'm just,
it would,
I'm just saying I would like to, next year when we do this process, be able to see what we actually have in Fund 66. And it's not saying that anybody around here is doing anything, but the old sea story about how the Trident submarine came about is because SP went to Congress and said, I need $5 billion. And they said, we'll give you half. And SP said, well, that's okay. I'll pay for the other half of this Trident submarine program. So, I mean, even governmental agencies have been known to pocket a few $1 billion to make a program
I
happen.
see what you're saying. Yeah, right now, that number, that's 768, that's cash.
On
That
here.
he has in account in a bank somewhere.
And I'm not asking to borrow it. I'm not looking. I just want to know where it's at and what it is.
Yeah.
well, look, here's what I want to interject. I think this is the missing piece as we sit at the Parks Board. We talk about these things, and I said this at one of the meetings when I was asked, what's my role, right? Is to communicate. We're not
in the budget.
bringing to council, but it's going to take the finance side to bring this. The Parks Board has advised this particular activity. Because ultimately, as we heard from the ordinance, it's the responsibility of council to approve those, and that's not happening. The approval is not coming to council. It's been done on the staff level. It's been done at the staff level. And that's improvement that I think.
So you remember earlier in this conversation, I said to you guys, I said, when the council allocates $30,000, do y'all as a Parks Board go back and start to say, okay, we want to do this,
Yes.
we want to do that, and as a Parks Board, do y'all then approve that?
Yes, yes.
30,000.
So if y'all go through, if we allocate $30,000 and y'all go through and y'all say, these are the things we want to do, what needs to happen, to Mayor Pro Tem's point, is it needs to then come back to council, right? So that council can be aware. Council can't allocate any funding that we are not sure of the expenditures. And so what we're saying is, if we give you $30,000, the council needs formally to be communicated with, and you gave us 30,000, and here are the projects that we're going to use it on.
That we accept your
And,
budget.
right, because the 30,000 right now, it looks like you all spent 27 of whatever was left, and we did not formally approve any of those, is what Mayor Pro Tem is saying.
And that's part of it, Mayor, but also interject separate, not talking about the Fund 66.
Yes.
The Parks Board has been advising that we have certain, with staff, that we're gonna go ahead and apply for this grant or we might made that, right? The formality of saying, all right, now, council, bring that to council to approve the grant that you've approved at the board level, right? So that we ultimately, apparently from the ordinance, are the entity responsible for the allocation.
Sure.
So that we're keeping track of the set-asides on that larger fund as well, too. So that's the other improvement I hope that we can make from
So
now
all
on.
those, the expenditures, like the playground stuff and the boat ramp grant, that all had exactly followed that step. Park Board approved it, and then it was forwarded to y'all, because y'all are the gatekeeper of that money. And And then they did an addendum for the fence and something else. But again, all the expenditures have been approved by council.
Okay.
Every last one of them out of Fund 66.
Out of 66?
Yes.
Okay.
I have another question then. At some point, we need to address this receivable. We have almost $49,000 from Fund 66, the $2 surcharge.
Is it because that these folks are not paying their water bill at all? Or are they paying up to $2 less than, are you saying that they're just not paying their water bill? Or are you saying they're not participating in the mandatory
It
donation?
has to do with disconnections.
Okay,
Okay. And I'll have to dig into that with Venetia, but this continues to grow. Or it fluctuates. It may, one year it's $2,000 higher, next year it may drop, It
Right.
just get, but we just need to discuss at some point.
well, it's revenue time, so I think that
Right.
we need to discuss that. Staff needs to discuss that, the city manager, yourself with Venetia, and come up with a process for us
Right.
to adopt. To
deal with-
mitigate against
Right.
that. Yes, ma'am.
One of the reasons we did the MOU with Baker Ripley was to help people to pay their
Mhm.
light bill. I know we did, that was one of the things we did to help, but you still have to do the invoice. First of all, let me just say this, the parks look absolutely amazing. They are they're beautiful. Kids are using it. Thank you, Amanda. Good to see you. Glad to see you in a minute. I know you've been working hard.
Creating that,
But yes,
Parks.
y'all have
Thanks,
worked
Chris.
really hard, and I have grandbabies. And when they come into town, they love going to the parks. And I remember a time we would not go. And so thank y'all for y'all's hard work. And this is the grilling part, of course, but I just want to tell y'all, our parks look amazing. I can't wait till we get Mahan up to speed. I think that's a beautiful park. We have so many beautiful parks here in a city that's just 14 square miles. But I just want to thank you guys because you guys work for free, right? Y'all are volunteers. And I remember what it looked like 4 years ago and what it looks like today. So thank you for your hard work. And we'll get this, like the Baptist spiritual says, by and by, we'll understand it.
We're getting ready to get this thing shaped really, really quickly. Ms. Tanya, I want you to.
Add one thing, that I concur, it's been a lot of hard work, and again, we have been advising staff and others about the conditions of our park. And so within the last year, we have been working tirelessly to get programs and things within our park. As of right now, we don't have any volunteer work that we can do. Most of the work that's needed in the park, especially in-house work, we know that we just have a park crew of 3. And so I just want to remind the council and the residents that the parks are a part of the city's infrastructure. And even though we have 3 parks crew that are responsible for maintaining our parks, the city supports the cemetery board annually with their Reach Across America. They support KL&B with their events. And I would hope that that the public works crew or the city can get behind our parks crew with getting some of these in-house projects taken care of.
So let me say this. I think we didn't piece together enough of it to really understand what actually happened. And what we need to understand.
Yeah.
Listen. Mr. Garcia is really being put through the ringer here, and I'm the ringleader on it. And I don't know if it's going to stop now or in 2027. I don't know, but we're going to get this straight, and I'm going to make sure we do. I said that to say, Kiara printed me out the adopted budget for 2022 and 2023. And in that Parks Fund, in the donation fund, and here's where we went off the rails. And really, it's just the fact that we had a new administration. So in the actual 2021, the fiscal year 2021, this, remember, was when Mr. Jackson was still our city manager. this Parks Donation Fund had a revenue of $7,100. And the expenditures were $6,500. That's in line. Fiscal year 2022, this is Mr. Garcia's first budget. And I'm saying this because I want us to put this in context. We had a revenue stream of about $4,000 in that Parks donation revenue, but there was a budget of $30,000. And what it seems like happened is that there was just simple confusion in that process. You had a new city manager who had nobody. He didn't have a public works director. He didn't have any other persons in his upper level management staff to be able to help him to understand this confusing mix of parks funds. And so it looks like that $30,000 was misapplied to a donation fund. We know that because later on that year, there was a rollback. And in that rollback, I believe Mr. Garcia took out $30,000 because the rollback passed, right? So we were having to cut monies. And so that fiscal year 2022 estimate, and you can provide this for all council and Parks Board, there is a dash in that bottom portion, right? Because we had to take the money back. But then you go back to the adopted budget of fiscal year 2023, there again is a $4,000 line item for potential revenue. And there again, there's a $30,000 line item for expenditures. And so somewhere between the departure of Mr. Tink Jackson and the arrival of Mr. Cesar Garcia, there was simply a mix-up of those funds and those line items. And Ms. Turner, you have been getting fits ever since. And so because of that, we simply need to straighten that out. Here's the other thing, Amanda, that I was trying to articulate. It jogged my memory when I started to think about those days. The monies that went in that donation fund, the mandatory donation fund, the CIP fund, they started out with all of those monies being accumulated for this grand parks plan that we had. And somewhere in the middle of that, this council, previous councils realized it's going to take us a long time to get to that number. And we halved it. And we said, from this point on, half of what we get out of this donation, this CIP fund, will go toward this grand plan that we have and the city's match. Yes. The other half of it will start to go toward the improvement of our parks through maintenance and repair. And so that is another piece to this that has confused us. And so now that we, you remember that?
I do.
You remember that, Kiara? Now that we have that, I think we need to, more than anything, give clear direction for these funds. And so council, if we, for about 5 minutes, if we can articulate to the city manager, to the Parks Board, to the Public Works Department, to the Finance Department, what these funds are for, what these line items are for, so that they can be clear as to what they should be doing. Can we do that, council? Let's start with the donation fund. This is the voluntary donation fund. I believe that is one of the 81s, Ms. Turner? Okay, this fund routinely accrues anywhere from $5,000 to $7,000. Okay. Council, what are we expecting the Parks Board and our staff to do with this fund? It accumulates between $5,000 to $7,000 a year. What are our expectations?
I would like to hear from them on what they would like it to be.
So generally, that fund, I've heard it just put in, even y'all have it. We, up to this point, up till this year, budget year, we've used it as a discretionary fund.
Okay.
It, up till, we spent approximately 17 last year, out of fiscal year, but we were probably spending 2,000 or 3,000 a year. That fund was growing. The discretion. The last major expense we paid was in 21, when we had to pay our portion of the Parks Master Plan engineer. We had to pay him. It was $30,000 cost. City paid half. And 15,000 come out of that. Prior to that it was just a reserve bank account growing and.
So what are your expectations, Mike?
I didn't see.
What do y'all expect? And Miss Tanya, you're in this as
Yeah.
well.
You
What do
might-
y'all expect to use this donation fund, 5,000 to 7,000 for? What do y'all expect to use that for?
Is this the CIP fund?
No, this is the voluntary.
Oh,
No, this is the one that the citizens, if they want to or not, when they pay their water bill, they give $1 donation.
so the
Fund
only- what I
81
was speaking on that is
3138.
what I mentioned earlier was promotion, supporting, like, say, for instance, if we were asked to donate to library, stuff like that, non-physical stuff. You know, parks beautification, painting, that's also, but,
Okay.
physical stuff, I feel should go out of that.
So you're talking about, let's just deal with
Okay.
the voluntary donation. You're saying promotion. I heard you say promotion?
Yeah.
A second, okay. And I'm talking to you. This is coming out of which fund? This the one with the baby buckets and
The 30
amenities. It's
The
coming out of
$30,000.
That would be the 30,000.
Okay, and this is the CIP fund?
Yes.
Okay, so you're talking about the fund that you didn't want us to bring information on about activities and programs. You said you didn't want us to list that here.
Well, I mean, it's not
'Cause it's not
budget related,
Okay,
so it's always been, again,
the discretionary fund.
yeah, it's discretionary, but one thing I wanted to correct you on was those 2 years where you say the council budgeted money, there was never a positive $30,000.
No.
Deposited
That's
into
not what I
the
said. What I
Okay.
said was the donations show that there was a projected revenue of in one area 4,000, in the other area 70. The council budgeted an expenditure, right? Not, we didn't intend to budget an expenditure out of this voluntary donation fund. We intended to budget an expenditure out of the council's
Yes,
park
correct.
fund.
We're there.
Because we had new administration, I don't think that every city has 15 parks accounts, right?
Right.
But we apparently
Yeah.
do. So there was probably some sort of mix up.
Yes,
in that.
okay, we're there. I'm with you.
Are we, but, yes, ma'am, can you answer that?
that information just be here, but I can get that information to you guys. But, I mean, I'm hearing different things about what we can do moving forward, about budgetary, so I'm confused.
Let's do this. Let's do it. Let's try to do it in an expedited way. So this is a donation fund. I would expect that by next week's budget workshop, the council will have a clear expectation on what those monies could be used for. Gus, are you listening? Gus not listening.
He's on.
Gus, get off the phone.
I'm listening. I just had y'all muted.
I'm just teasing you, Gus.
Muted.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yes, it
Um,
took me a minute to unmute myself.
Could you provide the council with a legal explanation on what we could use, not today, but before we continue our work on next week, what we could use the voluntary parks donation fund for? Usually has in it revenue of about $5,000 to $7,000
Per year?
Per year. Yes.
Okay, absolutely.
Number two, it's agreed that this parks line item that council funds to the tune of $30,000. It's agreed by all of us here that those monies will be earmarked for new park improvements, is what we said, right?
Yes.
New park improvements. That would be new swings, new slides, new benches, whatever, right? So to Mayor Pro Tem's point, the next time that we come up here as a committee, we would like to see that those $30,000 spent in a proposal so the council can act on it, right? That's what I think Mayor Pro Tem is trying to say. So the $30,000 is new improvements. Now, there's the CIP fund, the mandatory $2 donation. What we have said was historically that has been split. Half of those monies will be accumulated for a grant funding opportunity so that we would have a match The other half of those monies will go toward park maintenance. And so if Ms. Turner is budgeting $163,000 in that fund, 80,000 of those would go toward this grant match that we are anticipating. 80,000 of those dollars will go toward the maintenance and repair of the park system.
Sure.
Is that clear? Does anybody on council, staff, Parks Board, does anybody have heartburn with that separation and that delineation? So all we have left then is to know what the donation fund, the voluntary donation fund will afford us, what opportunities that fund will afford.
Like I say, we spent, just out of that fund, we spent, $28,000 this year. But like I tried to clarify, I mentioned, here's the Fund 81 donation, because I know because it's got the totals on it, has Parks Board and KLMB. So that's the split fund. Just on the sheet here, which was corrected, they pulled out 10,000 for the fence for Bayou Road. All the other, there's supplies, paint brushes, paint supplies, drinks for the Park Board workshop, food and candy for the parade. That's what I'm getting at.
So that needs to be, Mr. Garcia. There are a lot of different things in that line item. I would like for you to work with Ms. Turner to look at those line items and move them accordingly. Some of the things that you said, what did you say before the candy?
Basically out on the February report, there's mistakenly, they supposedly cleared it, 10,000 for the fence that went around Bayou Road.
So that's a maintenance before you continue going,
Okay.
because we keep going ahead.
And
That's
now
a
we-
maintenance issue. According to what we just said, that needs to be taken out of the CIP fund.
Or at the very least, that's, like I say, it's a hard line item. That's a actually new thing in the park. So very least the CIP, which they supposedly corrected it, or the Parks
Mike,
Fund, the Parks, what do you call it?
Mike,
Budgeted Park Fund.
we were making progress, Mike.
But
Just leave it alone, Mike. Leave it alone with the maintenance. Mike,
she gets confused. I'm not.
Loftus told us that we needed a new, maintain our fence. It's maintenance, man. It's maintenance.
Mayor, may I?
But I'm telling you, I'm
I'm
showing
having
what's
fun.
being
I'm teasing
accidentally
you, Mike.
removed out of the
Mayor, may I?
discretionary
Yeah.
donation fund.
We're gonna get it right, Mike. Go ahead, Susan.
I understand the direction to be to go through all the accounts and move whatever journal out, whatever is not supposed to be in those accounts and move them to the appropriate accounts.
And let's
Bring
expedite.
that back to you.
Yeah.
That
That is actually happening now. We met. with
we've been
the
working on
Parks
that for the
Board.
past
Okay.
2 weeks.
I don't know, week or so ago.
It was 3 weeks ago.
Yeah,
Second to
Yeah.
the corrected report.
that's in process now.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to move that up so we can get it back to you by next.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
let's counsel it without objection. Let's please stop there. On that issue, and we can, I think we got it clear on where the problem came in. Again, no harm, no foul. Again, it's a part of the whole process. Now that we have some clarity, we can move forward from that perspective. Where are we on time?
I'm sorry. Way over.
It's 3:40.
It's 3:40. There's a matter of a potential Bayou Fest, I think that you wanted to talk to us about. Before you do that, Mike,
Okay.
before you do that, Mr. Culp is here, he's behind you. And we're going to visit with the chamber. I would suggest have that as some sort of a joint discussion so that we can reset and regroup for time purposes. Was there any other things that you all wanted to share with us outside of what will happen with Bayou Fest?
So just, and I know I hate for everybody to run over, but just those backup documentations we gave you, and then our proposals, is just read over those. We're asking you to read over them so we don't stretch this out any longer. Read over those when you're deciding this year's 24-25 budget to, you know, what kind of plans we have come out of the, whatever be the city's $30,000 budget versus the CIP.
We will definitely see you again
It's there.
because if this city will allocate $30,000, then the Parks Board will submit to us a list of projects before we even approve this budget. So we'll see you next week. Yeah, we'll see you next week.
Now, for clarification, I'm gonna put 30,000 in the budget. Okay.
In the count, in the Parks budget that council approves, right?
Yes.
Right, for right now, and then we'll take the process as it goes. Very good, council, 5-minute break. I believe, are we at Mr. Cole yet?
I was gonna, over the break, talk to you about scheduling because we do have a representative from Keep the Mark Beautiful who's been waiting. He's supposed to start at 2:15.
Okay, let's, are you okay? Let's see if we can get KLMBC after our 5-minute break and then go right into, Mr. Bach, go right into our Tech City Lamarck Chamber discussion. A 5-minute break. We are back in our budget workshop of August 6th. We are now visiting with members of the Keep Lamarck Beautiful Commission. I believe, Mr. Loftus, you are representing that commission today. Welcome. Without further ado, do you have documents that you would like for us to see? All right.
Well, I kind of got what you would call thrown into this kind of not so much last minute, but last minute. Our chairperson, Ms. Lindsay, wasn't going to be able to make it. School starting, and so she's at work. So with that being said, I just wanted to make sure that our monies, like Mr. Bach was speaking about, that our monies are kept where we need them to be, because there are some projects and stuff that we were wanting to do and the money was short pretty much. Lindsay wanted to she reminded me to bring it to your attention about some of the beautification projects, the painting of some of the murals. We didn't have enough monies to do those projects. We were trying to partner with the Parks Board to do some of those things. So it would, I'd be remiss if I didn't say that, we are asking that our budget don't get cut at all. I mean, whatever we've been getting, we'd like to keep it there. And if at all possible, increase it if it's in the city's ability to do. Okay. So we can move forward with some other projects without having to, postpone it, not do it at all, or, beg and borrow from the Parks Board. You know what I'm saying? So, nobody likes to beg and borrow, but at any event, a joint effort is fine with me as well. And I'm sure that if they have money, they would be willing to do it as well. And I know they budget kind of, I've been listening, so I know what they budget is looking like as well. And also too, we had donated some money for the new signs, the street signs. I don't know exactly what that number was. City manager asked me about that the other day. So that's actually coming out of our budget. And that's another reason, my opinion is that I'd like the budget to be increased a little bit so we can help with that. It's been a long time coming to get those signs up, and I'd like to see the city finished with those new street signs. Mr. City Manager, did you find that number as to what KLMB donated?
I haven't gone back to check the minutes, but we're pretty close. That the estimate that you gave was about accurate.
About 70 something.
I believe it was 75, but I got to confirm the minutes, sir.
Yeah, so if our budget is somewhere around the 30,000, 27, and we having to give 7,000 again for more signs, which I'm a vote for it every time that we're asked to give money for those street signs. That's going to be a project that I'm always vote for, because when Lana Brown was on the commission, her and I are the ones that constantly kept coming back to the council trying to get that moved forward, and eventually it did happen. And I'm so grateful to see that sooner or later we won't have green signs. I just was kind of warned with the green
signs.
Yeah, and so yeah. As far as that goes, that's pretty much from my perspective. I even reached out to Mr. Pettyjohn, who's our treasurer, to see if he was able to come, and I guess he had some other appointments or whatever, so he wasn't able to attend to give me some backbone on that. But my basic thing is just, I would hope that you all do not, because I was looking at some of these numbers, and Ms. Turner and Deputy City Manager J.B. Pritchard did tell me that some of this is incorrect. So I kind of had sticker shock when I looked at this and saw that. It was like, I'm like, wait a minute. I had to go out to the car and get my glasses and come back. Like, wait a minute, this don't look right. So that was good to know that those numbers were incorrect on the sheet of paper. So yeah. I do have a question here because on this paper that I was handed, looked like there was a sticky note that basically said something about money was taken out of our budget for a U-Haul. And I have no
For a
idea what that's
U-Haul?
about. Yeah. And it could be a mistake, I don't know, but
Is that something that Miss Lindsay shared with you?
do you know where this came from?
May I comment on that?
Go ahead, go ahead.
I believe that's related to the storage that you guys now have. You guys have a storage facility that you guys keep all your items in?
Yes, that would probably be correct. Because when I'm thinking U-Haul, I'm thinking
Yes, sir.
a U-Haul trailer. If it would have said
Right.
storage, then it would have clicked
It
that.
may have just been by the name of the vendor. I'm not sure.
Okay,
why
then
that was
then
clarified.
that clarifies that right off. So yeah, we good on that as far as, yeah, that is for the storage. So that clears that. So if y'all have any questions, I'm open for
So
it if I have
normally-
that answer.
Hold on just a minute, Ms. Yancey. Ms. Turner, what page, what tab?
87.
That's gonna be under tab 27. It's another fund.
Number 87?
27.
Eighty-seven.
Please.
Okay. All right, I'm sorry, Ms. Yancey, go ahead.
No, you're good. I just wanted to, because when I was on that board, it was 30,000. We used to have an annual budget of 30,000 every year. Am I right, Councilman Bill Compion?
That's what it was when I first started, was 30,000.
Why did we decrease that? Well, that's a big decrease from 8,000.
Similar to what was done during what we discussed now with parks during the rollback in 21 to 22 fiscal year when that happened. There was a request to cut a lot of things, and those cuts were made at that time with the hopes of later bringing them both back up to the 30,000.
But you're still proposing to keeping it keeping at that low figure? In this budget, this proposal, right?
So,
It says 8,300 for this proposed budget.
there's, the first section is revenue, right? And a portion of that is interest. That's budgeted at $1,000. The other portion, there's a transfer in that's done from the utility fund
Okay.
for historically 7,300.
Where's that money coming? Is that coming from a dollar donation? When it comes from the utility fund, it's coming from the water department, yes?
Yes. So it's that, if I'm not mistaken, it's that split.
Mayor, that's the voluntary
Mhm.
donation that comes in. Unless you choose to do more, it's at $2, of which $1 goes to KLMBC and $1 goes to parks.
And that's
This is
73.
That's similar to what we just discussed now. That's why the numbers are similar.
So I take it that we do not, so we kid, but in all seriousness, the Parks board has access to 3 separate accounts. Two of them are donation based, and one of them is funded by this council through taxpayer dollars and other revenues.
Yes.
But KLMBC does not have that. They have 2 accounts.
By donation and the one that you would assign. They don't have the third. The third would have been that mandatory $2.
Okay, so where then is the one, I see the donation, where is the one that we assign? Because what's happening again,
A flip photo?
okay,
Expenditure 4041, that should be the one.
Okay, that's the one that has 10,000 in it.
I see 87, Fund
Right.
87.
Fund 8710 administration. Keep going, right there.
8710. And the donation fund is what?
Well,
This is 10. What is the donation fund?
that's the 8,300, correct?
No, this is 8710, right?
Yeah,
What is the number on the donation fund?
4041.
So 4041 and 8017, two separate accounts is what you're saying.
Wait a minute, let's go back.
Okay.
There's in Fund 81,
87.
excuse me, 87, right?
And
Please.
Fund 87 is the fund that residents donate into.
They donate into,
Okay.
they share from Fund 81, the voluntary donation
Right.
is split.
And is there another line item that is associated with
Let's see.
the KLMBC, a line item that would be within our budget?
That's account 4041, Clean City Program Expense. Right now, it's budgeted at $10,000.
Okay.
You're saying it's supposed to be 30.
Yeah, but before we get to that point, that's the one that's 8710.
On that 8710 page, yes.
And the donation account is what?
On the page before that, sure.
Right, but I'm saying, what is that number? 8700?
On this page here, 8700.
Right, so 8700 is the donation fund and 8710 is the fund that council funds.
Correct.
Okay. So we have the same issue with, for whatever reason, with KLMBC that we had with the Parks Board. There is, again, fiscal year 2022, new staff. There is a transfer in from the utility fund of $7,100, but there is a Clean City program expense of $20,000. So here we are again, because we simply, again, human error. We have deficits growing in this account because the staff had no understanding that there were two separate accounts, and that can happen to any staff, right? So now we have to fix it.
Okay.
So because we've been running a deficit in that account for fiscal year 2022, fiscal year 2023, and there is a small projected, well, it says adopted $1,700 deficit. I'm looking at the old budget.
Right.
Right. So we would need to definitely clean that up, correct that.
Now, for 25, is it 10 or is it 30?
Well, if it's 10, then we out of business.
Well, we're getting 7, an average of 7 from donations, so it needs to be at least 25 if we're gonna be at 30. Also, do we have any and this is the beginning initial framework, guys. We're going back and we're laying the framework so that we can begin making decisions off of this, but we got to have some sort of infrastructure in place to even start making these decisions. Without objection, council will add that. Again, that does not mean that that's what the KLMBC will walk away with. It just simply means this is a starting point for us. Council, do we have any questions for Mr. Loftus as it relates to Keep Lamarck Beautiful goals, or Ms. Turner as it relates to the budget?
So when I flip one more page and we have the line item for 4041 spring cleanup, and it's proposed at $0, how much do we spend on spring cleanup and fall cleanup with the Keep Lamarck Beautiful?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Loftus, that normally has traditionally come out of that $30,000 per year, correct?
Right. And one other thing, we've kind of, in the past, we used to get our packet, days ahead of time before our meetings, so we would have a chance to look over it. In recent years, we've been just kind of getting it on the day of our meetings, which kind of really puts us, in a bad spot because we don't really have time to analyze what's what. We used to get our waste management report in there, and here lately it's kind of just done really slimmed down. When Ms. Fields was here, you know, we kind of got a front door service, if I can say that, because she would actually bring it and drop it in our mailbox, literally. So we would have it on time. And I get it, things change, and I'm not, you know, trying to call anybody out on that as far as that. I just, moving forward, hopefully we can get back to that. And I know I've heard the discussions of people wanting to go paperless, and I get the reason why. But some people like to have paper.
Sure.
And I've heard that before. I'm one of those persons that like to see it compared to having to look at it on the computer, 2 phones, trying to figure it out, flipping back and forth when I can do this and turn a page. So hopefully we can get back to, you know, getting those packets, you know, sooner rather than later, you know, just a couple days earlier would be great with me.
Right.
So we can get there, then I think we'll have a better chance of, you know, analyzing what we need to look at before our meetings. It just makes it better for myself. I'm speaking for sure. Because like I said, I walked in here with no information. I actually had to call Deputy City Secretary and so she could have this for me today, because I wasn't able to get with Ms. Lindsay to see what it was she had, because she's the one that keeps all our paperwork and everything. So, and another thing, we used to actually get the budget book. The first 2 years I was on the commission here, I actually got the budget book with the numbers in it, and we haven't got that in a while.
Okay.
So maybe moving forward, that's something that staff can provide us with, you know, just like you all got it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we can find it, but I figure like my opinion only, that staff could, you know, give us one as well and make it easier for us to understand it and, you know, move forward with it.
Absolutely.
So with that being said, as long as y'all ain't cutting our budget, I think we'll be good. You know what I'm saying?
But-
we need some money.
Right now, it says that we're gonna get 10 grand though. So how much does our spring and fall cleanup normally cost us?
Again, I don't have that number in front of me. So I can't answer that question. I just don't have that number.
So we've council has recognized that you get about 7,000 in donations, and we have just now, without objection, tentatively added 25,000 to that 7 to give you 32. What we need from you, and I think that answers Mr. Ross's question. He wants to make sure that y'all have enough money. But what we need from the KLMBC, in same fashion as the Parks Board, we need a budget. What would you, your group propose to expend those $30,000 on? Because we need to see that when we start to make decisions. And if there's, you know, if all of those monies aren't potentially allocated, then like all councils do.
Oh, I already know.
And add those signs in there too, because it's
right.
And that's a big thing for beautifying a city. And it's also a big thing for truck drivers when they're looking for an address. That's a pet peeve.
Wayfinders, yeah.
Yeah, and if there's a first responder, if they're, you know, coming from out of the city that doesn't know the city.
That sounds familiar. I think I brought that to the attention of some folks here not too long ago when I'm riding around doing my assessment of the city when there's missing street signs. So I've been the advocate for these new street signs and street signs, period, whether they were green or blue when they were missing, because I brought that to the attention that if what you just said, Mr. Lowry, if an emergency vehicle is coming down the street and there's no street sign, that's a problem.
Yeah.
If there's no address on the house, that's a problem. But more so the street sign, because what if they don't know what street they're on?
Right.
So yeah, you're right. Like I say, as long as y'all don't cut our budget, how about this? Give us 50 and we'll be good.
So
Man, you hadn't said anything but a word. James, pull that out your front pocket, James.
I'm just saying, I mean, that'll just cut to the chase. I'm sure that, you know, Ms. Lindsay will be happy because she's pressing for these murals for the police department and for the library, and we just don't have the money to do it. I know 50 will be putting us where we need to be. And then these citizens will be happy when they seeing some beautification projects going on. So when they thinking about potholes, they can think about
They can see a
beautification.
mural, huh?
They can see a mural at
So
the same
man,
time.
Hey,
Yep, that's exactly right, Mayor. So, yeah, Ms. Turner, I employ you to, make us some numbers and to advocate that and get us up to at least 50 moving forward.
Yeah.
We'll be good. We won't come back and ask for nothing else.
No.
I'll try my, they're a tough crowd.
No, I know, I've been here before. I know, I know. But with that being said, I think, that's all for now. I will get with Lindsay this afternoon. In fact, she's called me since I've been sitting here. I will get with her and bring something back before August is over. So,
in a proposal, how you all would spend those monies.
Right.
Mr. Ross, what you want?
So I know last year with this budget, we had talked about doing murals and we literally came, and it was at that meeting that we found out that the Parks Board budget wasn't what we thought it was. And that made me go, ooh, what's our budget at? And then come to find out, ooh, well, maybe we can't even afford to do murals and stuff. So it was, yeah.
that's exactly right.
We wanted both parks and KLMBC wanted to do more this year.
Yeah.
But we didn't have the funds to do it. And
Yeah.
it was, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna get with Lindsay, and I can pretty much assure you that when I come back, the number gonna be around 50,000.
Council, do you have any other questions for KLMBC? Thank you, Mr. Loftus. That was very efficient of you.
Thank you.
Mr. Tim, are we at Tim Cole?
Yeah, Chamber.
Mr. Tim Cole, and then you have your friend back there. Mr. Mike Rockbach loves to come before the council and just chop it up. All right, we are now at our Texas City Lamarck Chamber of Commerce annual visit with the executive director, Mr. Tim Cole. He is sitting with our Parks Board leadership because he is going to share with us all the wonderful things that are happening with the chamber, as well as those needs the chamber would have from us, and a potential opportunity to collaborate on Bayou Fest. So Mr. Cope will have the floor, and we'll add in Mr. Bach and Ms. Griffin as needed to help us to understand the issue of Bayou Fest. Mr. Cole.
Outstanding. Well, thank you, Mayor and council members. Thank you for having me. I always enjoy visiting with you. Mr. Lowry, welcome to first time to be in front of you. So glad to be here today. Just real quickly, before I get into a lot of the content of the things I want to talk about, just want to give y'all a little background, especially for some of our new council members like Councilman Lowry, is just give y'all a little background. Because again, I'm still pretty new here. I mean, I won't be 2 years until December of being here. So, but I just want to give y'all some quick background, and pardon the glasses, I can't see without them. So, just to give y'all some context about myself personally, is the fact that about a little over 30 years of experience in economic and community development. I was chairman of an event back in East Texas. It was a festival that we had that had about, on an average of about 20,000 people annually at this event. We did that for I was chairman for 19 years. Numerous other events around the state and back in other communities that I represented. Served on the Pasadena Livestock Show and Rodeo as an ex officio board member for those folks. Very active in festivals and arts and craft festivals and show. My father and I were actually in a business together where we would, our team would basically do about 3 arts and craft shows or festivals a weekend. So on an average of about 120 shows a year, to give some perspective to some of that. And so we've kind of been around that piece. So I think that's important, just so y'all know that, I do have some knowledge and background about these festivals and events that y'all are placing in our trust to do and to coordinate. So I just wanted to give some context to some of that as we roll along. Number one, and I'll just start off with the fact that, the agreement that we have with the city right now is an agreement that was signed by my predecessor. I'm hearing this afternoon about, changes of administrations and so forth. And it was signed back in 2022. Great agreement. No real problems with it, but I do think there's some things that we probably need to look at more closely and more efficiently. I didn't do a lot with it last year because last year was kind of a year of analyzing for me personally, and in being, my first year with the chamber. Again, there's not a lot of real technical things that we need to change in here, but I think it gives clarity, and I think it also will help give clarity to the conversation we'll have here in just a moment about the Bayou Fest as well. But there's about 14 items that we are responsible for accomplishing on that piece for the monies that y'all give us currently. Okay. And one of those is coordination of the Bayou Fest. And so I kind of guess we'll kind of drop in right there on the Bayou Fest conversation, because I know that's going to be the biggest part of what we want to talk about today. And it's this way. Number one, I want to be very clear on one thing. We have by no means at the chamber ever wanted to do away with, cancel, not have the Bayou Fest. Okay. What we were giving consideration to and proposing was actually moving the date, moving the event to another date, and combining it with another event that we're working on. And I'll go into more detail about that in just a moment. And so that's where I think a lot of this conversation and discussion really started. And so one of the things that I have determined over the last year and so is the fact of in our service agreement, it says that the chamber will coordination of the Bayou Fest in Lamarque. And I think and again, I think this comes from my predecessors and just change of administration is kind of defining what that word coordinate means. Is it management, or is it coordination of? And I think what's happened to some degree is we've kind of, and Rock and I've talked about this, is we've kind of got into a management position of event that's not really ours, as far as the chamber's concerned. It doesn't really belong to us because it's a city event. And so I think that was a part of it. So what we want to look at is how can we help and support coordinating with Parks Board, whomever operates the Bayou Fest. How can we be of support services? So let's kind of get into the numbers just a little bit, and I'll make it relatively quickly. We receive right now, we receive about $25,000 a year from the city. Okay. Of that 25,000, that is set to go towards all of these 14 things that I'm talking about that we're required to do under our service agreement. What we have done historically, is taken that $20,000 and use that money to underwrite our portion of the Bayou Fest, primarily the largest portion of that going towards the cook-off. Okay. We seed money $10,000 of that 20 to go toward payout. And then we've done other things as far as golf carts, porta potties, light stands, those types of items. Okay. Additionally to that, we have raised a little over $11,000 through sponsorships through our chamber members to help us support those efforts. Okay. And so then what we've done is that $20,000 that we spend, or we use for underwriting, we recoup that money back through the registration fees of the teams that participate in the cook-off. And then we use that money basically offsets the rest of what we do for the city throughout the year. And so, again, we want to continue working with the Parks Board or whomever and do those same types of things. Talk to Rock about it. We feel comfortable with helping to use those dollars to help underwrite those costs of the payout. We want to continue to help in working with whomever's running the Bayou Fest as far as accepting registrations for the cookers, the arts and craft folks, those types of things. And then again, we'll just regenerate those dollars back and use them to help us cover the cost of the other items over here. The other piece of this, and I think this is where we can really get into looking at some nuances on this, is the fact that in visiting with Mr. Garcia, I think there has been some items that the city has graciously participated with in the past that such as the leadership. Y'all have 4 participants in our leadership mainland class right now. Okay. And I know y'all have had upwards to 3 or maybe 3 or 4 in the past. The State of the County luncheon table, your support of our annual gala, the State of the City luncheon table. So those types of things, it's my understanding that have been coming out of your general funds, if I'm using the right terminology there. And so
what I would propose to you is look, let's sit down and I can start working. I've got some general numbers right now, but let us shift those things over to and under this $25,000 that we're talking about. We're not talking new money. I'm not talking about adding on. What I am talking about is using we'll use those dollars to help, we'll get you tables at those events and sponsorships and those types of things and get the city recognition at the different events that we're hosting. I also think that there are other items that we're going to be able to add. I think there's other events. Again, not asking to increase the dollar amount. We'll leave it there. It's just basically it's surface more than anything. It's just kind of the face of what it is. We can use those numbers. We can play with those numbers, and I want to be real careful how I use that term, play with numbers. But we can put that in a place to where y'all are, as a city, are going to get more benefits for the events that we put on and host. That gives you an opportunity to participate and be there, in recognition of the city of Lamarque for that. So I hope that part of it makes sense. We can kind of grow that piece of it, if you will. The other thing that also is included, and just to kind of give some more reference to this, is I think most of you know, or if you haven't, and I brought a copy of it. This is our annual community guide and membership directory that we publish through the chamber, and we work with the Galveston Daily News to publish this. We publish almost 4,000 copies of this, and we send it out to local residents, and then we pass these out throughout the year to during different events. Okay, in this book, the city of Lamarque has two things. Number one, you have an ad in the book. Okay, so you have an ad in the book itself. We kind of focused on the EDC, economic development side of things on this ad. But then additionally with that, you also have a write-up about the city of Lamarque and take up about 4 pages of that, okay? And so to kind of give some context around that piece as well, that's probably around $8,500 worth of advertising that goes in that book that y'all get, again, with that $25,000. So if we kind of start adding it all together, I hope that makes sense. What I'm saying is we're kind of trying to get you the biggest bang for your buck. I should have started off by saying this, and then I was very remiss in not doing so, is we at the chamber absolutely love our partnership with the city of Lamarque. And I want to be very clear on that. I have had people that have commented to me that they feel like that the relationship that we have right now with the city of Lamarque and the chamber is one of the best that it's been in a long time. And we're proud of that, and I'm proud of that, and I'm proud of the fact that at least 4 of you up here I've got to know and talk to. Mr. Lowry, we'll get to have that conversation later on, but we are, and we're very proud of that relationship that we're developing, and we want to continue and grow that relationship. We think it's beneficial. I'll tell you straight up, as of yesterday, I was speaking in 2 different school districts. Was speaking in Texas City ISD, and I was speaking at Dickinson ISD. And I was very proud to be able to stand in front of those people and say, guess what? I represent 2 All-American cities. And we take pride in the fact that we have 2 communities, Texas City, Lamarque, and we identify as such as representing both communities. So we want to build on this piece. So with that being said, there was some conversation about looking at moving the Bayou Fest, as I said just a moment ago. Again, we did not want to get rid of it. We didn't want to cancel. That was not our goal by any means. Just looking at it from our standpoint as operating an event and wanting to, again, out of conversation that I'd had with many of you, of how do we grow it? How do we make it better? What can we do? Our thought process was, let's combine it with another event that we were going to have that we're working on and move it into March. Obviously, that's not the full desire of everybody, and Rock and the Parks Board as well, and I'm appreciative. And so how do we support that? How can we have that event? And what's wrong with possibly adding another major event? I'll give you a kind of behind the curtains look into my thought process as well. And that is, how can we take these events, okay, and what can we do through our partnership? I've sat here for the last hour or so and listened to both the Parks Board and Keep Lamarque Beautiful, and I hear those budget struggles that y'all are going through. What if we sat down and we figured out ways, okay, if the chamber makes a little profit on either one of those events, that we turn around and we give a little bit of that money back to the city of Lamarck. We give a little bit of that money to the Parks Board. We give a little bit of that money to keep Lamarck beautiful. Figure out that process. What that number is, couldn't tell you, don't know. But I do know that we have opportunity, especially doing 2 events like we're talking about and wanting to do, that we could generate enough income. Let me just give you an example. Let's use the current Bayou Fest. Again, Rock and I've talked about this. I told you a moment ago kind of how we recoup those dollars back through the fees, the registration fees through the cook teams. What if we were able to grow the number of cook teams to, let's just use a number, 120 cook teams, okay? 120 cook teams. That's going to generate a higher profit for us that we could turn around and we say, hey, you know what? Out of that profit, why don't we give $10,000, I'm just using a number, back to the Parks Board to do some projects that they want to do. You know, we heard keep Lamarck beautiful again. We're only talking about a $20,000 difference right there. What if we used those dollars and we gave 10 there and 10 here? So y'all kind of get the thought process. And I think there are some opportunities for us to do some things like that. So I've mentioned several times, I've talked about this new event. So I want to talk to y'all about it because it's very, very important for us as a chamber and organization. We feel like that it's got a lot of opportunity. Many of you are familiar or know Mr. Tiny Guidry, Lamarck resident here, and you know of some of the success that he has had with his BTR Caring for Kids Foundation and his Cajun Throwdown event. That's the event that we were looking at partnering with or standalone. Okay, we've already reserved a date in March. And what we want to do is we want to bring that event to Lamarck. We want to have that event out at the park. We feel like that we know for a fact that it's going to do, we're going to be able to do some really, really good things with that event. We're going to be able to grow it, have lots of participation. We're looking at probably doing a combination, which is not common, not done very many places, of doing a crawfish and barbecue event together on that event. Getting some very good quality name brand entertainment to come in as well. We feel like that the connections that Mr. Guidry has and the connections that we have at the chamber will be able to grow that event into something very, very special. And we feel like, based on historical data that they've had at other events where they have been located, that we feel like that we can probably get 8,000 to 10,000 people in attendance. It's going to put some strain on us in some positions. We know that, but that's called planning. That's called being prepared. But that's still very, very good and very beneficial when we start driving people through our community and coming in here and participating and staying in our hotels and eating in our restaurants and buying our gas, driving that economic development factor of this thing. That's the reason why we want to do those things. So again, to our request, the request that I would have of you on that event, we are going to ask for a little money on that. Okay, I'm asking you for 20,000 to help us seed that project and that program. So we feel like that we've got a lot of really, really good opportunities with that to grow that event and generate some income. I know there has been some conversation, because I just want to let me say this. I've known Mr. Guidry for a few years now. I've actually met him originally while I was in Deer Park and working up there. And so I've met him there and known him from there. I also know the success that he had when he had moved his event from Hitchcock, where he was participating there, to the city of Pasadena, where they had that event up there. And I will tell you, quite frankly, and this is kind of how the conversation started, was the fact that he was looking at wanting to bring the event back to his hometown where he lives here in Lamarck. That's what started the conversation. In my office one day, he came to see me and wanted to talk about bringing the event to this area. And we were sitting there talking, and I said, that's when the conversation came up about what if we combine the two events. That's how it started, okay? And so looking at it, we were wanting to see about doing that. I can tell you, talking to some connections, as I talked about earlier, I don't think the city of Pasadena, and if they're watching this, they're probably not real happy with me right now, but that's okay. That's not my job anymore. My job is to bring business to Lamarck.
And so, he wants to bring it down here. They would like to have him have it back up there, but I really think that it needs to be here, and that's where we want to try to accomplish that. So that's our ask right now. That's kind of what we're looking at. Again, I think there is some other items and services that I want to propose to you guys, and I will get you a very detailed list of those items to add to that we can add to our agreement. But basically, at the end of the day, our ask is this. We want to keep the 25,000 that we've been getting from y'all. We want to continue to provide services. We actually want to add services. We want to ask for an additional 20 for what we'll call its term right now is the Cajun Throwdown, okay, which is the BTR event. So we'd like to do that. And we want to continue to coordinate and support the Parks Department on their efforts and continuing to run the Bayou Fest. We will actually move in, and I kind of looked at it this way, and I said this a minute ago, move more so out of a management role and more of a coordinator role, coordinating with, and I'll just give you again a good example, because again, we've had this conversation earlier, talking about golf carts. Okay, where are we going to get the money to cover the golf carts? Well, guess what? We can cover the cost of the golf carts. We can use some of that 10,000 I explained to y'all a moment ago. We can use some of that to cover the cost of the golf carts. And then until we get that, and we'll recoup that money back on the registration fees. So I've said a lot, I've took a lot of time, but I hope I've explained it. Again, we want to partnership this thing, and we want to support, and is what we want to do there.
Let's fill council in on this before we get into this discussion any further. We have noticed in the past 2 to 3 years, maybe even 4 years, that there is a serious and significant decline with the Bayou Fest, with the attendance, with the participation, and it is associated with the reduction in the level of talent. Previous administrations, previous councils earmarked higher level, more popular, notable, known talent, and it drove the attendance. These councils these days don't necessarily put the emphasis on talent as much as quality of the event. Having said that, the participation has been reduced. So Mr. Culp came to me, I believe we were in Denver, and he shared with me his concern about the participation and the success of the event. And again, he's a festival guy, and he started to throw ideas out for discussion. He proposed to come to council during budget workshop to have this discussion, the discussion he's having now. In the midst of all of that, I believe Mr. Bach heard about the proposed change, and he wanted the opportunity to come before council to propose ideas that would give the Parks Board perhaps and other citizens an opportunity to lead Bayou Fest for us. He wants a chance this year to show that Bayou Fest can be a success, being organized and coordinated by the city, by the Parks Board. And if it is not, then the next option would be to seriously consider this partnership with Mr. Guidry that Mr. Culp is talking to us about today. Having said that, now we're moving into this place where Mr. Bach is going to share with us his vision and perhaps the Parks Board's vision support for this Bayou Fest for this year. This is a prove-it year, right? And if it is not proven, then the council certainly can entertain moving this event to a partnership with Mr. Guidry and his organization. Mr. Bach.
All right. First of all, you're truthful in the decline, and that is directly related to budget cuts. 100%.
Yep.
After COVID, the budget was reduced $50,000, and the EDC prior has been good about managing to get performers within that budget. You compare 5 years ago, maybe 6 years ago, when they paid Clay Walker alone $75,000. He had a big draw. So now you're bringing in, by losing that $50,000 fund. And it's not really, the other problem is you're not keeping up with inflation. We reduced it, the Bayou Fest fund at that time, basically by 25%. Okay. But now the inflation costs and everything since COVID is almost increased everything by 50%. So that's, you know, that's a direct relationship to all these festivals, you know, great music and all that. I mean, barbecue cook-offs and all the activities that we put on to BioFest, the bulk of the people still coming out for the music. So, you know, that's where, you know, like you asked me to come up with a plan, 5-year plan or whatnot. And one of the things I found it online, but I can't find it in the book, but I found it on y'all's online post is, so obviously the Bayou Fest has like $65,000 in sponsorship fee out of the it was 140 last year. They spent 134. So basically half of it's sponsorship fund. The other half, I'm assuming, comes from hot tax. That's what it's for. Okay. I've asked to try to, so obviously, and so research last year, I believe hot tax brought in $105,000. And again, the BioFest isn't the only festival the city puts on, you know, or event. Okay. So I've asked for that. I said, surely there's a reserve fund that was created by the hot tax. Couldn't find that amount. But what I did find earlier on the phone was, I believe it was 26. They made a cure $26,000 in interest last year on the hot tax reserve fund.
Say that again, Mike.
The hot tax, you know, however long it's been going on, there's been extra money accrued. It's not, you know, whatever accrued, whatever money's not been spent, it goes into this fund. Well, they got it invested in, you know, interest bearing fund. And I saw it in the paperwork earlier, and you can, Ms. Turner might can find it for us, is it accrued and paid back to the city $26,000 last year. So that's another, it's coming out of the same fund, but yet that's not money that is applied annually. And it's, you know, we can utilize that to increase the Bayou Fest overall budget that the city, you know, which goes to, you know, probably 50% of its budget. I mean, music related, which not only the band, it's everything affiliated, everything you see up there, the stage, the fencing and all that kind of stuff for crowd control for those festivals. But that's just one, you know, other than we know it's underfunded. I mean, well, I feel it, but again, the more we pay for better entertainment, that directly related to the crowd size. And that seems to be y'all's concern. So other than the city staff, you know, and they asked me to help them, you know, get the contacts and they'll handle it from there. The other option is to, you know, research sponsors. There hasn't been, I don't believe a new big corporate sponsor in 5 or 6 years at least. The ones we've had, obviously Waste Management, we've had them since we had their contract. And then I think Praxair haven't been at it probably 5 or 6 years. And there's the other one that's a little bit smaller. I can't remember which one it is, but there's nothing to say we can't keep adding to it. You know, we need that's what I'm saying. We need to work together with staff and Parks Board and continue to go out and get these, try to get more corporate sponsors. It was just, you know, it's kind of hard that everything, all the planning and everything for this year's BioFest is literally just started. And it should have been started in February or March. And then, you know, city staff and the chamber does, you know, they have their meetings, and then usually around May, we start having organizational meeting, which includes city staff, at the chamber office, Parks Board, and then some of the major players like Amico and stuff. There are different community people that are also in these organizations. That's usually started by May. We hadn't even had one yet. So, you know, we're working behind the 8 ball this year, but I have a feeling with the adding this extra day of music and what we're going to do, what the plans are with that, you'll see a big show there. And will be a big crowd increase there. 2 days of music that's going to draw people. And then
So Mike, what's the plan?
Tejano music Friday night.
I mean, yeah, give us
Okay,
give us
so
your
with that being
overall
said,
plan.
With that being said, also, if y'all aware of it, first time ever, but I mean, what do you call it? Just financing dictates it. Do a pay gate. Okay. We were talking about $5 for residents, which, you know, that's really nothing. And then we talked about $10 for non-residents, but everybody I've talked to that I've mentioned our lineup for Friday night, they said, you know, the Hispanic group, he said, y'all can charge $20 and that won't be sweat off nobody's back. They'll pay that money. And the other thing I've heard, and probably Mary has, but obviously the city staff's heard, Faust is one of our sponsors. They're part money and then in-kind product, and then they pay for radio ads, which aren't cheap. And they're always crying, and I get it, because the beer sales aren't there. Well, this Friday night lineup is going to bring some beer sales. And one of the other things we suggested and we're going through with is the fireworks. To eliminate the fireworks at the Bayou Fest only, because Amico gives y'all that money, and then once the Life and Liberty event come up, we agreed to split it. Well, that's okay, but the level of the fireworks show was like, obviously a step down. It was noticeable. And then obviously this year, you know, they had issues. So the plan behind that is you go later in time. We haven't, again, I speak from experience with all these festivals I attend, is the later the festival is, you can capture a young crowd. Again, I'm going back to beer sales because we're trying to make Faust happy because they're a continued sponsor. And start an event later or having music because you're not having to worry about the fireworks, you know, going off. The Marque is the only one of I'm going to say a large festival that is over at 10 o'clock. All the other festivals, their headline acts don't come on till 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. And so by starting, not saying, say 10 o'clock headline act starts, we're capturing that younger crowd that doesn't leave their house from 9, 10 o'clock. They avoid the Bayou Fest because they don't want to go there, be there 30 minutes, have one beer and leave because it's shut down. That's a late crowd that we've been missing. So I think between the two, moving it back, having a late crowd on both nights, and then not, you know, we're able to move it back by, you know, doing away with the fireworks at Bayou Fest and putting that whole fund towards Life and Liberty and do that grand type of firework display that we used to see at the Bayou Fest. And so that, you know, that's some of the differences we're talking about that we're planning on doing this year. You know, like you said, Mayor, if we just get 2,000 people at $10, that's $20,000 right there. But, you know, we got additional costs. We're working within the same entertainment budget, and I think we're way under budget as far as the entertainment costs. But that, you know, that revenue coming back is definitely help, you know, the pay gate. But with that, you got to add fencing. You have to have, I'm sure we got to rent scanners, do payment, have paid workers at each gate. And we're talking about 3. So I think that 20,000 will cover all that. I know it will. But you know, that's if we only get 2,000, but keeps we got two Grammy Award winning Tejano bands. And everybody keeps telling me they're good. I mean, that they'll draw. We're heads up against Brazoria County because we tried to get it Saturday, but it was an issue with booking the bands. Brazoria County's got two, they probably got 100 grand, and one's a Tejano band and one's a El Norte band, which is just a different genre of music, but they're big name acts. But the issue is, you know, we're here in Galveston County. There's a large group of Hispanic population. They might have bigger names over there, but who wants to drive an hour and then drive back? So that's where I feel that, you know, doing this Tejano night. So again, the Tejano night is just all the festivals. All the festivals used to have Tejano on Sunday. And they come out, they support it. But, you know, you can't enjoy yourself. You got to go to work the next day. Alvin Music Fest, Lee City Music Fest, Brazoria County Fair, Flute Mosquito Fest, all have given them a prime date, prime date, either Thursday, Friday, or Saturday. And when they do, they kill it. I've attended I cook with my friends from Brazoria County in Mosquito Fest. And that's, Flute is a predominant Hispanic city. It's got higher Hispanics than we got. And I go there, I always go check, even though I'm on the cook-off side, I go across the street, check on the concerts. I'll ask the officer. So their concerts this way, but all their activities, their vendors and stuff are that way. They blow out that field and crowd goes that way. They can't even see the stage. They can hear it. And so I asked the officer, this back-to-back years, you know, how many, what's the paid gate? He calls on his radio, 10,000. They had next night, Saturday night, Texas Country. One year was Josh Ward. It was the headliner. And the other year was Stoney LaRue. Probably no crowd. So I asked him, what's pay gate? He called, same officer, you know, he remembers me now. So one was 3,000, the other one was 3,500. And you know, these were Texas country bands that are normally good draws, but you know, just for example, the Houston Rodeo, out of the top 10 most attended rodeos for the acts, 7 of them are Hispanic music and 3 are country or rock or whatever. You know, that's a really strong thing we're tapping into, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And I think we'll go further, you know, with that.
Let's stop right there, Mike, and get questions. Mayor Pro Tem.
Mike, I seem to recall a conversation. Is Gus still on the line?
Gus.
That's it. If not, we'll follow up with him, but okay. I seem to recall a conversation that I had when is it Marlene? The PR person that we have, Colleen. Colleen was with us. Hey Gus. I seem to recall a conversation about using our park, a public park, and the issue of paid attendance. And at that time, I was informed, or I think we were all informed, the group that I was with, that was not permitted. Do you know anything about that, Gus?
That the city couldn't charge for public park an admittance fee?
For an event that is for access to a public park, in effect, just blocking off the public park.
It's done all over the place. You know, I don't know if our city has perhaps an ordinance against it, but obviously I brought the Crawfish Bash, the other group, in 2016, and they were the Highland Battle Park 2 years, and then went to the dog track for 3 years, and then come back to the Highland Battle Park. So what we've always done with that, and then I just heard recently on that, top of what you're saying, is we've always rented, say this, I'm gonna call it the south side of Getty Road. Everything over there and to the back of the lake, that's free. We always kept the lake open for public access fishing. Now, I've just been informed that maybe they checked with Gus or legal that we can shut the whole park down and including the lake. For instance, the reason why I bring that up, just say if they wanted to charge a fee per car, you know, say $10 a car or $20 a car, we could start it at that fort. And where in previous mindset, they had to collect money down the road off to the side because we always left the lake open for public access, public waterways. But like I say, I recently was told that they checked with legal and we can shut the whole park down.
Let's get Gus. Do you have an opinion on that?
Is the question, can the city charge access fees to parks during certain events?
Yes.
Well,
Okay.
actually, can the city cut off access to a public park? I guess that's the number one issue. Can the city cut off access to a public park?
Well, the city can close parks. I mean,
Or close it for a for-profit event or for an
yeah,
event.
I'll need to look at that. I mean, it doesn't necessarily strike me as something that can't be done. There are events in public parks all the time that
Charge a fee.
charge a fee. You know, so I don't know who would have said that can't be done. I don't know.
It was at some planning that was.
Would that be akin, Gus, to when we had our softball leagues, they would throw softball tournaments and these teams would have to pay entry fees and things of that nature? Would that be?
Yeah, and I think y'all are trying to do that with another park right now. There was an agreement with a football group. Speaking about that. So I, at least on first glance, it doesn't strike me as illegal, but I will look at it.
For clarity, you said that you were planning on charging per head or
Yeah,
per car?
that was one of the ideas. The option, I think we would make more money if we charge per head, because like I say, even a resident, $5 is minimal, because their first beer, they're gonna pay $8 to $10 for a beer.
Mm-hmm.
So just getting there, but a car, the reason why I don't like the car kind of issue is if any of y'all attended the crawfish bash there at the park, 22, when they backed up traffic and it took an hour and a half to get in the park. Because they were collecting, they were used to the dog track where you come off 1764 and there's 10 gates to collect your payments. They were collecting right before they turned them into the parking area, what we call the parking area, instead of turning them into the parking lot and make several lanes. They were collecting right on Getty Road, and it, like I say, Caesar tell you it was an hour and a half to get in there. Yes, those festivals drop.
And this is just an observation, and it speaks to what Tim was saying. An observation, my personal opinion. These type of events in other cities don't have a long history. They're not on a long. League City was doing this for a long while.
They still are.
No, they stopped that with the free music.
All they did this year was because they were getting, and I understand their decision, but knowing the weather we've dealt with here lately, they were in May. There was always a Cinco de Mayo weekend and May showers.
No, I'm talking about, they had a larger event where they would book entertainers and.
Yes, that's what I'm referring to.
No, it had nothing to do with Cinco de Mayo.
No, I'm just saying it always first weekend of the month, first Saturday of the month, put it that way.
This was.
It was called, so it's been the same festival.
Something in the park or something.
It was called two different things.
It was the music something.
Yes, but it's the reason why I know, because I've cooked in it every year.
Yeah, and they eliminated that.
When they switched it, so it was originally Village Fair. Then they switched it to League City Music Fest.
That's it.
And then when they moved this year, kind of like us in the city, they wanted, or for instance, we call it Fair on the Square. They returned the name of the event back to Village Fair. But that's what I'm saying. They moved it just this year from May to first weekend in October. And it was,
then
they said because of the weather.
my last observation or question, both. To what, since this is, you're anticipating at a city park, to what extent, have you got a budget already laid out for this? To what extent are we gonna use, what's our commitment for our staff time in terms of police?
So
and
we were working,
other-
off of, again, some of the Bayou Fest obviously is being paid right now for like the bands and the stuff that you have to contract right now. And then the Bayou Fest starts, it's always the third Saturday of the month. So that's into the next budget year. So you got some funds, a portion of the funds are actually pulled out this year, the previous year's budget, and then the bulk of it still, it gets paid in the month. So with that being said, we were trying to go off the 140-ish. And I think when we discussed with Caesar, we wrote everything down. We were like at 132.
Yeah.
And then, other than the funding, he said, we got to get lower, So we were under 90,000, or not under 90, in the $90,000 range, something like that. But we were going on the pretense, we start out under the pretense of the 140, which that's a combined deal, that it's 60, 65 sponsor fee of that 140, and then the rest of it, 70 something, 80 something comes from the hot tax.
Okay, and my last question. Tim mentioned this, but alluded to somewhat of on this point. From your viewpoint, this is not an event that will ever generate additional funds. It would always be dependent upon a contribution from the city and sponsors. Is that accurate to say?
Yes, that's how they, pretty much all the city.
And Tim, you made the point that with the possibility of whatever you were mentioning, the goal from the chamber's perspective is to make some money off of the event on that, and that's a distinction there that I heard.
Yeah, and I think to address your question is the fact that any of these festivals or events, they've got to have underwriting money, plain and simple. And so where does that money come from? And then once you have that underwriting money, how can you manage that? How can you use your resources, your connections, those types of things to help keep those expenses down low enough to where you could in turn be able to generate a profit by attendance numbers, gate charges, more teams to participate in the event, those types of things. And so again, that's how you, but there's not, I don't know of an event anywhere that doesn't have some type of underwriting, be it sponsorships, city funds, hot tax funds, whatever.
And let me jump in here, because Mike, we have to have a plan. So let me help counsel to know what the plan was as you were outlining it when I heard it. The event will go from 1 day to 2.
Yeah, the music will be 2 days.
Yeah.
And
But Mike,
okay.
there's supposed to be music on the second day as well.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, let me finish. So that we can, because we keep getting off.
Okay.
You're gonna have you proposing a 2-day event. The Friday night will be a music festival, primarily Tejano music. Saturday night, you're going to have 2 or 3, and just short answers, Mike. 2 or 3 more bands, 2 or 3? Which one? 3 more bands, Saturday night. 3 different genres of music, 3 bands, Saturday night. Are you still having, and this is rapid fire, Mike, so we can get through it. Are you still having Kids Fish?
Yes.
Are you still having a cook-off?
Yes.
Are you still having food trucks?
Yes.
Are you still having the kid zone that we had with the bouncy houses?
Yes.
Are you adding, thank you from Ms. Tanya. Are you still having Mutton Buster?
Yes.
Are you now trying to add on a smaller scale today and a larger scale in the future, carnival rides.
Trying to. but
Trying to.
We checked, they're pretty expensive.
You're trying to do that, and you're also trying to possibly have some sort of a fun run to kick this off in support of breast cancer awareness. Okay, stop there. A couple of questions. Rapid fire. This is just yes or no. Have you brought this to your board? Yes or no?
No, because we hadn't had a board meeting. It's on our agenda for this month. Yes.
Okay. Do you plan on bringing this to your board?
Oh, yeah, it's on the agenda.
Okay. I think that Mr. Pritchett is wanting to add some sort of color to your commentary about the budget, seems like, or the budget for this event. Is that right?
Are as close to in line. I know Rock was talking, putting some numbers out there and even referring to interest drawn from a logic account and things like that. And so I just wanted to speak to I just wanted to speak to the numbers themselves as was discussed. Specifically what was discussed, and these two gentlemen have pointed out the idea of talent costs that draw people to come to said event, whether it is a paid gate event or whether it is to put heads in beds. That's what hot funds are used for, to bring people from outside the city of Lamarck here for a specific time and place. That's why those funds are so specific in what they can be used for. In the years prior to me coming in, 65,000 was the talent associated costs, hotel rooms, riders, whether that was to feed the talent, all of the above. That's 65,000 alone. The talent at the time was closer to 100. So talent that we're looking at currently, again, since 2021 has been 50,000. So whereas we have spent upwards 85, close to 100 prior to the year 2021, when we all talk Kevin Fowler, some of those other big names that made a really big draw, we were spending more than twice as much. Rock talked about a 25% decrease. Where we're looking at from a $65,000 just talent associated cost to 25,000 to feed them, to house them, to for them to travel, all of the above. Talent costs that went from 100 that ended up at 50, that through, and I need to make this evidently clear, that what we spent on talent the last, for sure, 2 years has been mostly relationship driven, meaning if JB knows Miss Tanya is the talent, she may charge Rock $30,000 because that's a stranger, but she may only charge me 15. Appreciate you. Meaning that we spent an actual talent cost of 35,000, meaning we're under budget. That's great. That's what we strive for. But that's an asterisk. That's not an every year thing. And so when we look at either talent associated costs or the cost for talent, what these contracts say that I have to pay ahead of time in order for them to say, hey, we will X this out on our calendar, so we will come perform. That's the talent costs. The associated costs, everything else, that number, as these gentlemen have spoke out, has gone up. And so what we've looked at is being very advantageous with not only the relationships that we have, whether it's A to Z Fencing, Land and Sea, these local businesses that have been a cornerstone of Bayou Fest, as well as major sponsors as Waste Management. Because what this does not take into account is the in-kind donations that are given for Bayou Fest. We don't sit there and spend X number of dollars for the generator that generates the power for the entire thing. You don't run that entire stage by being plugged into a 110 outlet. And I'm being sarcastic to make a point, is there's a laundry list of costs that are in addition to those talent costs and talent association costs that I'm just factoring the city of Lamarck's budget. I'm not even going into Tim Culp's chamber budget or his partnerships that he's gone through. So even last year, which was Tim's first, my second,
one of the things that we discuss is how do we spend our money better? Well, the hotels don't charge him as much as they would charge me.
Don't
So-
yell that out publicly.
Yeah, and so with that is using the relationship with that. And I just want to say, Mayor, because I kind of grasp where you were saying to Rock, is what's the plan? And we just have to have, whether I'm not a big proponent of hire more people, bigger government. I like small government. I'm not a big proponent of give them more money, they'll figure it out. Like, how do we be more efficient with spending less? And
Yeah.
so over the last 2 years, I think we just have to look at the discrepancy of $165,000 to $180,000 event minimum, not counting police overtime, because that's been in police budget. EMS overtime, that's been an EMS budget. Public Works set up, cutting the field, laying parking, all of the above, because that's covered in their budget. We're looking at a budget that is really covering 40 to 60% of the overall cost, if I'm not counting what the chamber brings to the table, what Rock alone brings to the table, because it's not everybody throwing in money, but it is everybody throwing in hands and sweat and labor to be out there for a week.
Yeah.
Setting up. I just want to make sure that the numbers themselves,
The real numbers.
the real numbers are what is reflected, because when we look at, and even yesterday, police, well, your overtime budget is, you're way over. Well, that's where it comes from. It comes from those funds
Right.
not coming out of here. And I think to Rock's point, we do receive interest on hot funds as they sit in logic. Ms. Turner will also tell you that that's a minimum amount of time that has to stay there, that it's not liquid. If we pull it out, that interest is going to be substantially less. Mr. Osteen was kind to point out yesterday that those interest rates have a potential to go down. So for us banking on that extra 20,000 and so on and so forth are not anything that it would be long-term. I think it's a great idea. I'm not cutting Rock down. I just want to say we can't build out a full budget for an event on something that could fluctuate with Texas weather.
Right, and so that there again, as we go back to the beginning of this, we are not necessarily in the festival business, even as a municipality. It was a potential good partnership, still can be, with the chamber and with Mr. Guidry. Sounds like it might even be more better attended and more profitable in the long run to go that route. And so council will have to consider that. Council will have to seriously consider the future Bayou Fest.
No, this is not Miguel.
That's Gus.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And that's a hard reality, Parks Board, that we may have to face. It may be in the long run that Bayou Fest has to move in a different direction. It just may be. But I don't think that it was fair as the mayor to have council make that decision without the Parks Board having an opportunity to provide a plan and a chance to provide for a good festival, right? I believe the council owes the community, the Parks Board, that opportunity. And so to your point, JB, there are more costs associated with it. But we'll see. But we need the chamber's gonna give us a plan on what that looks like. And here's the deal. There has been, to your point, Mike, the reason there hadn't been any planning was because there was an idea early on in this that the chamber would find us another partner. And so there was no planning associated with it, right? And that's why we haven't planned anything, because we're hurting in that area. With that, we also said that our October could be filled with a different event, maybe a return to the fair on the square, or maybe a return to some similar type of event in the fall that would replace Bayou Fest if it moves to the spring. But right now, Mike, in front of this council, in front of our community, the Parks Board, yourself, you're on the clock. and the Bayou Fest for this year is certainly yours. And the destiny of the Bayou Fest is in your hands. As this council lays expectations at your feet for Bayou Fest. If they are not realized, we have to make a business decision, right? Right now, what it looks like is that there is another deal in place. Now, that's not to say that you're not going to get the Bayou Fest forever. Nobody's saying that. We're simply saying the only reason we're here talking to you and the Parks Board is out of respect for Mac McGaffey, who put blood, sweat, and all kinds of tears into this Bayou Fest, and you, and Ms. Tanya and the rest of your board. But we do have to be honest with you, and we have to say you have to bring it this year, and we need details. According to JB's point, we need details. We need a detailed plan. We need detailed revenue projections. We need to make sure that all of the moving parts are working together. And we need to see a successful event. And that does not necessarily mean we raise a certain amount of money. We need to see bodies at our park enjoying the festival more than anything, and a good quality event. I do have a question for you as we open it up, Tim, to the rest of council. I have a question for you. There has been a report, and this is disturbing to me. There's been a report that at some point, sooner rather than later, that Mr. Guidry is planning on taking this event, if we were to partner with him, from the Highland Bayou Park and attempting to try to move this to the dog track or whatever that facility will be called when it's finally open. Do you know anything about that?
I can address that question because I heard the same thing, and I can assure you through the conversations that I've had with Mr. Guidry, that is not his desire. His desire is to stay right at Mac McCaffrey Park. He wants to keep it there. It's conducive to what what he and we are wanting to do. There was conversation about it. I can tell you there was conversation sometime, could it go there? Okay. But that's not his desire to want to move this event there. We want to, we want to keep it right there in that park. And I can tell you that through my conversations with him, detailed conversation with him, that is not in any form or fashion within the game plans.
Very good. I would like to see whether after this, whether we agree, have an agreement with the Parks Board for 3 to 5 years, or we have an agreement with Mr. Guidry for 3 to 5 years. I'd like to see that this event, that it be specifically outlined in that agreement that this event will remain at Highland Bayou Park.
Yeah, I don't see any, especially if there was ever any kind of a combination there between the two events. I don't think, I don't want to speak completely for Mr. Guidry, but I feel confident in what I'm saying here is that would be no problem whatsoever, that we could do that. And again, this event this year that we're, I will say this, the event, the Cajun Throwdown event, that is on the books right now for March, we're going to try to move forward with that event. I mean, we're moving forward. We're wanting to book, he wants to book his talents of things that he's got there. The funds that I requested earlier for that piece of it, that sure helps us move this thing along and keeps it here and holds it there. I think as long as we have that piece of it going on, I think that solidifies that participation of having it here. I think if it were just up and no participation at all, then that could lend itself to being open to being moved. Because at that point, it becomes a real, it is a business decision, if you will. But I can tell you through participation and all of us working together on that, he has no desire to move this event.
That Cajun Throwdown was also on Marque?
Sir?
That Cajun event was also on Marque?
The Cajun Throwdown event is that
it's the same event.
Same event.
In the event that
it's a different group. It's a different group. So don't get, there's 2 groups out there. Please don't get them to combine. 2 different groups, Mr. Guidry and the chamber working together for an event to be held in March.
In March
At McCaffrey Park.
Okay.
and they're calling it the Cajun Throwdown because we were, as a council, were to consider partnering Bayou Fest with that event. But we're going to allow the Parks Board to give us one last Bayou Fest in 24 before we make a decision about 25. If the council chooses to continue to work with the Parks Board, then that event will be called the Cajun Throwdown.
Exactly.
If the council chooses to enter into an agreement with Mr. Guidry, then that event will be called the Bayou Fest.
March of next year.
Questions?
Couple
Councilman
things.
Blount.
Are we doing cook-offs both Friday and Saturday or just Saturday
For which event? I'm sorry.
for Bayou Fest?
Bayou Fest. We would do the cook-off on,
So
it would be Friday.
off Saturday. And they've been, so within that cook-off, they do what they call it's real easy cooking jackpot categories on Friday, which is fajitas and ribeye steaks. Okay, so that.
Judge.
Both.
Exactly. So.
Both.
It's
The
two
answer.
categories judged on Friday and 4 judged on Saturday.
Yeah.
So now with that being said, I was asked about it and I talked to the judging organization. And they said they wanted to, they can open it up. You know, if somebody don't want to participate in the cook-off, that's $275 entry fee and a lot of fun for brisket, steak and all that. We can separate and add those additional teams because there's enough room unless we get 120 something teams, we can just move them over to grass, but generally somebody cooking in
It'd be more like an
event
open
like that,
contest.
event like that, all they need is a 10x10 tent, you know, so they need a real small footprint. They, you know, outside of the cook-off things, there's additional people want to come in and cook. They're come in, cook, and then turn around and leave.
And are we still doing crawfish? So no, that's a.
Not at the Bayou Fest.
Okay.
No, sir. The crawfish barbecue cook-off would be the March event that we're doing with Mr. Guidry.
Okay. And then, so as a pilot program, basically, who's in charge? If something fails or if there's failure, who's going to take ownership of that?
I think that's a great question, and that I think that's a part of what we're saying. So let's I'm just talking just Bayou Fest, okay? The Bayou Fest, that would be on the Parks Board. We're going to coordinate with that piece of it, okay? So when I say coordinate, meaning the way I explained the money earlier, out of that 20,000 to help underwrite, and then we'd help try to find sponsorships, things like that. But what we're saying is we're willing to give that over to the Parks Board and let them have the management of the event. And we just go back to what we probably should have been doing for a long time to some degree and just coordinating the event.
Okay. Excellent.
That help?
Yes, sir.
What is EDC supporting? No, sir. No.
That's a little bit, financially, no. Correct?
Correct.
Financially, no, but Alex has said that he would be willing to help us out because as we all know, he's been doing the entertainment and stuff. He's willing to help us out day of and the things of that nature and help through that part of it. So we still have his expertise and the years that he's been doing that. We still have him there to help us on that part of it.
Do you have anything?
Why would Mr. Guidry want to name his event, the Cajun Throwdown portion of it? Why would he want to take Bayou Fest with it?
That's a great question. Yeah, exactly. It's a great question. The thing, and I will tell you straight up, the fact that the conversation that we had, it was funding. Okay. If you combine the two events, that was the part that we were looking at. We were looking at how can we cut expenses? How can we take everything we've sat here and talked about? How can we lessen those, still have a great event? That was the concept and the thought process we had there. And we were looking at renaming the event. But I can tell you this, that through the renaming of the event, through my conversations with him and the things that I was kind of standing on, and he would tell you this if he was here, was the fact that we wanted to use the term Bayou Fest in the naming of the new event. I mean, we even looked at calling it the Bayou Cajun Festival. So keeping that tie in there out of respect to the history of the current Bayou Fest. So there was that conversation we weren't going to come at, we were adamant about not coming in with some kind of a whole brand new name of the event. We wanted to keep the Bayou Fest tie-in out of respect to that event.
Which would kind of tie in with keeping it where it's at.
Absolutely.
Right.
That's very
Because
critical.
you're doing just a barbecue. Are y'all doing just crawfish? Or
No, sir. No, sir. This event that we're doing in March will be a barbecue and crawfish cook-off.
So why, I mean, if you're bringing a whole new event to the city of Lamarck, and this is dealing just like in League City when they went from the fair to the music festival back to the fair, right? I've done the music festival a few times. I had no idea they changed the name. I just thought they got rid of the festival completely. So if you're gonna bring the Bayou Fest and take it from October and bring it to March, you're gonna lose some people. But everybody expects bugs on a bayou or bugs and barbecue on a bayou because that's what they do in Louisiana. You know, they have mud bugs and they have barbecue and it's on the bayou. It's not keeping the name Bayou Fest, but it's giving them enough to know where it's at and what we're gonna eat. And that's the country boy in me.
So as we sit, Mr. Guidry has a proposal, I'm sure. Is he
Yeah,
working on one?
exactly. I mean, the biggest part of his proposal is like I said, what we're doing right now with the events being separate, okay, is we're just asking for that sponsor. It's basically sponsorship dollars to go
So
towards
we'd
that.
like to see, Mr. Cope, we'd like to see what Mr. Guidry's plan is for that event. I was just, and this means nothing because he didn't say anything to me about it, but Mayor Pro Tem was showing me a line item in our hotel motel tax fund. It looks like maybe there may be some support to partner with Mr. Guidry with the 20K for an event in Lamarck at Highland Bayou, right? So it looks like we are definitely, we will definitely entertain that portion of it. But we'd like to see what the plan is
Absolutely. Wait,
on the March date.
we can do that, no problem.
Right. Consequently, Mr. Bach, we need to see, and I know I've met with you and Caesar's been working with you and all sorts of wonderful things, but we need a concrete plan,
Okay.
right?
So let me just interject this. Y'all are trying to hold, and I'm up for the task, don't get me wrong. But you're trying to hold me to the floor or whatever to do planning in 75 days that in the past has been 9 months.
Well, no, what we're saying is we want a plan, realizing
Oh,
that.
get your plan. But
Okay,
I'm talking about the Bayou Fest has been with the chamber and staff and everything included. That starts generally in January, February, the coordination. This coordination started last week. And it's kind of, and I'm up for the challenge, don't get me wrong, but it's y'all kind of put it at me sink or swim.
Well, time
And I
out,
don't
time out,
feel
Mike.
I'm getting the
Time out.
okay.
Time out. Let me correct you in
Mhm.
2 areas, if I might.
Okay.
Number one, Mike, you came to us,
Yes, correct.
right?
Yeah, I
Number
had to. Yeah.
Right, but I'm just saying, right, and we,
Because of the delay.
and we open the door and we work with you. So here's the bigger part of what I'm trying to say to you. I think what I'm trying to articulate that the council needs is your vision. So let me say it a different way. We need a plan for what has to happen this year, but we also want your vision for what Bayou Fest will be in 5 years. Does that make a better sense to you? Okay. So those are two different things. We're not going to hold you to what it'll look like in 5 years, just like we won't hold Mr. Culp or Mr. Guidry to what it would look like in 5 years. We just want to know, where do you believe this event can and will go?
Well, for instance, I'm been a thorn in the side of city staff forever. I'm never happy with the status quo of the event. Year after year, let's get started early because I'm never happy with the same old event. I'm always trying to improve it. With that being said, let me give you a little bit more information. So our plan is to do a paid gate. That is for the entertainment field only.
Okay.
All the other children's activities and whatnot. So new to this year, hopefully, I'm waiting on them to reply back. We'll add cornhole back. I got a commitment for a pickleball tournament. And just yesterday, I was requested about doing a pageant, a children's pageant. after the, what do you call it? The
Pumpkin carving.
the pumpkin or craft activities over, which is probably about 3 o'clock-ish. And then Miss Mary from the Parks Board asked if we consider it, and like I said, we all got to talk about it, but I know Hitchcock does it and several other the Hitchcock the Mosquito Fest does it. It's kind of a popular activity is to have a pageant for the young ladies and whatnot. So again, that's 3 events I'm adding on top of trying to push out new this year that we haven't done before.
Mayor, may I?
Yes, sir.
Direction given was to make sure that we put something together and bring that back to you. If you allow us to do that, then I'd like to bring that back forward. Yeah.
Mike, we're giving you the opportunity, not you, the Parks Board, which again, you got to go back and meet with your board, right? You
Yeah,
have to
yes.
get, you have to get them bought into this.
Yeah.
We don't want you to think that we are somehow chomping at the bit to partner differently with Bayou Fest, but we're simply saying to you that I suspect Mr. Culp and Mr. Guidry are going to come with some sort of detailed plan for the vision, and I want you to be in that same arena. We want your proposal to be just as professional, just as thoughtful, just as accurate in its expectations and limitations as theirs will be, right?
Right.
Because we don't want to look at this outstanding professional proposal and then you didn't have the chance to know what you should be doing. So that's why it's like, hey, listen, we need a plan. We need a vision. We need a plan, right? Because we want you to be able to share with us so we can compare them.
Yes.
There you go.
Mayor, if I may too, and I want to, publicly say, I mean, I've said this to him already, but I want to publicly know, we're here to help. We're not wanting to just, out the ship, out to sea, if you will. I mean, I mean, as he develops his plan, we want to be a part of that and help him and be a part of it. I mean, I'll be perfectly honest. If we were able to figure out a way to have 2 wonderful events in our community, isn't that a great thing? If we can pull that off and figure out how to make that happen. So I commit, our chamber resources and stuff to also help move that process forward if at all possible.
And I was just gonna say, to go along with that, I agree 100% with Rock. He has been the thorn in my side. No, I'm joking. I've actually grown to love Rock because you see his heart the day of Bayou Fest. You don't see it all the 364 days of the year, but you see it the day of Bayou Fest because he lights up like a kid on Christmas. And regardless of volunteerism, everybody on council knows that y'all are on volunteer. So is the Parks Board. The staff isn't here to, I'll just say, like, I'm not here to leave anybody out high and dry. The difference is legally, we have to pay the people that work here. And so when it comes to, thank you, Ms. Turner, for sending me
That's what I was about to piggyback off of you.
every Bayou Fest budget screenshot and all of the above, because I can factor in how much it costs to run public works, to set everything up, for PD, for fire, all of those things that are, again, not costs associated with what you see in this fund 09.
Sorry about that.
But when it comes to the overall thing, the last thing that we want to do, to Rock's point, is give them 75 days to execute an event that, takes time and planning. The benefit of, and I'll tell you, in 2021, I was just as much of a thorn in Rock's side because I was trying to understand Bayou Fest, because this is a time where we had an exodus, we had a full change, and Bayou Fest was put on my lap and said, explicit, figure it out. And through sleeping out there days on end, you can't ask staff to do that 24 hours a day for free. I did it because I'm a resident here and committed to the mission, but we can't ask public works employees to do that. We can't ask our police and our fire to do that. I would hope, right, that we saw, like, Life and Liberty. We had one of the greatest first responders event, which was the softball tournament. Now every other department in Galveston County want to join to have a police and firefighter softball tournament here in the city of Lamarck. This is what we strive for Mac McGaffey Highland Bayou Park to be. It's a crown jewel of Lamarck. Now, I've been here long enough to be corrected enough to not refer to it as Highland Bayou Park, to refer to it as Mac McGaffey Highland Bayou Park, because I learned that in my first year as well. Yes, absolutely. And so with all of that is understanding the culture of Lamarck, understanding that what has been can continue to be, but we can also build upon that. I think when we look at everything from, you know, and not to get in the weeds because we're done with it, but even fireworks shooting off, the expansion of Big State RV Park limits where we could even shoot fireworks from, because you have to have a certain foot of clearance, as you know, Mayor. For firefighters, they have to have a certain foot of clearance for fireworks shooting off. All of this plays into a factor of Mac McGaffey Highland Bayou Park. How much land we can clear additionally for additional parking that we may need. All of these things are associated costs with all of these festivals, and where in the last 2 years, we've looked at things in a completely different new light. So we know how much it costs police officers to be out there, so that I know when Life and Liberty rolls around, no, EMS, you don't come out there till this time because you're going to stand around for 5-6 hours at the beginning part of the day. I want Kids Fish to be the safest part of that day, other than the fireworks being shot off. But I cannot be a good steward of taxpayer dollars to say I need 7 paramedics and firefighters to stand around while 4 kids that don't know how to bait a hook may get a hook in their finger. That's not an emergency room. I've done it thousands of times. I'm sure all of us have. And so what I'm saying is we have to be good stewards of the finances. I know that that's why y'all are on that dais. We'll execute whatever is said to be executed. That's my job. It's not to create the vision, it's to execute the mission. And so I just want to say, whether it's the Parks Board, our continued relationship with the chamber, new sponsors, asking for new sponsors, whether it be Ramrod or whether it be Amico or whether it be Texas First Bank, whomever it is, we want to make sure that events in the city of the Marque continue to pull people from outside of our city and continue to pull people from outside of our county, because that's where we look at the development of hotels, the development of festivals, and all of the above. And I'm done. Thanks.
And I want to piggyback off of one last thing, and then I'm done. Piggybacking off of Mr. Pritchett about overtime. He came to me when I first started and he says, you know, there's this event called Bayou Fest. I need to accumulate all expenses dealing with Bayou Fest. I'm like, okay, what is Bayou Fest? So he explained everything to me. But all in all, by way of using police, public works, fire, I was able to reclass to Bayou Fest, the fund, $11,207. So keep that in mind when you're doing your budget.
But that was last year's, right?
Yeah.
And so, Mr. Bach and perhaps the Parks Board are proposing to add another night. So I'm glad you said that, because we have one of our constituents asked the question of what about the security and public works costs for Bayou Fest? A bigger and longer fest means more officers and more staff over time. So with that new number, the council would need to see what it would look like for 2 days.
Just a rough estimate, because that does include security already for those days. That 11,000 does do that. Because
That's for both days.
correct.
Okay.
Because I believe it's 20, but not at the scale that it will need. So what I was going to say, in 2020, some banners were stolen. So we upped security round the clock. So we had not only Lamarck police officers, but we had used Top Gun as a third party in conjunction with the chamber. And then have beefed it up even more due to the fact of timelines. We had a successful event in 2021. We had a good pull. It wasn't the best Bayou Fest that there ever was, but considering the cost being half of what it used to be, we pulled in good numbers. And what was ruined is some kid went up there Monday morning at 3 o'clock in the morning and took a golf cart and ran it into the lake. And then it echoed to the chamber with a new president coming in. It echoed to the city with me coming in. It echoed to the Parks Board and to all sponsors that said, oh, well, this can't be good. So what we are doing is we're fighting uphill for the last few years post-COVID to not only add additional great events, Juneteenth, Life and Liberty. We talked about doing car shows. We talked about doing different pocket markets and different things. We've added all of those things and we've cut our budget and our costs of Bayou Fest, but we have continued to deliver. So whether that's March, whether that's October, if it's, well, it can't be July because that's Life and Liberty, but any other time, that's what we will do. That's what we will execute. But we need to make sure that we're running those numbers associated with those costs. I know that Mr. Garcia was very adamant. How much does it cost Public Works to set up this fencing? Okay, well, we're not paying for the fencing, but if we've got to set up the fencing, how much cost is associated with that? So again, I'm just glad that wholeheartedly we're looking at things for a full cost, because what I don't want anybody to be kind of left in the dark saying, oh, well, we can pull this off for 130, but really it costs them 170. That's just.
So we're gonna get that number.
Yes, sir.
Also, Mr. Colt, there's a question about a split revenue with Mr. Guidry and his organization. You mentioned possibly donations to the KLMBC and the Parks Board, but is there any opportunities for revenue sharing?
Yeah, so on the event that we're doing in March with Mr. Guidry, part of that would be a revenue split that we're doing with him between the chamber and his nonprofit, which is BTR Caring for Kids, which is associated with UTMB Healthcare. That's where his nonprofit piece comes in. So those dollars, out of net proceeds, okay, then what we would do is we would split those net proceeds. He would take his piece to go to his nonprofit. The chamber would keep their part of that piece of it. And like I was saying earlier, what we want to do as a chamber is say, okay, how can we reuse those funds for other things back in the city of Lamarck, not only for our chamber operations, but how could we do other things within the city of Lamarck as well? And so there would be a revenue split. If we got into a true deep partnership, okay, I'm just saying, if we were to move Bayou Fest and make that conjoined effort, then we would look at those opportunities as well.
Yeah, because if we are proposing to inject $20,000, we would have to certainly get more than $20,000 out of it, because it's our place and it's our name, right?
Mhm.
So again, these are constituents.
That's a fair question.
So that would be something that they would be interested in. What sort of revenue sharing will Lamarck be a part of? Last thing is, if with Mr. Guidry, whose insurance will be used for this event?
We would have a combination of both. So what we would do is, so again, I want to treat it like this. If we do the event in March, just the March event, Bayou Fest, not anywhere around that piece of it, just the event in March. What it would be is it would be a joint effort between Mr. Guidry, BTR, and the chamber. He has his insurance. We have our insurance, special events insurance as well. So both of our special events insurance would cover, very similar to somewhat JB brought up the golf cart just a moment ago, very similar to exactly what we did with the city when the golf cart got ran off, and that was filed against our insurance claim. Our insurance company paid for that. So it would be the same scenario with Mr. Guidry on his part. What I would say to you is this, is think of the $20,000 as sponsorship dollars, okay? Because I can tell you, we're going to others that will be making larger sponsorship contributions to that event as well. So we can't, I will put it this way, we can't give revenue share to everybody that sponsors the event. What we can do from the chamber side of it is we can help give some of those dollars that we make back to the city in that event. If this were a combined event to where there was more dollars coming in a larger partnership, that's another discussion. But for this event in March, standalone, what it would be is it wouldn't be a real revenue share. It would be more, consider it more as a sponsorship piece of it to help. And these are done, as y'all know, these are done all the time. There's communities that try to attract festivals and bring festivals to their city, because what we're hoping is, I mean, I would love for us to get more hotels built in the city of Lamarck, but we're going to fill up those hotels, what hotels we have. We're going to generate that half-cent sales tax, that economic development piece of it. That's where those dollars are going to be generated from. So look at it that way. Look at it from the fact that you may not see an actual check come back to you, but you would see it is the fact of economic development sales tax dollars coming back to you.
Now, in-kind donation, the city giving, depending on how many days, which is what they're telling me is at least a minimum 5 days of use of the park, $550 a day. Because they're charity, they've already applied. The city council has always waived the fee. They're paying the same thing, so talking about 20,000, it's pennies, but at least 10% of that is
Any kind of
you add on
Yeah.
$2,700 for 5 days of in-kind donation.
To be honest, those fees would change because that is for the pavilion. I'm just, not to put the cart before the horse for council, but you're talking about $500 for an entire park that's 430 acres.
Yeah.
So
That's $500 for that main pavilion. That's what parks charge that for. So we've looked at, and I know because I've submitted it to Mr. Garcia, how much it costs to rent one of the little picnic cook stations, what it costs for the whole pavilion, for the playground to have a kids. But if you want to come in for a full festival and take the entire park, what Mayor Pro Tem pointed out, can you even do that? Well, yes, because there is a cost associated. If you want to close down the entire park, that's great. But here's the cost associated with that. Whereas we haven't done that for Bayou Fest is because what are we going to do? Pay ourselves? So when we look at that, again, with Mac McGaffey Highland Bayou Park being a crown jewel, my job is to execute, make more money, revenues, spend less when it comes to debits. And so if we're looking at $500 for renting a 430 acre park, we're losing money while we do it, especially if we're counting what we pay Roy, what we pay Alton, what we pay the parks guys to prep it every day that they go through with Parks Board, but also to maintain the cleanup. In 2021, one of the major things, and this isn't to Mr. Guidry or BTR, it was with a different group, but that park wasn't cleaned up till the Friday afterwards. And I'm not going to get into the mud about that relationship, but that was a major scar on that other group, is because the city is who gets the bad press. The city is who have to answer to that. To Mr. Lowry's point, who's in charge? Who's going to get blamed when we want to point a finger at somebody, which I respect because I don't like to deal in ambiguity. If it's me, that's fine. I'll take it on the chin. But also with that is if James Osteen or Sally or Cheryl Tilson or anybody wants to say, how come my park that I pay tax dollars to isn't cleaned up on the Friday or Saturday afterwards? And then at the city, we just say, well, I don't know, it's not our event. That looks bad on us and that looks bad on y'all. And that's what we try to prevent.
I can tell you this, for those comments right there, JB, I can assure you that in the proposal between the chamber and Mr. Guidry, you will have that information answered.
Well,
there won't be a question about who cleans it up or when it's cleaned up.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Can we get a microphone to you, Mike?
I was the one who brought the crawfish bash and actually invited Tiny to come to the park. So the first year, there was no big fee for that park. And we asked, I just kind of like Mac, when he was doing stuff, he would give up. Through the legal department, the crawfish bash first year in 2016, they charged him $1,000 a day to be in that park. And nobody knows where that contract or fee is. Never saw it. So it just reverts back to the pavilion. So the president then, you rent the pavilion. So I don't know when, I'm thinking maybe this year y'all are gonna, because when y'all initiated that fee reviews, all city fee reviews, y'all left out the Parks Board. We had fees going in. And the reason why I'm saying that is these festival organizers, Tiny and the Crawfish Bash, offered to pay power and water. Mac, till he was blue in the face, tried to get y'all to institute, the city staff, to institute, simple. Go read the water meter, whatever first day is, read it at the end, power meter the same way. That's revenue we're actually losing by letting them use the event. And Mac tried till he was blue in the face to get those costs, and talking to both promoters, they are happy with it because they're happy with the amount of water stations we have there. It serves them great. And that, like I say, that's just some stuff that fees that we want to introduce that, like I say, we got passed over on the last time y'all upgraded fees and stuff. So that's just something you can consider moving forward when next time y'all talk about fees and such.
Sure.
So
Go ahead, Mr. Ross.
is Bayou Fest ever been considered a revenue generating festival?
No,
So,
because it wasn't a pay gate for one. There you
right,
go.
so the one in March, they're planning on making a revenue off of.
Yes, they do. Yeah.
So city planned event, we don't worry about the revenue until now, when it comes to Mr. Guidry wanting to take the name Bayou Fest.
Okay, let me, if I can correct you for just 1 second. I want to be real clear on something. This isn't Mr. Guidry wanting to take anything, okay? This has nothing to do with him wanting to take Bayou Fest name or anything along those lines whatsoever. This was a opportunity. He was bringing he wanted to bring his event somewhere, okay? He wanted to locate his event somewhere. He would love to have he wanted to bring his event to Lamarck, back to his hometown.
Piggyback off of that, he tried to bring BTR Cajun Throwdown to Lamar last year.
Right.
As a separate event, not connected to Bayou Fest.
Right.
But due to weather is when they.
The
had-
crawfish,
or, I'm sorry,
it's Mark, it
crawfish.
was Mark, it was crawfish
Right.
availability.
Right.
But I want to,
We've gone through all of this with BTR. I've personally worked with them when they attempted to bring all of this.
And they already did the gumbo festival.
So, yeah,
Yeah.
and they did the gumbo and all of the above. And so we've worked with them. I think what they're trying, and that's y'all's deal. I don't want to speak for you, but I think the intent was to capitalize on Bayou Fest being known.
absolutely. I mean, I'll take that straight on. The,
Biggest event in Galveston County. I think in my head, that's the way that I think.
Yeah. Then you need to do it.
It's gonna be
Mr.
big.
Colton.
yeah, the whole idea, I will to Mr. Ross, to your question, I think, is the fact that sitting in my office, Tiny Guidry and I were having a conversation. I was looking at, after discussions with yourself and other council members, how do we make, and Rock, all of us, talk about how do we make the Bayou Fest better? Mr. Guidry had his event that he wanted to bring to this area. And I said, that was from me. I said, why don't we, if we do anything, why don't we combine the two events and utilize the resources from both sides? So I just want to make real clear, this is not in any form or fashion Mr. Guidry trying to take over the Bayou Fest, take the name, anything of that nature. If that's out there, that is absolutely false.
Councilmember Lara.
When I asked for a go-to person, and I should have phrased that differently, we need a go-to person who's a number one person in charge, and I should have rephrased that properly, because anybody that's been to any events that Mr. Guidry's has had, whether they were in Pasadena or Lamarck, they've been a huge success. So there's no doubt in my mind that we're going in a positive direction.
When you say, Councilmember Lowry, when you say we need a go-to person, a one person, are you speaking in terms of internally, like with our staff, or are you just speaking?
I think in general and all, we need to have somebody who's in charge.
Yeah.
We can't, I mean, having 10 faces, I mean, there needs to be, when there's heat, we got garbage strung out to the 45 feet of road. Who's in charge?
I will tell you, on the event in March, there will be two people that will have equal say in that situation. That will be Mr. Guidry and myself.
Perfect. That's what we needed. Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Bach, do you have a person that
So-
would be for?
Yes, well, I mean, it's still, don't get me wrong, the Parks Board's gonna help organize this deal, but there's still. So anyway, what I'm trying to get at is whatever the Parks Board's deal is, we still have to have staff involved. So that would be, I'm assuming, JB.
Mayor,
It could be
can I
me
comment?
and JB co-people or whatever you want to say.
Can I comment on that in just a second? Because, hold on, Kyle, just one to a second. In fairness, JB, you just got back. I haven't had a chance to talk to him since we've had these discussions. We are meeting after we've had budget. We are meeting later this week to have that discussion, so I can bring him fully up to speed on what Bach and I have been talking about Bayou Fest for now. Please allow us to put that plan together. Let me talk to staff. There will be a staff delegate, whoever that may be, he or she. And then, Mr. Bach, I think,
Yeah.
would be the one for Bayou Fest.
Yeah.
Please.
Just for informational, in the past, it's always been that Bayou Fest was ran under the ICS command of like emergency management. So then that put me or my deputy EMC, David Merriman, in charge of the event. That way, if something happened from a security standpoint, because it is our park, it's my event concept, then I can remove somebody from that park or have them arrested. And we went through this, the police department, we sat down, they had discussions with the DA of how charges would look, things like that. If something was to escalate to that point, because being just an event with nobody at the top of the chain caused security issues in the past. So we ran it as all of y'all's complaints or any complaints like, trash not getting picked up, not enough manpower, cars getting stuck, things like that have always landed on my plate when I'm there. And then I would get with city staff and create an operational plan of getting it resolved.
Thank you.
So let's be clear, as we close today with this discussion, there will be a Bayou Fest in October. That's what it looks like. There will be a Bayou Fest in October. Council, our job at this point would simply be to earmark dollars for this event at whatever level that we choose as a council to earmark. We heard from both gentlemen as it relates to their plans. Once we set that number, we step back and we allow for other persons to organize and execute. So that's the one. So, Mr. Garcia, we're going to need to look at some hard numbers to approve a budget for Bayou Fest. Number two, Mr. Culp has just shared an opportunity that we might still be able to partner with Mr. Guidry and his organization and the chamber with or without the name Bayou Fest. For that, the council has to consider earmarking at least $20,000, right, is what we're saying.
Yes.
So there's still an opportunity to do both if we needed to. Council, our job is to set a budget for Bayou Fest and decide on whether or not we want to earmark those $20,000 for this spring event. Nothing more, nothing less.
Got it.
Do you need a microphone?
I guess when it comes and not to speak one way or another, I guess my job is to plan for four different outcomes. If we have Bayou Fest in October and it's a success or it's not a success, are we going to look at this March event? Because that's the next budget cycle.
It's
So-
within the same budget cycle. That's why I'm saying council is gonna have to pass a budget for Bayou Fest and an earmark, if we so choose,
How's it
for
the
this
same
new
budget?
event with the chamber and Mr. Gibbs.
I guess where I don't understand.
Just for clarification, because of when Bayou Fest falls and the fact that some of the deposits have to be made ahead of time, to answer both of y'all's questions, technically it falls in both budget years. Half falls in one fiscal year, half in the other. While the event is planned at the end of this fiscal year, it would be executed at the.
But
end
all
of
the
next fiscal
major
year.
expenses are done
Correct.
prior to.
Correct.
So I guess,
The
$165,000 budget, again, I'm just throwing numbers out. We spend or we sign off on at least 130, 140 of that prior to October 1. Whether that's fireworks, fencing, talent cost, the hotels are booked, all of that before. And I just, again, I'm just trying to make
There's a
an
line item.
understanding so that when these plans are formulated again, it's gonna get on my plate to execute. I want to make sure I spend it.
Bayou Fest
appropriately.
has a line item already.
Yes, sir.
There is a hotel motel
Yes, sir.
tax fund that has about $332,000 according to what Mayor Pro Tem just showed me. So that sounds like the money's there, the line item's there, so it looks like a budget amendment.
Okay, thank you.
That answered
Looks
my
like a
question.
budget amendment for
Yeah.
23-24.
We'll bring that update on that when we bring back the report.
Very good.
Just,
Microphone, Mike.
got, even though I wasn't in agreement with that, I still, when we had that meeting, I still told them, I want to stay here. But me personally, I call that kind of like Mac, that's my part. Me personally, and I told them, I said, I will advise y'all on anything, because I have experience with that park, plus experience with festivals, and so do they. And so I still offered, and one thing I told them that day, because they're wanting to do, they suggest doing a barbecue festival. Same weekend, you got the biggest cook-off in the region at Alvin Music Fest, is 225 teams. So that's gonna sweep up on the same weekend. That's gonna pretty much sweep up a lot of cooks. And for them to have a cook-off on the same day, because I suggested them bump it up 1 week. But, he's locked in his days. But after Alvin already had their music thing, but I'm just saying on the cook-off side, again, I'm a helping assistant. I suggest just bumping up 1 week, because they're going heads up against 225.
I think we actually did move that date though.
Did he move it to the
Yeah, we
21st?
yeah,
Well, see,
the
there
date,
they go.
the date that we took your advice on that when you said that, and we moved that date. So yeah.
So the only other thing is, again, it's, like all of us, we're trying, we want a piece of that pie, we want a big piece of that pie. The precedents previously with the other organization, y'all had a sponsorship agreement with them, end up about 5 years before they moved to Tech City. Y'all were paying them $10,000 a year sponsorship fee. So there's that, so anyway, those last couple things I had.
Yeah.
I have something totally unrelated to what y'all are talking about.
Well, Miss Tanya, I'm just kidding. The microphone, ma'am.
I was notified by our landscape guy, because he's getting us a quote on some
Yes, ma'am.
landscape, that they're no longer cutting our grass.
Parks grass.
Yes,
The landscapers are no longer cutting parks grass?
yes.
Okay. That would be a operations question.
I'll have to look into that. One of the things we talked about doing as a pilot was seeing how much of it we could take on, so we could bring that back to you.
Would that be Roy and the
That
folks
would
that
be,
Roy leads?
that would be under Roy, and I would have to find out where we are with that. We do know that one of the shortfalls was that the current vendor may have been close to capacity, so we may have had to make some adjustments, but I can follow up on that and respond accordingly.
Okay. Would you then, Mr. Garcia, have that information for them at if at all possible, at their next Parks Board meeting?
Which is next Thursday in here at 6 p.m. Yes, I will.
Okay. Would that work for you, Ms. Tanya?
Yeah,
Okay.
I was just, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Mr. Cope, thank you.
Absolutely.
So it seems like Lamarck is big enough for 2 festivals. Mike, relax.
Three. Did you?
Maybe
add in
3.
Fair on Square?
Fair on the Square, hey.
Oh, then you got the Life and Liberty.
Life and look at you, man. Look at you.
Gumbo cook. I mean, keep going. You got the gumbo.
Lamarck we are the festival capital of Mid-County.
Got MLK parade.
Identity.
There you
It,
go.
There you go.
it will work out, Mike. Thank you for your excitement about the Bayou Fest. We definitely are going to give you the opportunity in the Parks
Well,
Board.
he's been working hard to be
Recruit,
the coordinator of the Bayou Fest, and I'm happy for him. I am so happy for him.
Mike, I know what that means because I've worked with Tanya before. So good luck. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Mr. Cope, thank you for bringing, certainly for all you do for our city. We enjoyed you. I enjoyed being with you in Denver. You are a riot, funny person, with a lot of bright ideas, very kind man. And so I want to thank you for your friendship with our city and for your support of our city. And we will definitely look forward to doing business with you and with those persons that you bring us to partner with. Again, I was joking, but I'm serious. We can have 2 events in our city, and they can both be wonderful events. So we're excited about the continuation of Bayou Fest. Hopefully that can remain in October, but we're also excited about this new event with the chamber and with Mr. Guidry. Is it BTR? Is that the name of? So if I say BTR, then that'd be okay.
They're good.
So with chamber and
They kinda-
BTR.
They've kind of add, because it is his nonprofit group that's doing that, so add that Caring for Kids on there. So it's BTR Caring.
BTR Caring for
Yes.
Kids. So we're
That's
excited
important.
about that
That's
new
important.
partnership as
Yeah.
well, and it'll work out. It'll work out. Council, we are at 5:59. Are there any final thoughts before we finish our budget workshop week?
2 days.
We are exhausted. It's a
My
lot of
fault.
information, man. Look at us. I will say this, and certainly council can add as they think about perhaps the reflection. We're moving in the right direction. This council is attempting to hold this administration accountable for providing for an accurate budget. We are having issues with software, and we are having issues with experience. We have a young staff, a really young staff, not only in their age, but in their experience in municipal government. And so there is unfortunately always a space and place for error, human error, inexperience, things of that nature. And we're experiencing those. And it certainly there's a lot of intensity and passion that goes along with that. But as we said on yesterday, when you're dealing with other people's money, who have seen, in their opinion, councils miss the mark on holding administrations accountable for their fiscal choices, right? We have a community that many times are frustrated with that portion of what we do as a council. And so we want to do our due diligence as a council, and it's not going to always be pretty, but it has to certainly be effective. And so we'll, one day at a time, Mr. Garcia, it's my hope that you continue to grow into the city manager that I know that you will be one day, along with the rest of your staff, as I endeavor to continue to grow as a public servant, as we endeavor to continue to grow as a council. None of us are perfect. All right. And so we all work together, and hopefully at the end of it, we will have a budget that the majority of our citizens can support. Nobody wants to see where the sausage is made, Miss Tanya. But everybody wants to, well, you know the rest. All right. Council, final thoughts before we close today. 6:01. Joe, are you okay? Joe Compion? My friend? All right.
Move to adjourn.
There's a move and a second to walk away forever. And there's a move and a second to adjourn. All in favor? Aye. We stand dismissed.
Thank you.